Hello, peoples. What's up? Ooh, Lord Jesus. Get in here, my peoples. Get in here. Let's talk about this. I need to work out early. I have to work out early in the morning. Anyway, what's up? What's up? I'm being for a few. I can't be here for a long time because I need to. I did. Yeah, I came back. No, I had this thought because, child, and I was like, you guys, what if everything we're seeing with these LA riots is like organized chaos? I was like, I don't know. I don't trust Trump. I do not trust him. I don't trust him. I'm like, how do we know this is not chaos? This is not organized chaos, right? Because I saw a video. I was watching. I saw a video from Anton because he was reacting to this one video, and the guy was saying like, "Oh yeah, let me actually play it." The guy was saying that people are getting paid. I guess that's NYC. People are getting paid to protest against Trump, right? Like, sorry, to protest against ICE. But I'm like, who is paying? Who is paying? And then I had seen a video on Candace's channel because when she's on maternity leave, it's like this white guy who's doing her content. And he talked about JD Vance and he talked about this company called Palantir. And then he talked about Ellison, the CEO of Cisco. That was like 11 years ago. And the man was talking about like facial recognition, right? Because I was like, okay, let me tell you what happened. Because when I sleep, I always talk to myself for some reason. But I was telling myself, okay, these LA riots, it would be a lot easier if we could identify faces, right? It'd be so much easier if we could identify faces. Because I've been saying, like, the whole time I've been saying this, I'm like, this would never happen in China. Okay. I'm like, this would never happen in China. Because when I tell you President Ping would have turned LA into Tiananmen Square. Okay. So I've been thinking about that. I'm like, yeah, if they had facial recognition out there, it'll be so much easier to recognize who is doing this. But then that thought also was like, enlightening because I said, oh my gosh, what if all of this was truly about facial recognition technology being fully accepted in America? You know what I mean? Because I'm not trying to be funny, you guys. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to be mean to, especially to white folks today. I'm trying to be mean to white folks today. But I just felt like when it comes to white people, though, I just can't trust them. Like, I really can't because they play a sick game. They really play a sick game. I even saw a video today, too, of Stephen A. Smith, and he was like, Gavin Newsom, like you're claiming that Trump is doing this intentionally. So if Trump is doing this intentionally, why are you playing into his hands? And I was like, yeah, if you feel like this dude is doing this intentionally, he's bringing the National Guards to the state intentionally, right? Why should you not change your approach? Unless this is also what you want. We cannot trust these people, y'all. Democrats, Republicans, these they cannot be trusted because at the end of the day, right? What they do out here publicly is distraction. At the end of the day, the vast majority of these politicians, from Trump all the way down to Congress, even in the at the Supreme Court, come to find out, there was a case recently about like 5 or 6 of the Supreme Court justices had to recuse themselves because they had conflict of interest because they're taking all this money from publishers. I'm like, what? So even you people can also be bought? I'm like, this country here is just so damn corrupt. It is so corrupt. But let me tell you this. Hey, for me, at the end of the day, right? The vast majority of these people in politics, the vast majority of these white people in politics, be them from the left or the right, it doesn't matter. They're all family. They're all kinfolks, okay? They're all kinfolk. But hey, Janet, you will have to look at how they invest their money. You will have to look at how many stocks they have because I'm thinking this. If you're a Gavin Newsom, right? If you're a Gavin Newsom and you feel as though there is no way for you to get the endorsement from your party in 2028, because we know they don't play fair. Okay. We know the Democratic Party does not believe in democracy. Okay. We know the Democratic Party does not believe in primaries. They just don't. They just pick the person. And then they tell the people, well, we've made a choice and y'all gonna have to rally behind that person if you want democracy, right? We saw with Bernie. Like, okay, he won the primary, but who cares? Okay. We're gonna give it to Hillary. We saw with Joe Biden. Joe Biden did not win the primary. They just gave it to him. We saw with Kamala Harris. They just gave her a nomination, right? So 2028, what are the odds that Gavin Newsom is actually going to get the party's nomination? Most likely he's not. Most likely he is not. So if you're Gavin Newsom, you could have the same mindset as Joe Biden, right? Be like, you know what? F this party, then-ish. And after all, I'm a white man. I'm a straight white man. So I don't have enough like diversity in me, right? For them to want me to represent the Democratic Party. So why would he not F them over? Hey, Kevin, why would Gavin Newsom not fuck over his own party, right? He can come in the media and pretend like he's against Trump. He can come into the media, but oh, I'm against this. Trump is this, Trump is that. Of course, this is the same sorcery they do every single day, right? But behind the scenes, though, how do we know he doesn't have an alliance with these people? How do we know? Right? Because you can't trust anything out here, right? And I'm like, when it comes to COVID, they made it seem like it was so many people, right? So that way you will be so afraid that you're gonna run and make sense, right? So I'm saying, with these LA riots too, could these things be organized? Could these things be bought and paid for? Could Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, okay, could he be behind this? Even a part of me also, I am truly wondering if these women who got killed by illegal immigrants, I'm even wondering if that too was not bought and paid for. Because when it comes to these people here, y'all, when it comes to these people, they are so sick. They are so sick. They are so power hungry. There is nothing they will not do. And one thing I have noticed with these people, they always need a date, right? Whether it's like 9/11, October 7, like, or whatever the day of Pearl Harbor, a day that will forever live in infamy. They always need a date to say, well, because this happened on this date, it justifies us going batshit crazy on people. They always need a few names. Oh, this person died. This person this. Oh, the people who were kidnapped and put in the tunnels, right? It's like they do the same thing every single time. But the problem is people don't pay attention. And I think also the problem is you don't think that people could be so sick, so demented, that they would actually off their own people in order to justify the foolishness they want to have. But I'm like, no, because you're not dealing with normal people. You are not dealing with normal people. You are not dealing with normal people. And at the end of the day, I don't care how much they want to deceive people. I don't care how much they want to talk bad about China. Oh, China's not a democracy. China is communist. China does not give us people power. America is a military state. America is a militarized nation. Everything out here is about war. The vast majority of our national budget goes towards defense, right? Even before, when Trump was running, what Pete Hegseth was running, all these people were saying, yeah, you have to cut the budget of the Pentagon. You have to cut the budget at the Pentagon. Have they cut the budget of the Pentagon? No, it's gotten bigger. It's gotten bigger. So you realize, even Kash Patel saying things, oh, if I go to the CIA, I'm going to fire these people, fire them people. Has he fired anybody? Of course not, right? These people talk a good game. People talk a good game to make you feel like, oh, a revolution is coming. Something is going to change to bamboozle your ass. Ain't no damn revolution coming. It's just more oppression coming. So let me start playing my videos one by one. So hopefully you see what I'm trying to say. Hold on. Let me play this first video here. Hold on.
I just got offered $200 a day to go protest ICE in New York.
So the thing is, like, who's offering you that money? Right? Because we know Black Lives Matter. We know it was George Soros paying for that stuff. But in this instance, I'm like, it could be either side. It could be liberals offering money for the protest. It could also be, I guess, the Republican Party, them people over here, the donors, right? The powers that be, they could also be paying you guys, right? So you can, because I'm like, because I'm starting to understand, like, I'm somewhat starting to understand how the right kind of works. Not even just the right, but the donors of the right, because it's nothing but crazy military people. And these, I feel like the way people talk about the neocon state, I feel like you have the old school neocon, which are like traditional people who, traditional warlords who like traditional weapons. Okay. They're like missiles, you know, things to kill you like that. I feel like the new age of military obsessed demons out here in America are the people who want to use AI, facial recognition, like things of the sort, so that you're pretty much infringing on people's constitutional rights. They want absolute control, but they can't say that to people because it's so anti-American. It is so against the Constitution, right? So it's like, oh my gosh, look at all these Mexicans. They're waving the Mexican flags. And at first, when you see it, you're like, what the heck? What is wrong with these people? Look at what they're doing. Da, da, da. But at the end of the day, how do we even know that these people are really Mexican? Right? How do we know that these people are truly Mexican? Right? How do we know this? How do we know this? How do we know that this is not a way to arise, like, you know, xenophobic or whatever, hateful sentiments against Mexico? Because also, let's not act like China is not doing a lot of business in Mexico. I'm just saying, right? I'm just saying. But I just feel like the way these people maneuver is that they weaponize hatred. They weaponize xenophobia. Because they know the vast majority of white people here are not intelligent. The vast majority of white people are tribal. The vast majority of people are quick to hate. Like, there's something going on with that girl Kylie Perkins on the TikTok, because she made one video about, oh, she don't think like it's humane to deport people. And you should see how these white people who claim to be conservatives and Trump supporters, you should see how they're handling that girl. I'm like, this is just crazy. They are so flippant. They're so extreme. And like, these people they do a cult of a person. I'm like, they literally worship Trump. They worship Trump. I'm like, so you don't care about America. You just care about a person. And I'm like, these kinds of people, these MAGA people, for real, if Trump was to say he wants to run for a third time, I truly believe they would support him. Because white people, a lot of them, they're not too smart. They are not, they're so primitive. You would think they just left England like 2 days ago. And we were like, we're still like the 1600s. I'm like, man, these people are crazy, right? But you know, they're manufacturing cars in China, right? If everything, they're manufacturing these electrical cars in Mexico. If everything is to go as planned, a lot of American people would actually want to buy those cars because they're a lot cheaper and they're more efficient. They are just more efficient, right? But you see, and this is something that you learn about Hitler, is that there's nothing more there's nothing that creates more patriotism, or I guess like, yeah, so-called like that dark side of patriotism into people, than to make them xenophobic. To make them feel like, though, these people are coming after you. These people want your jobs. These people want your country. These people, da, da, da. But my thing is, how do we even know that these people are truly Mexican? How do we know? Because somebody waves a Mexican flag, does that automatically mean they're Mexican? Right? I'm like, this is kind of weird, y'all. This is kind of weird. This is really weird. This is truly weird. And I'm like, Trump and his people, they've been doing a whole lot of weird stuff. And do not forget that Trump, his cabinet is almost 80% Zionist. It is weird. The makeup, like Zionists in this country do not make up 80% of the American population. So it's definitely giving DI, right? But you see, a lot of these white people, they're not too smart and they struggle with connecting the dots. If you're against DI, if you are against quotas, if you are against did not earn it, then how exactly is Trump's cabinet 80% Zionist? These are all children of German immigrants, right? So how's that even possible? If anything, his cabinet should be maybe 80% Anglo-Saxon. You know what I mean? Because the predominant, like the vast majority of white Americans are of British descent. They're not of German descent. Like, what is going on here? Okay, so I'm like, even his cabinet is giving DEI, because why is it that 80% of your cabinet is full of Zionists? It's full of Zionists, and you should also know this: Israel, the ZZs, okay, Israel and Benjamin Netanyahu, he wants to also install facial recognition surveillance inside of Gaza, so they can just recognize people and start shooting their asses. You understand? But I'm like, I can see how you create an event that triggers. People think it's patriotism, but it's really xenophobia. Okay, it's truly racism. It's truly hate for people because you cannot confirm. I'm not saying that it's not possible, but I'm saying 100%. You cannot confirm that what you're seeing is what you're actually seeing. You cannot confirm. And with everything we've been through here in America, with everything we have been through with the mainstream media, you cannot confirm that what you're seeing right here is not paid chaos. It's not some goofy ass ad to get people to be like, oh, you know what? Yeah, you're right. Install facial recognition thing. Because this is how they do things, right? They use 9/11, and some people even believe that 9/11 was orchestrated in order to trigger the American people so badly. They're like, yeah, go to war with whoever, because all they wanted to see people die because they feel like they deserve revenge, right? I'm like, white people know each other. White politicians, they know each other. They know how to trigger the mass whiteness to trigger them into being hateful because it's a hateful people, because they're very tribal. And because white people are so tribal, it obstructs their thinking a lot of the time. And they become so self-righteous. And there's nothing more dangerous than self-righteous white people. Because once a white person has convinced him or herself that they know everything, oh yeah, you cannot reason with these people because they're so full of themselves. They are so look even what's his name? Carlson Tucker. Is that his name? Right? He was so convinced about Iraq. He was out here every day encouraging people. He built his platform encouraging the mass slaughter of Iraqis because he's self-righteous. He's a white person. They are self-righteous. And they never see how their self-righteousness causes mass murder. It causes genocides of the scale of which you can't even measure. You know what I'm saying? 25 years of killing nothing but Arabs. 25 years. They spent a quarter of a century murdering one particular group of people. And they spent $14 trillion. Their national debt is $36 trillion. I'm like, so you spent almost half your money? Half of your debt went into killing Arabs. And is America any safer? Of course not. But they don't care because they care more about their fears than they care about being rational people. They're not, it's not a rational people. So I'm like, to me, Marlene, I'm like, well, we're seeing in LA because some people in LA are claiming that they're not seeing these riots. So I'm like, if you're not seeing it, where is it happening? Why are these riots just, quarantined to a particular area of LA? Why is it not all throughout LA? Which means that most people don't even care to riot, right? Why is this sentiment not throughout the entire LA? But it's just in certain parts of LA. So I'm like, is this just theater, right? Is this just theater? Did you pick a zip code that they can go there and just damage shit because it's not going to cost much to fix it, right? Because why are people rioting in Beverly Hills? Why are they rioting on Rodeo Drive, right? It seems like they're rioting in like poor neighborhoods and things like that. So I'm like, is this a stage? And don't forget also, California, especially Los Angeles, that is the home of Hollywood. So how do you know this is not a Hollywood production brought to you by, once again, the Zionist? Because let's not act like the vast majority of LA studios, LA production houses are not owned by Ashkenazi Jews. Let's not do this. Let's not do this. So I'm like, you have to question everything you see. You have to question everything you see. And I'm saying this like on both sides, both these white people and white conservative and white liberals in politics, they could all be working together. It's like divide to conquer. We're going to pretend to hate each other on camera, but behind the scenes, we're going to invest in the same technology that will surveil the people. Okay? Do not put anything past these people. Do not put anything past these people. Do not put anything past these people. Because one thing is sure and two things are certain about white Americans, they will do anything for money. These are people whose ancestors sold human beings. It's in their blood. I don't care what they say. It's in their blood. Like treachery, it's in their blood. Okay, you study the whole Roman stuff, how they killed Julius Caesar, then they killed Marcus Antony, then they killed this one, and they killed Cicero, and they killed this one, backstabbing each other. These senators were out here stabbing the dog crap at each other. This is insanity. You have to study their history. People don't change. Okay, a leopard does not change its spots. White people will always give whiteness. They will always give whiteness. This is who they are. You like, especially if you watch Game of Thrones. If you watch Game of Thrones, you know how they are. They do one thing in public and they do something behind the scenes at night when nobody's watching. They make deals behind the scenes when nobody's watching, but they'll come in public and pretend to be enemies, to deceive you, to confuse you, because they have a plan. They have a plan for you, all right? They have a plan for you, all right? But I'm like, this right here, me, Marlene, I don't trust it. Because I truly believe in my heart that they want to install facial recognition surgery that is going to be like powered by AI. So everything you do, anywhere you go, like just like in China, right? You go in the subway, they'll see you. You don't pick up your trash, they'll see you. People will start having demerit points for not being good people. They want to surveil people. They want an intense state of surveillance. And I'm like, this is so, I mean, there's a good part to it. Is okay, if you ever were to have a riot, or if you were ever to have crazy people cross the border, yeah, you could say you can recognize their faces. However, what if it also comes to free speech? And now you have a person, or you have a group of persons who do not agree with the government, whatever government that is. Because, you know, sometimes even with these white Americans, you know, because I see many of them, like I said, they can't think a lot. They ain't really smart because you don't think far ahead. Because, yeah, today you like Trump, but is Trump going to be forever the president of America? No, he's not. No, he's not. Trump is going to die. He's 77, okay? But what about the next presidents? What about the next cabinets that are coming? What if these are not good people? What if these are not good people? And then they come after you. What about the next time there's some kind of, you know, pandemic or something like that? And then people start to track who didn't get the thingy. You know what I mean? Like you always got to think big. Don't just make a decision because today, oh, I like this president and I worship him. So whatever he wants to do, I ride for that. No, because Trump will come and go. America will still stay. America will still remain. And you have to think about, what does America look like outside of Trump? What does America look like if Trump is no longer president? You understand? Because even that JD Vance dude, JD Vance is weird as fuck. JD Vance is weird as fuck. He is weird as fuck. Do you know how many times that white boy don't change his last name? I'm like, who the fuck are you? Who the fuck are you? How can one person, like, he's only 40 years old. You're only 40, fam. Like, what is he, 39 or 40? How can you change your name 3 times? What the fuck is this? What is he hiding? He has 3 names. JD Vance is not even his real name. How can we have a vice president who's a vice president and that's not even his real name? But they had an issue with Barack Obama being born in Kenya. I'm not, hold up, wait a minute. What? This is not your name? No, JD Vance is not his real name. This dude has changed his name 3 times. Like his mama changed his name twice because every time she had a new man, she changed his name. I'm like, girl, what kind of trailer trash shit is this? Girl. And then when he graduated from Yale, he changed his name. But at the same time, too, though, Yale is a recruiting ground for the CIA. So did those people tell him to change his name so he could have a brand new life, a brand new chapter? Then it makes you think also, his wife, Usha, is she suspicious? Because does she know that she's married to a white man that got 3 different names? Like, who is she also? Who is she? Who is she? I'm like, you start looking at all these people sideways. I'm like, what the freak? Because is she also part of CIA? You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all, it is very weird. It is truly, truly weird. Because what kind of Indian girl will be okay marrying a pretty much white trash? Like your family, your Indian family, your people in India, they were okay with you marrying the son of a crackhead with no daddy who changed his name 3 times? Indian people, the way they love status, the way they love hierarchy, or maybe she's a Dalit, I don't know. Like, where does she fall in the caste system in India? But I'm like, this is weird, unless Usha herself is part of the CIA. Because I'm like, girl, how come we haven't seen your family? Well, you don't see her Indian family nowhere. You don't see her mother. You don't see her father. You don't see, like, no, it's like she's just with that white man. I'm like, where is your Indian family? Where are your Indian folks? What is wrong with this chick? You know what I'm saying? Like, what? Yeah, I'm like, what is wrong with this chick? Like, where is your family? Where is your mother? Even if your mother's dead, where are your aunts? Where are your uncles? If both your parents are dead, you should have so many Indian people riding behind you. Y'all got mad children. You got mad family. You people, Indian people come from really big families. Something is weird, y'all. Something is bizarre. Something is bizarre. Trump 2.0 is not Trump 1.0. I don't know what these Zionists have on that man. It's not even just the Jeffrey Einstein file. I don't know if he borrowed money from these people. I don't know what is going on. But I am telling you, Trump is not a freed man. Trump is not a freed man. I'm like, this is not the same person. This is not the same person. This is not the same person. You run on America first, and everything you do is what is going to serve Israel. This is extremely bizarre. Your entire cabinet is almost 80% Zionist. Even that girl, Marjorie Taylor Greene, she complained about that. And I guess she got the phone call from the ZZs, right? But if she don't walk it back, something bad's going to happen to her. So she walked it back. But a lot of people are noticing this. Like, it's truly, truly bizarre. It's truly bizarre. Let me finish this video. Hold on.
The organization was called No Kings. They said June 14th, we're going to be protesting, and these are the streets that you need to be on, and this is what you need to do. You need to cause chaotic disruptions. And they said that there's going to be pallets of like bricks and different things everywhere that protesters could use.
I just got offered $200 to go protest ICE right here in New York City. There's an organization called the Kings. Basically, on June 14th, they're going to have a big protest. They're recruiting people, telling you people where they got to go, what streets.
Okay, so allegedly, it could be true, it could not be true. But I'm just saying, y'all, we need to have discernment in this. And honestly, we all need to pray. We need to pray for God to give us a breakthrough. Like, God got to give us enlightenment about the situation. Because I'm telling you guys, I am not trusting this. Look at this video. Hold on. Let's watch this video, right? Let's watch this video from Larry Ellison. So he's the CEO of Cisco, right? Listen to what this crazy white man had to say.
Technology executive Larry Ellison is America's third richest man. His company, Oracle, makes a widely used database. It handles everything from online banking to airline reservations. It is even used by NSA. But Oracle is in a legal battle with Google, accusing the online search giant of using its programming language without permission. I sat down with Ellison last week at his vast compound south of San Francisco. We spoke about many things, including Google founders Larry Page and Sergey Brin.
I think most of the guys, the only problem guys I have trouble with are the Google guys.
And also, don't forget these two, especially Sergey. These are all Ashkenazis. Okay. Oh yes, y'all, it's real. Even the guy, the Larry Ellison. No, sorry. What's the guy? The guy from ChatGPT, right? He's also right. So how do we know he's not a Zionist? Right? How do we know it's not? The vast majority of these tech firms in California are founded by Ashkenazi Jews. And many of them have these Zionist ideals. It's the real thing. I don't even think they go to the synagogue to even read the Torah. I think they really go to the synagogue to be brainwashed into Zionism. It is a cult within itself. It's a cult. I want to call it the Mormon church, but it's like, you know how Mormons don't read the Bible. They read the Book of Mormons. Okay. When they knock at your door like this, they will show you the Book of Mormons. They don't read the Bible. They don't read the Bible. They are trained in the Book of Mormons. They're not trained in the Bible. That's why they believe that man, Joseph Smith, is the Melchizedek. I'm like, how can he be the Melchizedek? Like, what are you even talking about? Right? Because they don't read the Bible. They're not trained in the Bible. They are trained in the Book of Mormons. So it's like when you're a Zionist, I even wonder when you go to I guess Sunday school or Saturday school or rabbit school, whatever you call it, right? I even wonder Sabbath school. I even wonder if these young people are actually reading the Torah or are they reading the tenets of Zionism? Because it's funny how they never talk about praying. They never talk about praying for their enemies. They never talk about believing in God. It's always kill people, kill people, kill people, kill people. And I'm like, what kind of people are fake? The only way they know how to answer conflict, resolve conflict, is through murder. Like, that's crazy. What kind of God is that? What kind of God do you pray to? Unless you don't actually read your Torah. You are reading the book of the Zionist. Okay, that would make sense, right? Because it's very bizarre.
Really? So Larry and Sergey, you have trouble with?
Larry specifically. Larry's. I think.
Larry per se.
Yeah, Larry per se.
Why?
Because he makes the decisions over there. He runs that company. No one else runs that company. And they decided. Let me be very clear. When you write a program for the Android phone, you write it. You use the Oracle tool or Oracle Java tools for everything. And at the very end, you press a button and said, convert this to Android format. We don't compete with Google. We don't do anything Google does.
No.
We just think they took our stuff and that was wrong. That's a completely separate issue.
But I mean, you think they're evil?
I think what they did was absolutely evil.
And you blame Larry Page.
100% Larry Page.
So if what they did is evil, that makes Larry Page evil.
No, it makes what he did evil, which is quite different. And I know his slogan is "Don't be evil."
Exactly. That's what I'm talking.
Hold on. Let me just play it here. I don't know where he's talking about this stuff.
Heard of.
Hold on.
Here is a clip from CBS Morning Show all the way back in 2013.
11 years ago.
This whole issue of privacy is utterly fascinating to me. Who's ever heard of this information being misused by the government? In what way?
Well, I just hear you clearly. You're saying whatever the NSA is doing is okay with me.
It's great. It's great. It's essential. By the way, President Obama thinks it's essential. It's essential if we want to minimize the kind of strikes that we just had in Boston. It's absolutely essential.
But what point would it be alarming for you in terms of government surveillance? At what point would your red line be crossed?
If the government used it to do political targeting, if the Democrats used it to go after Republicans.
So he understands that if you install facial recognition technology, the government can use that to go after people they don't like. And we saw that with Joe Biden, Kamala Harris. We saw it on YouTube. How many people lost their channels? How many people? Because you have a lot of politicians who cannot stand being talked about. You can't even criticize, even criticizing their policy. It's gonna be a problem, right? But you saw Kamala Harris. You saw it. You saw it here on YouTube. You saw it with COVID. You saw it you saw what almost happened to Joe Rogan. Okay, like even Joe Rogan, they almost pulled his shit. They almost pulled his shit because people were saying, "Hey, Lacey, he's out here pushing horse dewormer," and now the same people are on horse dewormer. Chris Cuomo. How many people ridiculed Joe Rogan when he was talking about his freaking whatever that thing is called? Oh, this is horse medication. This is a horse dewormer. Wumpty wump wump. He's misinforming people because they get to decide what misinformation is. Like, what the heck? Who made you the authority of misinformation? No, because anything that is inconvenient to their ultimate control, their relentless control, is misinformation. So I'm like, so you understand? So you see, he recognizes that facial recognition surveillance can be abused by the government, and it will be, because people are people, and power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts. If you're about to win an election, if you can raise $300, how much did Kamala Harris raise? She raised $1.4 billion, right? And if you realize that some people out here could cost you your election, they could cost you to lose that $1.4 billion. Yeah, even me, Marlene, I might want to use it too. That's why sometimes certain tools should not be available to people, because you are a person. And if you get criticized and you don't like it and it can cost you billions of dollars, what are the odds that you're going to be like, you know what, let it play out. It is what it is. People have the right to disagree. People have the right to say, no, that takes a highly spiritual person. And that kind of person is nowhere to be found in the world of politics. And I'm like, that is incredibly dangerous. But I'm saying they need something they need an event. They need something to get the American people, especially these white Americans, to be like, yeah, do it, right? Because one thing about white Americans, they don't have self-awareness. Because if they had self-awareness, they would recognize that even before the days of Pearl Harbor, they've been getting played by their government. But you see, white people too, they are perpetual victims. They are freaking ethnic national narcissists, always trying to blame somebody else, but to take their own accountability. Because what the heck, you study Pearl Harbor, you realize that man could have moved that fucking boat. He could have told them people, yo, you're about to get bombed, move. But FDR stood there, he knew they're going to get bombed, and he left that boat right there, and he watched these people get slaughtered because he wanted to use his little technology. Nuclear bombs. Because if I move the boat, I'm not going to have a valid argument to use it. Truman, I'm not going to have a valid argument to use it. So you let your own people die because you know it's going to cause so much national outcry. And these deranged, demented white people, because you know the old part of the KKK, okay? You gotta be very hateful to do what whites have done in this country. Remember, I don't even think there's any salvation for these people because it runs in their blood. And like the Bible says, you pay for the sins of generations that came before you. So whatever. But my point is, he left that thing there. There are people who question 9/11. It is a real thing. There are people who are even saying that they knew it was going to happen. And they didn't even tell people not to go to work that day. But the man who works for Trump, the one that's like his Ministry of Commerce, whatever, Minister of Commerce, that Jewish man, allegedly, he didn't go there that day because he worked in the Twin Towers. He didn't go to work. And he's saying, oh, the reason why he didn't go to work because his wife asked him to take the kids to school that day. So that's why he didn't go. I'm like, yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. Of course. Because most likely, too, he probably has connection with the Zionists, these Zionist people. And he's in the know. And they told him, don't go. Do not go. Because every single Muslim country or every single Muslim people America has slaughtered has been at the behest of Benjamin Netanyahu. He decides who these white people are going to kill. That's what it is. And then they find a way to use their mainstream media to sell it to the American people as if, oh, this is really going to benefit you. This is going to make you safe. This is going to combat terrorism. This is going to bring democracy around the world. The whole time, even here, we don't have a fucking democracy. We have a republic, a constitutional republic. So how can I want democracy for somebody else when even myself over here, there is no democracy. It's a constitutional republic. I mean, you swear white Americans don't know that they have an electoral college. Are you crazy? They swear they haven't seen, what's his name, Al Gore. Did he win the popular votes, right? And then he lost the election to like one electoral college vote. They swear Hillary Clinton did not win the popular vote and lose the electoral college vote. So what other country do you know that has an electoral college vote? Where? So how can you really believe in your goofy ass head that you are living in a democracy? What democracy? If we were really in democracy, we would just have the popular vote. Whoever wins the popular vote, well, that's it, you won. But that's not how it works, is it? Right? So that's insane. You're not even a democracy. But once again, it's white people being self-righteous. They are self-righteous. What they don't have for themselves, they want others to do, and they think, oh, I know what's best for you. I'm an American. I only speak one language. I'm obese as fuck. Right? I am remedial as fuck. I have a 4th grade reading comprehension level, but somehow I know what's good for someone in Iraq. Do you even speak the language? I know what's good for somebody in Bangladesh. I know what's good for somebody in Yemen. I know what's good for somebody in Argentina. Right? And this is not the peak of self-righteousness, where white people think they know what's best for everybody else but themselves. They know what's good for everybody else, but their actual lives here in America are a hot-ass mess. The vast majority of white Americans are in fucking disarray. The vast majority of white Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. They are struggling. They're divorced. They have broken homes. They're all mentally ill. They're all medicated. But they think they always know what's best for somebody else, but instead of taking care of themselves, because they're so self-righteous. Hey, Ms. V, they're so damn self-righteous that you can meet 3 out of 4 white people. I promise you, maybe just one of them has his life or her life somewhat in order. Their lives are so fucking chaotic. But the problem is they get all this audacity from looking at their complexion. Oh, I'm white, so therefore I'm right. No, you're not. You're self-righteous. Sit your ass down somewhere. Sit your ass down somewhere. Because this is why white people have caused so much harm. Even with the KKK, self-righteous. Oh, so you said this black boy looked at you? Okay, he needs to die. Why? How do you even know he did it? Because they're self-righteous. They think they know everything. And they all do it. White liberals do it. They think they know it all. White conservatives do it. They think they know it all. These white people think they know everything. And that's why they're so dangerous. Because when you believe that you can never be wrong, you are more likely to commit some of the worst crimes against humanity because you don't have humility. And that's the problem with white people. White people lack humility. They truly do. You can think that you know, but you should always say to yourself, you know what? There's always a margin of error. I could be wrong, though. So let me not put my whole chest in it. Because all I know is being a white American. I've never lived outside. Matter of fact, you barely even engage with other ethnic groups because you're so fucking tribal. You are so tribal. So make it make sense. But how can you live in America? You barely speak correct English. Let's say that, because many of them is white trash. They can barely speak coherent English, okay? Let's be so for real. But somehow you know what's best for the entire world, because some of them happen to go to an Ivy League school. So because you went to Harvard, it means you're the smartest in the entire world. And this kind of cultural, ethnic narcissism, right? Entitlement, self-righteousness is why they had so many blind spots when it came to the Chinese. Because when they saw the Chinese, they probably saw some yellow N-words, because I'm sure that's how they call them. They probably saw some yellow N-words with very tiny eyes. And they're like, yeah, they're never going to catch up to us. Because once again, they're self-righteous. Because when you're not self-righteous, at the end of the day, China is over 5,000 years old. 5,000 years. America is only 400 years. But imagine the level of audacity. Imagine how you must be so full of yourself that you would underestimate a people who have existed as a nation, whatever, for 5,000 years, when you've only been outside for 400 years. But they looked at these people. They saw how small they were. They saw how tiny they were. They saw how poor they were at that time. And they told themselves, they will never catch up to us. Because that's how white people think. They always underestimate people because they think somehow God is dead and it's their responsibility to be gods on earth and bully everybody else. No. And in less than 50 years, look at how the Chinese people have caught up to these Americans, and they are shaming these white Americans. And instead of admitting to themselves that they are losing the AI fight, the renewable energy fight, the rare earth mineral acquisition fight, they're losing it all to the Chinese. So now anywhere in the world where China has production, they have to find a way to start issues with that country because they don't want those goods to come here. Because if the goods come here, like I told you, those EVs, those electric vehicles, if these EVs come into the American market, the American people and whoever lives here, like any American consumer, will no longer support American car companies because our eyes are going to be open. Maybe the Germans are going to stand, like the Audis, Mercedes, and BMW and things like that. The German cars, they probably will stand because German people don't play about their engineering. They don't play about their engineering, but they're going to feel some heat though. But as far as like GMC, Chevrolet, Dodge, Ford, they're not going to last because these white people are mediocre. They are mediocre. There's a reason why Europeans do not want their cars because it's all clunk, but it's not savvy design. American cars are just bulky for the sake of being bulky, okay? But is this the best design possible? No, because they just go with size. You understand? They just go for size because size is impressive to them. It's not ingenuity or like actually creating a proper design. They're not the best at design. They're truly not. They're truly not. Think of how long, like Motorola with the Razr had people in a chokehold when it came to that phone, right? Korean, okay? It's Korean, right? And then what's his name? Steve Jobs with Apple with the iPhone. But for the longest, the Motorola Razr was out here just destroying. It was just taking all the money, because it was a very sleek design, right? I don't know who came up with the BlackBerry. Maybe it's a white American company, but you see, it was not ergonomic. Like it was not user friendly. It was just too much. It was just too much. But I'm like, there's a real jealousy here. So I'm saying, like, when it comes to the riots that we are seeing, we really have to question what's the bigger picture. Is it just about deportation? Is it just about deportation? How do we know that these people that we see on the TV screen rioting are not paid actors and actresses to wave the break stuff, destroy stuff, wave the Mexican flag, and encourage these white people to have their feelings of xenophobia per usual? Because it's very easy for them to be hateful. Because, you saw with Carmelo Anthony, they don't want to hear the facts. Because they see your color, their color, they assume that you're an aggressor. They always assume the worst out of people. It's not a people who care about the fact. They care about how they feel and what they see. As if you can always trust what you see. But you see with Carmelo Anthony, as soon as they heard a black boy stabbed a white boy, they went off. Oh, he's from a broken home. He doesn't have a daddy. He's a YN. Wump. Self-righteous. These are self-righteous people. They think everybody's the same. When the whole time, they're all the same. But the flexion is their ministry. You know what I'm saying? And also we know it's the people who love to lie. So I'm like, Trump, you're white. So, lying is in your blood also. So whatever. Gavin Newsom also, he's white. So lying also is in his DNA. So I'm like, these people right here, they could come out in the media and pretend to be opposing forces. But behind the scenes, they're all invested in these surveillance companies. They're all going to get paid. They are all going to get paid. And until we know that these people have no common investments, we have to treat all these white folks as if you're part of the same team, just wearing different jerseys. This is another day of white people playing Family Feud. Do not fall for it. Do not fall for it. Because I'm like, 11 years ago, he already had this idea. You see? And that's the thing about white people versus black people, for example. We think on a day-to-day basis. These people have things planned for decades. They have things planned for 100 years. And they will keep finding the right politicians that can make that plan come to pass. Okay, you are more likely to accept my plan, so I'm going to back your campaign. You're not going to help my plan, so I'm going to put money against your campaign. One thing, one point. They just find the right politicians for what they have in store. You understand? Even the politician, even him, does he really care about Trump? Hell no. Trump is going to be his useless idiot who doesn't understand the technology, but he's going to think, oh, this is good for you. It's going to make these white folks like you. Okay, cool, I'll do it, without really understanding the technology. You think Trump understands AI? You think Trump really understands what this stuff is? No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. But these are people who gave him a lot of money for his campaign. These are people who understand. Trump has a way of connecting with the underbelly of white Americans. Right? Trump has a way of connecting with some of the most unsophisticated white people you've ever met. You understand? Right? And I feel like sometimes you need white trash, you need the low class, you need the poor white people, right? Because they're not really intelligent. They haven't traveled, they're not rich, they're suffering. And mind you, these poor white people, they're getting effed over by white people too. But it's like, it's absolute lunacy to me for these white people that I see them all over social media. They really believe that Trump cares about them. I'm like, wow, this man has turned into a demagogue. Okay? They really believe that a billionaire cares about poor people. And I'm like, you got to give Trump an A+ when it comes to, I don't know, is if it's marketing, if it's like his gospel, I don't know. It's like the way he has been able to convince these people that he's honest, he has integrity, he cares about the poor whites. He wants them to have jobs, and he wants to bring the job back from China. And you see these white folks eat that shit up, right? You realize these are a very unsophisticated people. They are intellectually, I don't want to say inferior, but they're definitely unsophisticated because he doesn't care about you. You help him to get elected as like voting, but his campaign money, it didn't come from you. And you have to know that. His campaign money did not come from you. When Trump had to post $150 million for his bond, it didn't come from you. You don't know where he went and got this money. You don't know who gave him this money. But I'm like, it's really a sad thing. I guess I see it with black people too, because they really believe in the Democratic Party. I'm like, they don't care about you. But poor whites also, the way they have so much faith and so much hope in Trump, and the way they truly believe that a billionaire, a businessman, a real estate person who screwed so many people over, a politician, is some kind of God's answer to their problem. And I'm like, yeah, these white folks too, they have a victim mentality. Because when you're sitting here and you believe that a person is coming to save you, or another white man coming to save you, a white billionaire who spent his entire life in upstate New York in some of the most fanciest houses, fanciest apartment condos, you name it. He's never been poor. He's never lived among the poor. He's never even vacationed over there with you poor people. Okay? Exactly. That's why I call it every time. I said, this is nothing more than Family Feud. I do not fall for this. I'm like, this is just white folks doing Family Feud. Okay? But at the end of the day, they're family. But it's the way you see them take advantage of poor whites, though, because they recognize that these poor whites are not intellectually savvy. Then they're definitely not politically sophisticated. They don't understand politics. They do not understand politics. And they don't understand that whoever pays for someone to get elected is the one that's running the White House. But I'm like, This is crazy.
If the Republicans used it to go after Democrats. In other words, if it became we stopped looking for terrorists and we started looking for people with on the other side of the aisle.
Right, Larry. Who has ever heard of the government misusing this type of data? I don't know. How about that one time when the federal government mandated an experimental medical procedure with no concern for HIPAA or medical privacy or autonomy, no informed consent, and no accountability for your oligarch buddies when they made off with billions of dollars and we made off with a long list of strange side effects and a totally mysterious spike in all-cause mortality? And where he would draw the line on surveillance? If we stopped looking for terrorists and started looking for people on the other side of the aisle? Oh yeah. Like if you started looking for people on college campuses that criticized a foreign government, not even our own corrupt government, a foreign government. Yeah, Larry, I'm sure that our government would never use these powers for political or other.
Let's start here too. Hold on.
So let's start today by diving into the history of our smooth talking vice president from the most humble of beginnings. Because if you didn't know, JD Vance was not born JD. And not born Vance. In fact, he's changed his first, middle, and last names more than once. He was born James Donald Bowman in Ohio in 1984. Following his mother's divorce from his father, his name was changed to James David Hamill. Donald becoming David allowed him to keep his nickname as JD, and his last name became Hamill after his mother's third husband's name. After his mother divorced again...
You see this white woman? You see this? That's how you know this is white trash. Your mother had 3 husbands, girl, and she had a long drug addiction. What in the trailer park is going on, y'all? Okay, what in the local Walmart gossip is this? Like, what is this? 3 husbands, y'all. 3 husbands. Well, I tell you, white women are just as ratchet as black women. They're just doing it a different way. This is just some hood rat. This is some hood rat behavior. Like, what is this, girl? You have 3 husbands. And every time she has a new man, she changes that boy's name. Like, what are you running from? What are you doing? What are you doing? I'm like, what is this? Girl, this lady is a mess. She is a mess. I'm like, what in the local Walmart gossip in the Midwest is going on? What is this? Girl, have you heard? Allie Mae and them got a new husband again, okay? Like, what is this? They are, I'm telling you, these white girls are a hot-ass mess. They are a hot-ass mess. They are a mess. It's only black people who are not familiar with whites that put whites on a pedestal. You know what I'm saying? Because when you don't, it's like that parent that never shows up. You have fantasies about who they are because you don't really know the person, right? But once you start having more interaction with that parent, you're like, yeah, I like my mother better. I like my daddy better. Because you're crazy, right? So any black person who puts a white person on a pedestal because they're not familiar with white people. Otherwise, you'll realize that they're really ratchet. They are truly unsophisticated. They are truly like, they're uncouth. It's an uncouth people, you know? They're very barbarian. Like, where are your manners? You don't see a lot of white folks don't have manners. They don't wash their hands. They touch food and things like that. Child. Who raised you? Themselves. But I'm like, Annie Mae, Sally Mae, Sue Ann, how you gonna have 3 husbands, sis? That the boy's only 6 years old. You already have 3 husbands? Hey, Diana. 3 husbands. And every time she's changing this boy's name. How is he not gonna be confused? I was like, what in the world? These women are crazy. Then she had the drug addiction. So who knows what else she did with her kitty cat? Unbelievable.
He changed his last name to Vance. By then, he was serving as a U.S. Marine. Worth noting, though, that although he rightly called out Tim Walz for stolen valor during the presidential campaign, Vance didn't exactly serve in combat either. He was in the press corps and served as a military journalist. I don't really know what that means, but I know it means that he didn't see combat. And that's fine. It's just worth noting, I thought. Yeah. So it's also worth noting that in his book, Hillbilly Elegy, he claimed he changed his name on his wedding day in 2014. But his legal name change took place in April of 2013, just before he graduated from Yale. If you don't know, Yale has a long and storied reputation as a grooming and recruiting ground for America's power elite. The intelligence agencies recruit from Yale, and many presidents, politicians, and senior executives grace its halls. J.D. Vance, as far as we know, was not in Skull and Bones, but I want to remind us all about Skull and Bones real quick while we're here. Skull and Bones is the quintessential secret society. All sorts of wild stories and rumors surround their induction rituals, mostly involving a coffin and somewhat homosexual group acts that are hard to classify as anything other than a shared blackmail ritual. Skull and Bones is most notable, though, for the sheer quantity of powerful
And this is what I tell you, Rome never died. Rome never died. These Europeans, they left Europe and they brought all that Roman filth, pederasty, their homosexuality, the whatever. They brought all that stuff over here. And they're going to tell you they're not racist. If you're not racist, then why do you have secret societies? For why do you have secrets? Why do you have secret societies? If we have a fair political process, if anybody can just work hard and be successful, if anybody can just work hard and become president, why do we have secret societies? Why do you have secrets? And also, why are you penetrating men in the butt for them to join some fraternity? For what reason? So they have tapes of people and they're doing stuff to them in the booty, but somehow Diddy and his tapes and his baby oil, it's a problem. Nothing but distraction, I tell you. Nothing more than distractions. They are the true perverts. They are the true sexual deviants of America. Okay? Don't ever let them bamboozle you. They just focus more on Black people, so it takes the heat off of them. And they get to pretend to be classy people, sophisticated people, one. No, they're ratchet as fuck. Barbarian as fuck. Okay? All kinds of crazy. I'm like, this is insanity. This is really insanity. And I even think people like that too, like J.D. Vance and them, because they were so poor going to Yale, seeing all these rich ass kids. I wonder what that also does to you, from your mom being married 3 or 4 times, your mom being a crackhead, right? Who knows if your mom was selling box to take care of her drug addiction, right? I don't even know how the hell you got into Yale, but maybe they felt sorry for you because you were also DI. But my thing is, once you get in there and you see the wealth of these children, the wealth of their families, I can only imagine what that does to you and what you will be willing to do to one day be just as wealthy or to be just as you can say the pot calling the kettle black, but at the end of the day, the whites are the whites, right? Whites are the whites. You're also damn funny. You act like you did not own Black people for over 400 years. So if Black people have certain behaviors because they learned that shit from you, self-awareness, motherfucker, right? Self-awareness, motherfucker, right? It gonna go a long way, right? You grab people, you kidnap people, you bring them to the Americas, you change their name, you change their custom, you tell them they cannot read, you enforce illiteracy on a people, you torture a people. You don't think if you are being abused, you are owned and abused and handled by evil people. You don't think that people are going to pick up on these ways? Are you actually stupid, right? Where does a child learn to be violent? In the home. Where does a former slave learn to be violent? By his slave owner, dumbass, right? It's called fucking self-awareness. You think you white people were out here being angelic, being well-behaved, well-mannered, and then somehow descendants of the enslaved just suddenly decided to become crazy and deviant and violent? No, they learned that shit from fucking you because you're white trash. And if we talk about Southern plantation, this is where most Black people used to be. Most Black people were handled. These plantations were owned and managed by white trash, Southern white trash. And that's why even the way Black people speak in America, for the most part, they sound like Southern white trash people. Hey, y'all, what you ain't gonna do? Da-da-da. That's how white trash talks English. Okay? It's called self-awareness, right? If you're a parent and you hear tomorrow that your son or your daughter is out here doing all kinds of fuckery, well, guess the fuck they learned that shit from you. Because there is no way that you can raise your child correctly and that child leaves the home and acts a fool. That is not possible, right? So as they say, the apple don't fall far from the tree, nor does the slave, or the freed slave, because he will be like a micro, a miniature, right, of everything he has observed his slave owner do. So they're like, let's not pretend. 400 years of captivity, and if people become violent because they were handled by violent people, the fuck you don't understand. Are you slow? Then again, you're probably white. Right? The fuck you don't understand. You think nice people, do you think nobody gives a fuck? You're not going to distract me about the slave trade. We're not even going there, bitch. Like, don't lose the fucking plot. At the end of the day, no matter how slavery came to be, there was slavery here, right? White people owned Black people, right? white people were responsible for passing laws that said that black people were not human beings, or they were not citizens. They were like 3/5 of a person, and I guess 2/5 animal, right? It's white people, right? It's white people who said that black people can't read. What the fuck do you think is going to happen when you tell people not to go to school for 400 years? What kind of product do you think you're going to get? Do you think illiterate people are more likely to be peaceful or violent? That's what I'm saying. Are you dumb? Are you stupid? But then again, you're white. Do you even know who your father is? Right? Make it make sense. As if you people are not responsible for the black people of America. Like, are you insane? Are you truly insane? From the inception of this country right here, did they have the same rights as white people? Were they treated equally as white people? So, well, from the jump, you had the same opportunities as us, right? Can you fucking white people say that shit? Can you white people say, oh yeah, from the moment we started America, we allowed black people and these Africans to come here and have the same rights as us? You can never say that. You can never say that. So then if these people now are behaving a certain way, why don't you also take accountability? But then again, you're fucking white and it's hard for you to do, huh? Make it fucking sense. You control the entire country. You control people. You write laws. You even make it illegal to read. Do you know how many enslaved people or freed people were even lynched and murdered for being caught with a book? Do you even know your history? You demented white freak. Do you even know your history? Do you know your history? That's so damn crazy. Yo, oh, but you know this. I don't give a fuck about the slave trade. I'm talking about the continental U.S. What the fuck happened here? That's what the fuck we're talking about. We are talking about the treatment of black people, the treatment of enslaved Africans on this fucking continental U.S. Do not talk to me about the slave trade. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Okay? It's not until like 1970s that America has its first black Supreme Court justice. Get the fuck out of here. Exactly. We don't wrestle against flesh and blood, but unfortunately we wrestle with white people and their bad intent, right? Unfortunately, we have to wrestle against you people and your intellectual dishonesty. That is so sad, because you're right. The Bible does say we don't wrestle against flesh and blood, but unfortunately for us black people, on top of everything we have to do throughout the day, we have to wrestle against white people and their willful dishonesty. You are an intellectually dishonest people. You are so dishonest. Okay, I don't give a fuck what he is, but he definitely is manifested in white people. That's what the fuck he does. He might not be physically real, but when we see white folks, we have a good idea of what the fuck he's about. Because that's some crazy shit. Even the projects, even the ghettos, it's white people who create that shit. You're gonna pack all these people on such a small surface area. Shit's about to go left, but you didn't care. You didn't care. Right? You go to Germany, you fight, quote unquote, the Nazis, and you come back to America and you start calling the places that you have forced black people to live for your white convenience. You start calling them places ghettos. But somehow, when you say anything about the Jews, it's anti-Semitic. But it's okay to call where black Americans live the ghetto. Like, you people are sick as hell. I don't even care. We don't have the blood or whatever. But that, to me, Marlene, it's not even possible for the vast majority of white people to even know the blood of Christ. Because when you know Christ, you apologize. And when you know Christ, you tell the truth, though. And you recognize, like, you know what? We had a part to play. You can say at the individual level, everybody somewhat has a choice to make. I agree with that. Everybody has some type of agency. But as a collective, white people are very much to blame for the state of Black America as well. And that's all white people, be them Republicans, be them Democrat, be them liberal, be them conservative. They all have, every white person, white people as a collective, have a part to play in what we see today that's wrong with the Black community. Because when you tell people not to read books, I'm not going to forgive, I don't have to forgive you for shit. I don't have to forgive whites for shit. Okay, I don't wish you harm though, but I ain't got to forgive you. I don't have to forgive you. And also, it's not my place to forgive you. Like, I was not enslaved. It's not my place to forgive you. But the people who went through it and had their babies fed to alligators, people who were lynched, maybe you should talk to them, right? Because me, you're not going to mishandle me. You're not going to mishandle me, and you're not going to confuse me. You're not going to mishandle me, and you're not going to confuse me. But we know a thing. If you don't even allow people to have proper education, even proper education, look at it today. Look at our education system today. It is so horrible. And look at the children. Look at how dumb they are. Look at how easily they get confused by one TikTok. but they have access to education, just poor education. Look at the outcome. Now I'm saying, if you're making laws to say that a whole people based on the color of their skin is not allowed to read, what do you think is going to happen? Right? Because we know the more you read, the more you know, you're going to be a better human being. You're going to think better. You're going to make better choices because you know how to think. You're being exposed to ideas. You're being exposed to different things and things like that. And that can only make you a better person. It is not my place to forgive because it didn't happen to me. So if you're looking for me to make you feel better about your whiteness, it's not going to happen because it didn't happen to me. It didn't happen to me. So who am I to say? If I wasn't lynched, my babies were not fed to alligators. I wasn't called the N-word all day, every day. I wasn't told I couldn't read. But those ancestors, they went through that. They truly went through that. And only God knows psychologically what it did to these people. But the thing about you white people, you're so incapable of seeing other people as human beings. You're so incapable. You only see humanity in your pets. That's all you can do. You see humanity because I'm first of all, I'm black. That's number one. Number two, I'm a human being. I have empathy. I know. That's what I'm saying. Maybe white people are made out of the devil because how do you not understand this? Right? Because a lot of you whites, you really think you're superior. You really think you're of a different race and you're superior. You really do. That's why I said you only have empathy for your pets. Right? Because if you looked at black people as human beings, you would say to yourself, damn, if this had happened to me, I wonder how I would have turned out. But you're not capable of that. You're not capable of that. And that's why Marlene, I don't trust you people. You cannot trust the people who cannot put themselves in other people's shoes, especially when they don't have the same complexion. Because guess what? White, black, whatever, a size 11 is a size 11. You should be able to have empathy for a person like, yo, if this had happened to me, I wonder how that would have made me feel. If my grandparents were barred from having a book, if my grandparents could have been murdered for having a book, I wonder what that would have done to me. But you don't have empathy because you think you're different. You think you're better. You think you're superior. Right? And as soon as you get confronted about the fuckery of your ancestors, you want to drag me somewhere to talk about the slave trade. Everybody talking about the fucking slave trade. I am talking about the slavery that happened here on the continental U.S. and the laws that were passed at the federal level, at most of the state levels to oppress these people. I'm talking about how normal it was for white people to call these people the N-word every single day for pretty much any reason. Can you imagine yourself if you were called let's say the N-word with the W all day, every day, and you couldn't respond? But then when you start acting crazy, oh my, I wonder why he acts crazy, but why do you keep calling the racial slur? Why do you keep calling the racial slur? You guys, you struggle with accountability. And that's why I feel like because of white people, this nation here, it will never heal. America will never heal. And that's the reason why China and them, they're going to be so able to take over this nation and surpass this nation because white people will rather see this country burn than to truly and truly apologize for the sins of slavery and promise to do better. And when I don't know, I'm going to educate myself. You're not capable of that. And that's why them Chinese people, they're going to crush y'all's head and they're going to keep shaming y'all. Because with black people, you know how to be bullies. With these Chinese, you can't. Because you can't bully everybody. You cannot bully everybody. You got away with bullying black people. You got away with bullying Latinos. You got away with bullying the Arabs. But these Chinese people, they're not the same. And when they say that a billion deep, strong family values, strong work ethic, and some real nationalism, you cannot take over these people. Okay? So why is that going to affect my mood? When these Ashkenazi Jews talk about the Holocaust, did it happen to them? The Holocaust. How many Ashkenazi Jews today can say, yes, I was at Auschwitz. I was at a concentration camp. No, it happened to their grandparents. So do you police the moods of Ashkenazi Jews when they feel like, oh my gosh, the Jews were being persecuted, right? Do you police their moods? No, you don't. Why do you want to police my mood? Right? Why do you want to police my mood? Do you tell an Ashkenazi Jews, get the fuck over it? Okay, the Holocaust was like 80 years ago. Get the fuck over it. Why is it affecting your mood? Would you ever say that to an Ashkenazi Jew? I'm sure you would not. Because since these people have white skin, most of them come from Germany, you probably can empathize for them because you can only empathize with people who have your complexion. Because you think those who have your complexion are humans and those who don't are less than, right? Right? If the Irish people want to start talking about the potato famine and how the potato famine affected their ancestors and what they had to go through when they came to America, and many of them were being held hostage in the freaking Ellis Island, some were sent back to Ireland, you would not say to an Irish person, oh my gosh, why is it affecting your mood? You're like, yeah, I get it. Oh, I hope, man, that's a lot. Your grandparents went through a lot, huh? There you go, right? But it's only Black people that when you see us, you think of us like dogs. You know how like when a dog she has a bunch of babies, you can just pick up her babies, pick up her pups. And then the pups, they forget about the mama. They forget about their siblings, even though they shared that womb with their siblings, right? The lady, the dog lady, she could have like 5 or 6 pups and you can take them all. And they won't even remember each other. They don't remember their mama. They're just so happy to have a new family. And I think a lot of white people, this is how you see Black people. That no matter what you've done to Black people, they should just have blank memory. Black people should not remember the past. Black people should just be grateful for, white people, right? No, we are human beings. We have the capacity to remember. We have the capacity to be triggered, just like you get triggered. You're not different. You don't have more chromosomes. You don't have, no, we're all human beings. And it's kind of getting old and it's kind of getting tired of always having to explain to white people that we are human beings. And just like every other human, we feel. And we can feel for our parents. We can feel for our grandparents. We can feel for our great-great-grandparents. Why the fuck do I have to explain that to you? Right? If something happened to my grandmother, I can be triggered by that because that's someone I love. If something happened to my ancestors, I have the right to be triggered because these are people that I care for. Why do I have to explain that to you? Why is that not obvious to you? This is really insanity. This is really crazy. Even a friend of mine could go through something awful. I can feel bad for her and it can affect my mood. It didn't impact me. It didn't happen to me. But it happened to somebody I cared for. Why do I have to break that down for you? If it's not the fact that maybe you're a racist. Because if we're all human beings, that should be quite obvious to you. Right? She is Black. If bad things happen to Black people, it's going to make her sad. Sounds pretty straightforward to me. It sounds straightforward to me. But I'm telling you, me, Marlene, I have white aloofness fatigue. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't know. I'm tired of that shit. Yes, you do know. Stop playing with me. I'd rather you tell me I don't give a fuck than to pretend not to know. That shit, it tires my ass out, right? But at the end of the day, you tell people not to educate themselves. They don't have the right to education for 400 years. Do not be surprised when you start seeing behavior that gets you scared. That's what happens. And that's why around the world, every country, especially third world countries, should do everything in their power to get the most amount of people educated, at least a high school education. Because when people are illiterate, they do a lot of dumb shit. They do a lot of stupid shit. But this is what happens. Because you didn't want a world where Black children could compete with white children and overtake them in the career space. No problem. Right? Everything that has been done to Black people has been to artificially have white people ahead, right? So that they wouldn't have any competition outside of their own white competition. No problem. But you also have to respect the fact that there are consequences to this type of cheating. There are consequences to this type of deferring people's dreams. There are consequences, right? To artificially make an entire people illiterate. There are consequences. And maybe that's what it is with the high fertility, bunch of babies all over the place, bunch of crimes and things of the sort. Yes, because there are consequences. There are consequences. But white people made that choice because they didn't want their children to face competition from Black children. So the best way to preserve your child and make sure he has a job is to make sure that these Blacks can never be in his class. Make sure that these Blacks never have access to his college. Make sure that these Blacks never have access to his university. So that way he only has to compete with his fellow white men. No problem. But when you start to see the foolishness out here, don't you ever allow yourself to feel as though white people have not played a part in this fuckery. Because you are the architects of this fuckery. You're going to own this shit. Just like you whites, you white Americans, you're going to own the fucking chaos you created in the Middle East. Because it's not any safer. It is not any safer. The Middle East has not got any safer. It's gotten worse. It's gotten more radicalized. It's gotten more extreme. Because you fuck shit up. You just fuck shit up. You fuck everything up. Anything you touch, any people you come in contact with, any country you've come in contact with, you have fucked these people over. You fucked their economy. You have fucked over the national stability. You fuck people over. That is the brand of white people. That's why nobody in their right mind should trust white people, right? But you're still able to deceive some white people, some black people, some Latinos with your goofy ass feminism, with your goofy ass greed and your bullshit and your goofy ass luxury, bunch of bullshit, bunch of white trinkets. You're still able to deceive some of us. But anybody that has studied history, anybody with the fear of God and some humility will know the brand of white people is fucking people over. You fuck people over on your way in and you fuck them even harder on your way out. That's all you do. You never fix shit. Just make shit worse. Nobody gets better by fucking with white people. They just get worse. And sometimes they even get worser, okay? But nobody gets better. Nobody finds healing or peace or harmony amongst white people. No, they go crazy. More drugs, more sex, more money, more greed, more, you name it. The debauchery, it never ends. Because you're not a people of healing. You are a people of chaos. You just bring chaos. That's all you do. And that's why I said earlier in my life that everybody should be so afraid when white people activate self-righteous mode. But that's when you're the most dangerous. Because when you become self-righteous, nobody can reason with y'all. And you're about to do some serious harm. And we witness this over and over. It's like an infinite loop because y'all refuse to learn from the things you do to other people. You always blame your victims. You traumatize people, you bully people, you kill people, you harm people, you dehumanize people, you disenfranchise people. You do all kinds of evil shit to people. And then you blame them for what you've done to them. I mean, the audacity. Like, who are these people? Who are these people? You enslave people. You make it illegal for them to read. You call them the N-word. You torture them. You make sure they're poor as fuck. And then when that becomes a culture, I don't know what these blacks are acting like that. Go fuck yourself. Like, seriously, go fuck yourself. Like, seriously, go fuck yourself. Like, people are just tired. People are tired of like this, like the immorality of white people. The lack of accountability. We're just so tired. People are truly tired. It is exhausting. It is so exhausting. You intentionally set people up for failure. And then when they fail, I don't know how you failed. But just shut up. Like, shut up. We are sick and tired of y'all. We are sick and tired of y'all. Like, seriously, we're just sick and tired. It's exhausting. It is truly exhausting. And you know what? I'm going to play the video with Thomas Sowell where he talks about black people picked up their ways from white trash. I'll pick up that video. Hold on. I sure won't play the video. Okay. My gosh. So it's like, nah, do better. Do better.
Historical figures that have come through its roster.
We're so tired.
In many ways, it is the quintessential secret society, and it is housed in Yale. Directors and founders of the world's largest banking institutions, such as Brown Brothers Harriman, Standard Oil, and Morgan Stanley. The entire Bush dynasty from Prescott down to George II, along with a couple of brothers along the way, and HW's father-in-law and namesake, George Herbert Walker Jr.
And mind you, and not a single white and not a single black in there, but they're not racist. It's a secret society of nothing but white boys, right? But they're not racist. Okay, sure, whatever, whatever. Well, I guess, even, but I will say this though, sometimes maybe exclusion is a good thing because if you have to have anal sex to join this group, if you're black and they didn't let you in, consider yourself blessed. I swear sometimes white people rejection is God's favor over your life. So I'm actually glad that no black person is in there because of homosexuality, even if you're straight, you still got to go do something to a man's private parts in there. So you wonder you can have power. Okay. Oh, sure, whatever. You can call it whatever you want to call it. One thing about white people, y'all love to deflect. So if anything is Satan in here, probably you. Maybe it takes one to know one. So I'm not falling for this. Go play with somebody else. Let me move.
Several of the Bundy family who surrounded JFK before his death were members. Both presidential candidates in the 2000 presidential elections, George Bush and John Kerry, were both members of Skull and Bones, just a couple years apart.
You see? And you see why I tell you it's not but Family Feud? So John Kerry and George Bush are both brothers in Skull and Bones. But they come out here and, oh, I'm a Republican or I'm a Democrat. These people, either way, no matter which way you go, the plan will go on. There is a master plan for America. This Democrat, Republican shit is just to give us the illusion of choice, okay? There is a master plan, y'all, okay? And that master plan, they going to fulfill that demonic edict no matter what. That's why I even think it's very silly when Black people stop talking to the other people over politics, because it means you don't get it. You really don't get it, okay? The people who really want to run this country, they're invisible. You will never see them. Even the president, he's not the most powerful person in America. Don't ever lie to yourself, okay? If anything, the Speaker of the House is more powerful than the president. So let's start here, okay? The one that has the shortest tenure is the president. Every mandate, it's 4 years. You can get reelected or you can get ousted, but the most you can do is 8 years. When you're a Supreme Court justice, the appointment is for life, right? With Congress people, it kind of gives life. Because how long has Nancy Pelosi been in there, right? How long has Chuck Schumer been in there? How long is what's his name? What's the other one that sells with Nancy? Yeah, Chuck Schumer, right? Yeah. What about the other one from Ohio? The Kentucky? What's his name? Mitch McConnell too, right? How long has he been in there? Then people they are in the Senate until they feel like leaving. But the only one that really has to go is the president. So ultimately, we have to recognize that the White House, the executive branch, is not the most powerful branch of the government, right? And then consider now the CIA and the FBI, but especially the CIA. Nobody audits these people. Nobody checks these people. They do whatever they want to do. Even when they're brought down to Congress, they don't have to answer these questions, and they can lie. And if they lie, who cares? What you gonna do? Nothing. Have you ever heard the Department of Justice going after somebody in the CIA? Do they want to die? No. Okay. So it's just to give us the illusion of choice, the illusion of we have a say-so. We ain't got no fucking say-so, okay? America's a fucking plantation. And that's why the moment you're born, they give you behind a social security number, okay? And they're going to squeeze every single penny out your ass from federal taxes, state taxes, county taxes, property taxes, shopping taxes. You're born to pay taxes. You ain't got no freaking choice, okay? You want to have a choice, a real say-so in America, you need to be a billionaire. You need to be a billionaire. Now, they get to shape this country. The rest of us, we're just here to pay taxes, y'all. Okay, maybe we get to dance. We get to have a Beyonce concert once in a while, okay? We get to order our stuff from Temu and things of the sorts. But we are truly here for taxation. Like, we need to be so for real. We are here for taxation. We are here so that they can decide how they want to spend this money. And most of the money goes to the military, and it goes to their buddies that have, you have Raytheon, you have Booz Allen Hamilton, you have Northrop Grumman, you have Lockheed Martin, whoever's out here, right? The AI, what's it called again? ChatGPT people, whatever it's called over there. That's just what we're here for. We're just here to pay taxes. Right? And if you really care to be intellectually honest, this is the issue that Thomas Jefferson and those people had. That's why they have the Boston Tea Party. Hold up, wait a minute. We're paying all these taxes to England. Like, what the fuck? But that just goes to show you we've gotten so submissive. Were whites never enslaved? Were whites never enslaved by blacks? You tell me. I keep telling you this, babe. Okay. Because maybe you're a good person. You're just, I don't know, you're just misinformed. Let me tell you the babe, okay? Right? I am speaking on the continental U.S. All right? I'm not speaking about other places. Now, if you know of a place where white people were enslaved by blacks, let me know. But even if blacks have enslaved white people in certain places of the world, I think that's fucked up too. Because your job, you don't have the right to enslave other people. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not fucking Russian. Obviously, I'm not fucking Russian, right? But when I watch documentaries on what Stalin did to the Russian people, what Lenin did to the Russian people, I started crying. Like, how can you treat people like this? How can you treat people like that? Like, human beings are just too damn evil. Okay? But like Russian people, I understand why sometimes they're so cold. Well, and see, and that's fucked up too. If the Moors, at least you admit that the Moors were black, right? But if the Moors enslaved white people too, that's some fucked up shit. Because and that's my whole point. You don't have the right to fucking enslave people. Well, if you need labor, just ask for that shit. You don't have to enslave people because it affects people. And only God knows if what you're saying is true, how that also affected them psychologically. You know, because hurt people will hurt people. And that's what as human beings, you would think in 2025, we would all learn from that shit. Like, oh, war is bad. Oppression is bad. Because it just brings the worst out of people. But no, we keep repeating the same bullshit. And it's like, what the freak? It's too much. So like the Slavic people, if they were enslaved by black Moors, it's fucked up. Yeah, it's really messed up. Because I'm not for slavery. If you think about, oh yeah, well, I'm happy they got enslaved. No, I don't believe in that. You know, I don't believe in torturing your fellow human being. God did not give anybody the mandate to enslave anybody. Like when you read the book of Genesis, God said man has power over like the animals, the water, the birds. God gave the man dominion over, other mammals, but not over other human beings. God never said you have the right to subjugate your fellow human being. So we should never do that. We should not put chains on people. But unfortunately, even to this day, we are still putting chains on people. Especially with the pharmaceutical industry. They are intentionally making people drug addicts for profit. Like, what is wrong with you people? But all this oxycodone stuff is from one family. And not a single person faced any kind of criminal investigation. Not a single one in that family has had to even go to court to look at the people that you damaged. You have destroyed these people. And like they're struggling. Many of them are homeless people. And so who cares? We're rich. And we'll use our money to insulate ourselves and we'll just pay a settlement and we'll never have to face consequences. We live in a very corrupt nation and that has to stop. But my thing is at the end of the day, the American today is extremely submissive, right? Because if it was Thomas Jefferson and people, you already know what time it is. It's giving Boston Tea Party all over again. Because you're not about to just turn people into just taxpayers. But this is what the American people have been turned into. People who are just here to just be squeezed financially. Well, I'm sure it does. I'm sure it does. But ultimately, I think what you're trying to say is that slavery is not of God. And that I will say I agree. Because God never said that a man has the right to put chains on another man. Yeah. God never said that a man has the right to put chains on another man. He said you can have control over the fish, the animals, the trees, the fruits, whatever. But God never said that a man has the right to subjugate his fellow human being. And we even know the story of Cain and Abel. You don't have the right to kill your brother. Like, are you crazy? You cannot do this. And then Cain said, oh, am I my brother's keeper? He's like, oh, actually you are. The freak? What kind of question is that? Right? But let's get back to this though, right? But I'm like, this is all they want from us, just sitting here just to pay taxes. We pay so much taxes. You like anything you purchase, you're paying a tax on that. And you truly have no say so because they already have a master plan for this country. Like they have a master plan and they will not stop until they find the right puppet that can sell their goofy ass ideas to people. And I think to me that the best salesperson was Trump. You know what I mean? But I even feel like this Trump that we got today, like the Trump we're seeing now is very different than the first Trump. Trump 1.0 I feel like he was more himself. This new Trump right here, oh yeah, he's brought to us about the state of Israel. Okay. But I'm like, this is crazy. And I see why he picked J.D. Vance. And I see why, I'm like, why would you pick somebody who called you Hitler? Because he didn't have a choice. He didn't have a choice. They're going to sell it to us like Trump had a choice, but Trump didn't have a choice. Trump didn't have a choice. It's like, you want this White House? This is what you have to do. This is who you have to pick as your vice president. And it makes sense because you know how every time they'll ask Trump, like, okay, do you see JD taking your space? Do you see JD as a good replacement? Are you going to endorse him for 2028? He'd be like, oh, I don't know. Well, I'm like, what the heck? That's some cold shit, right? But it could be that even Trump don't like this fucker. But he didn't have a choice. He didn't have a choice. And I'm like, I don't know what they have on this man. I don't know, y'all. I'm like, I don't know what these ZZs have on this man. But I'm telling you, they got him by the balls. This is not even a joke. Like Trump, he's the kind of dude, he gonna act like, yeah, everything is in control. I'm good. Because he don't want to come off like he a little bitch. But I'm like, sir, they have you by the balls. Because like even those tariffs, like the way these tariffs are going, I'm like, does Trump even really want to do this? Because I'm gonna tell y'all something, right? You know, Trump is white, so I can fully trust his ass. But I'm like, the Trump that I saw, like the first time he ran 2016 and 2020, honestly, you guys, I don't think that Trump would have gone so crazy with the tariffs like that. Like, yeah, a little bit of tariffs. I'm saying, like, you know what I'm saying? I get that part. Listen, you gonna pay me a little something, because he likes money. Who don't like money, right? But them tariff wars, I don't think I really think he was told to do that shit, right? I don't think he's that kind of person. But I'm like, they have this man by the balls. And it could be because the Democrats applied so much pressure because they wanted his ass locked the fuck up. They wanted him in prison. They really did. So I wonder, like, with that kind of pressure, what kind of deals he had to sign to save himself. Because the pressure from the Democrats, it was just too much. You know what I'm saying? And I even feel like, you know, in some weird reverse psychology thing, I even feel like Democrats calling Trump Hitler, it probably did something to him where he felt like he has to overcompensate for that to show himself as a friend of Israel because he was called Hitler so much. Because I can only imagine, I'm obviously, you know, he's still a human being, so I ain't gonna be all the way mean with his ass, but I can only imagine if you're not that kind of person and people keep calling you that, how that has to, because you're thinking like that Hitler is a fucking evil person. Like he killed 6 million people. Like, what the freak? Why are people calling me that man's name? I can only imagine psychologically what that can do to a person. Where now you feel as though you have to overcompensate by being extra accommodating to these Zionists, by being extra this to these Zionists, because you want to be seen as a friend of Israel, not an enemy of Israel. But I also wonder too, if that was not the plan of Bibi all along, and he also fell for that. Because when it comes to Zionists, y'all, they have their hands in both pots. Zionists are in the Republican Party and Zionists are in the Democratic Party. And Zionists are also involved in blackmail. So they hit you from different states. I even feel like Matt Gaetz. We always say how Matt Gaetz messed with a 17-year-old. I really wonder if Matt Gaetz was not targeted. Because what are the odds that a 17-year-old knows how to link up with a member of Congress? Right? But I feel like they prey on you. They put these young girls on you. They get you in a compromising situation. And after you pull out your penis, they should be like, oh, I'm 17. It's like, bitch, why didn't you say this before we got here? Right? But if you say that, it's, oh, you're victim shaming. Right? But is it impossible? Is it improbable that Matt Gaetz was really targeted? And I think a lot of people in Congress, I think a lot of people in American politics, they have tapes on these people. Because at this, I'm like, at the stage of the game, it is no longer, oh, because we want to support Israel, we want to help out Israel, we believe that Israel has the right to defend itself. No. This level of support that the government gives to Israel is giving blackmail. It's like, what the fuck did these people have on you? It's like, and I'm like, it could be really, really debilitating. Because even RFK Jr., allegedly, there are sex tapes of RFK Jr. out here with his penis all over the place. Do you know what I mean? Because, when you look at RFK Jr. too, he doesn't like Trump. He doesn't like him. Okay. And also, I feel like RFK, the fact that he's a Kennedy, to look at someone like Trump, okay, Trump is giving vulgar. He gives like European, like, what the heck is this? This guy is beneath me, but I have to run behind him and I got to be part of his administration, right? I think RFK, he wanted to win. He wanted to go against Trump. But unfortunately, the deck, it wasn't stacked that way. Right? But he doesn't like him. And you can see in his body language. He doesn't like Trump. And Trump knows that. And Trump also knows his wife ain't shit. That's why he don't want to shake her hand. Right? But RFK too, you could see if you have tapes out there, there are sex tapes out there, and people are threatening to release those sex tapes with your penis all over the place. You can see why also for RFK Jr., it is beneficial to align yourself with Trump. Because if you're aligning yourself with Trump, you align yourself with the Department of Justice. So like it's less likely that they're going to come after you. Do you see this? But I'm like, we really have to really open our eyes and realize that the vast majority of our politicians are probably being blackmailed by these Zionists. They're probably being blackmailed. Because this, I'm like, I understand like a certain level of, oh, we want to support the Ashkenazi Jews because of the Holocaust, because they come from Germany. Sure, no problem. But there's a certain level of support that is just specific to Israel that America has that is truly abnormal. It's almost like incest at this point. It's so weird, right? And I'm like, no, yeah. So I'm like, it has to be that there's blackmail involved in this thing. There's a lot of blackmail involved in this thing. Because not only do you have Zionists in the Republican Party, you have Zionists in the Democratic Party, and you also have Zionists in the blackmail industry. And and these politicians are no different than rock stars. We see them during the daytime, but we don't see them at night. We don't know what kind of stuff they're into at nighttime, what kind of parties they get into, what kind of sex they get into, what kind of drugs they get into. We don't know these people after dark. We only know a sanitized version of these politicians, but because we've learned that with BDSM, the more sanitized your image is, the more you need an outlet to act a fool, right? And that's why it's a lot of people that have a holy image that are usually caught in sex scandals. You'd be like, what the heck? How can a priest be caught up in that? How can a pastor be caught up in that? How can a president be caught up in that? Because the more sanitized your image is, the more sanitized your public image is, the more likely you're going to need an outlet to just go buck wild crazy because you're too perfect in public. It's not sustainable, right? So I'm like, only God knows what these celebrities do after dark. And I think whatever they do after dark, they're being surveilled and they're being blackmailed. So that when certain bills come to the floor, when certain whatever appropriations come to the floor, when it's a matter of Israel, you're going to vote yes. Because they got you on some tape somewhere having sex with a 16, 17-year-old. Or maybe they even have you on somewhere, especially if you're conservative. Imagine if you're conservative and they have you on tape having sex with a man. Can you imagine? And some people cannot take being exposed like that because they built their entire career, entire persona on an image. And if that image is shattered, they're not going to handle that well. So they'll be like, okay, fine, I'll just do it. Right? But we really have to have that kind of understanding. Like the vast majority of our politicians are most likely being blackmailed by the Zionists. And it's the truth though. And it's sad. And that's why you have to stay woke. And that's why I feel like whether you vote for a Democrat, you vote for a Republican, you should never put all of your trust in that person. Because with the level of power they have, they are susceptible to pressure. They are susceptible to blackmail. They are susceptible to fraud. And they're people. So trust them, but don't trust them all the way. Because I don't know what you do after dark. And whatever you do after dark, it opens you up for extortion. It opens you up for blackmail, right? It opens you up to sell your integrity because you're doing things that do not align with your public image. And whoever has that on tape, gonna fuck you over. Whoever has that on tape is going to be your master. And I'm telling you, a lot of our politicians, they have tapes on these people. And a lot of these tapes, if they're not having sex with underage people, they're having sex with men. They are having sex with men. Okay? They're having sex with men. And these tapes make it out here, oh, it's going to be pandemonium. So they will do whatever these people say. Okay, sure, I'll just do it. Leave me alone. Okay?
Likely meaning that they were brothers under the skin, as it is referred to by some Bones members. The founder of Blackstone Group, Stephen Schwartzman, was also from that same class, and U.S. Treasury Secretary and Human Turnip, Steve Mnuchin, were also members. This is just a tiny handful of the hundreds of people who came through Skull and Bones and went on to rule huge portions of the world. Ever since Bush versus Kerry in 2000, I personally wondered whether they truly make membership public still, Because if I were them, I'd be keeping that stuff secret, because ass like me will be out here on the internet ringing the alarm that secret societies control the world in 2025, which obviously they do not. No way. And so to clarify, Vance was not in Skull and Bones or any other secret society that we know of, but he was groomed for power by none other than Peter Thiel. And we'll get into that in a minute. But first, we've got to talk about his ancestry. And I'm not referring to an early life check. I'm referring to the claims that JD himself has loudly made about his Scotch-Irish heritage. Because you see, Ireland was very excited to claim the vice president of the United States as their own. And they launched a genealogical investigation to try to draw a conclusive link between Vance and his claimed Irish heritage. And they were surprised to find that they could not. Not only could they not prove his heritage, they said that they found, quote, no evidence linking the US vice president to Ireland. So that's a little awkward, seeing as how in his own book, JD said, quote, to understand me, you must understand that I am a Scots-Irish hillbilly at heart. Listen, it's okay to be a hillbilly, JD, but now you've made...
Remember also somebody who also has Irish ancestry was Kamala Harris. So you see how they try to find people that have like these Anglo-Saxon roots-ish, you know what I'm saying? But Kamala Harris also has Irish ancestry, right? Do you see what I'm telling you? There is a master plan. Now, you have to see which person is going to be best for your plan. Who is going to be the best salesperson? So now Democrats, they audition to the powers that be. Republicans audition to the powers that be. I'm like, okay, who's more convincing? And I felt like Trump, because Trump knows how to speak to Midwest, Middle America, you know, like the underbelly of whiteness, kind of stuff like that. They're okay, cool. We're going to go with this fucker. But it's not because they like that fucker. And I'm sure Trump also doesn't even like him also. I don't think they like each other, but it's about the plan, right? So you want to be president. You want a legacy. They have their plan. They're looking for like, who can sell this? Because, you know, for as much as, if you should have realized this a long time ago, but especially like COVID should have opened your eyes, okay? For as much as we have a constitution in this country, the powers that be don't like the Constitution. I think that should be very clear. And that's why they do this kind of stuff, to find a way to go around the Constitution by saying, well, the people want it. The people want it, right? Telling people to go, okay, completely unconstitutional, all right? There are many things that the government is asking people to do, but it was really apparent during the lockdown that are completely unconstitutional. Completely, right? But they know if they ask you openly, hey, it's unconstitutional. So they need to scare you and to get you to give it up. They know if they ask you, hey, give me back this constitutional right, you're gonna be like, no, because it's mine, right? But if they scare you enough, you'll just give it away. Like, here you go. Do whatever you must do because I'm scared to die. Right? And that was the whole theme of 2020. Make people afraid of dying. Make it seem like this thing is so viral, it's so contagious, it's so deadly that anybody just coughs in your direction, that's it, you're dead. Right? And they have people believing it because that's all they kept playing on TV. And anyone who said there's a different treatment, there's a different therapy, then, oh no, you were done. Okay? They call you all kinds of stuff. You were anti-this, you're da-da-da-da-da-da. You know how they are with the taxation, right? Put all kinds of labels on you to make you look crazy. Right? Cool. So what I'm saying is, what I believe is that these people here, because we are living in a militarized state anyways. Don't lie to yourself. America is Murder Inc. Okay, we live in a military nation. This is an imperialist nation that's built on the military. All right, but my point is, they want to use these things on us. They want to use facial recognition on our asses, but they can't just come out and say we want facial recognition, because that is weird. Because that's very anti-American. Because part of being American is that the right to privacy. Right. That's what, on a surface level, distinguishes America from China. Right? Like in China, if you're Chinese, by default, you kind of gave up on your privacy. You don't have privacy, you're Chinese, right? But in America, American people have always been sold this, oh, you have freedom, you're independent, you have opportunities, you have the right to privacy. Child, our privacy has been attacked since 9/11. Okay, the Patriot Act was I guess like the first major attack on American people and their privacy and freedom and the freedom of speech. Okay, and that's why we have the people like, what's that young man who had to leave here? The guy from NSA, I forgot his name, but that young white man from the NSA who ran for his life after he exposed everything. You know, like now he has to live in Russia because he exposed how the NSA was just surveilling people. So you understand this, it has always been a goal of these people to surveil us. They want to monitor us. They want to track us down. Therefore, you understand, Larry Ellison, he runs Oracle. He has some of the biggest databases in the world. He has the storage, y'all. He got the storage to keep all of our data, all of our faces, every single action, every single movement, right? They want utter submission out of us. Like, this is not even a joke. But I'm saying, so you create moments like what we're seeing right now in LA to make you feel as though, wouldn't this be better if we had facial recognition? So that way we can know who these protesters are. And at first we say, yeah, because yes, we're seeing chaos. We're seeing disruption. They're blocking traffic. They're destroying businesses. They're setting things on fire. They are setting the American flag on fire. Everything you're seeing is making you feel as though, you know what? You're not all the way crazy. Do facial recognition because I don't want to see this again. And anytime there's a new riot, we're going to be able to say who's doing this and we're going to be able to arrest the people at the border. Yes, it would be nice if we had facial recognition because think about people who came here. Think about what Joe Biden did. Think about Laken Riley. Think about Jocelyn Noguera. Think about all these young women who got slaughtered by illegal immigrants. Right? Wouldn't it have been nice if we had facial recognition at the border and you say, yes, you're right. But what I'm saying is what they're going to do on other people, they're telling you, oh, this is for the others, the terrorists, the undocumented, the whatever. But I'm saying one day they're going to put them cameras right on us. Hopefully you understand me, right? But if you notice carefully, the way they get people to agree with foolishness, they always need a historic date. Okay, there's always a date. On this day, this happened. Number two, they need faces, some kind of martyrs. Like, so it could be like, I guess in this situation, it'd be like, oh, Laken Riley, Jocelyn Noguera, like all these people, all these women who were killed by undocumented immigrants, right? It's no different, like the same thing with Israel, right? October 7th, the people, the hostages, right? This is it. Like, this is how they sell this stuff to people every single time. And people keep falling for that stuff. Then it's the protest. Like, if you didn't know no better, you would think you were looking at Gaza, right? But no, this is happening in LA, right? And they're waving the Mexican flag. Like, what the fuck is going on? How can they do this, right? The goal is to get you to be so angry that you will say, I co-sign surveillance. I co-sign AI-powered facial surveillance of these people, not realizing that they're also going to use that on you eventually. There's always an eventually. But I feel like sometimes the stuff we see on our TVs, we have to learn to calm down and to question what we see on our TV because they use the media to make you more receptive to surrendering your constitutional rights. You know, they use the media a lot. Well, you see, they use the media a lot. They use the media a lot to make you be okay with things that are truly unconstitutional because they hate the Constitution. I've made peace with that a long time ago. I'm like, these people hate the Constitution. And we have seen this. Even this whole pronoun foolishness is truly unconstitutional. Nobody can require another person to use goofy ass pronouns like that. They're not even part of the English language. It is a courtesy if I want to use your pronouns. I don't have to. Right? But they hate the Constitution. But because they cannot come outright and say, oh, we hate the Constitution and we don't want the citizens to have these rights because America goes around the world talking about, oh, yeah, the Constitution, democracy, freedom, choice, you know, it will officially make these people bona fide hypocrites. So they have to trigger moments of severe, like excessive fear. Oh, you know what? Yeah, you're right. Bring this technology in here. And the fact that JD Vance was backed by Palantir, I am telling you, me, Marlene, I don't trust what I'm seeing. I don't trust this. It's like this is their version of COVID. This little baby, hold on.
Made it weird. You see, Yale was classically a WASP school, meaning white Anglo-Saxon Protestant, basically synonymous with the old boys club of American elites. And to this day, it still is obviously very representative of the American elite. But JD is a man of the people. He's one of the poors, just like you and me. And the plot gets even thicker when you learn about Vance's benefactor and backer all the way from Yale straight to the White House.
Wow.
Peter Thiel, the founder of Palantir and one of the most powerful men in America, seems to have more or less placed him there almost single-handedly.
You see?
Derek Bros reported this February that Vance was in attendance at David Sachs's June 2024 fundraiser for Trump. And real quick, Sachs and Thiel go way back to PayPal, where David Sachs was the chief operating officer. But these days, Sachs is a billionaire venture capitalist with investments in Palantir, Facebook, SpaceX, Airbnb, and Uber, just to name a few. He was also just named AI and crypto czar by Donald Trump. And that's not to say he's evil, just to say that he's not like you or me, and that he runs with a certain type of crowd, and his interests are aligned with that same crowd. So, Vance attended.
One thing is, and also, if you're black, you need to open your eyes, because you need to notice how where the money resides is always next to white people. You see how when billions of dollars are involved, the only faces you see are white men. But they want to tell you America is not racist. Yeah, sure, whatever. Okay, they don't mind the blacks having a few millions, but when you talk about billions of dollars, major corporations, lots of money, like people who can have enough money to sway an election, it's always giving white men. Okay, this country is racist. Like I said, it's not as racist as it used to be, but it's really racist because whoever has money has the power, and they will not let black people get that close to that kind of money, because then you won't have power. And now it's going like America, like the power dynamics here are going to change, and they don't want that to change, right? And that's why you'll notice that the most wealthy black people are usually in entertainment, music, sports, whatever, because then you can't compete with them. You're rich, but you have money, but it's not that much money. And they also know you don't have enough unity to put your stuff together to be as rich as them. So they don't have to worry about that part. Okay. Hold on.
This Sachs fundraiser dinner. And according to two people with knowledge of the exchange during the event, Trump informally polled the room to ask who he should pick for vice president. David Sachs, Chamath Palihapitiya, and others all told Trump that he should choose Vance. So the tech billionaires wanted Vance. I don't know if Thiel was at that party, but whether he was or not, all his friends were. But Vance owes much more than that to Thiel and his circle of friends around him. He claims that he was first inspired to work in big tech after hearing a speech by Peter Thiel at Yale Law School in 2011. In 2016, he became a junior investor at Mithril Capital, which is backed by Peter Thiel. He then jumped on.
He became a junior investor when he grew up poor. What money he had to invest? That ain't make no damn sense. You a hillbilly. Your mama ain't got shit. Your mama a crackhead. You probably went to Yale on a scholarship. So what money do you have to be an investor? Like, boy, go sit down somewhere. They just love to lie.
On to Thiel's personal recommendation to biotech firm Circuit Therapeutics. And in 2019, he founded his own venture firm, Riots Capital, with financial backing from, you guessed it, Peter Thiel. Then, when Vance decided to enter politics, Thiel gave him $15 million to his campaign, which is no small sum for a Senate race.
That is crazy. Is one person even allowed to give one person $15 million to run? $15 million. That's why I told y'all we need to find out who paid for Obama to run for senator. Because if you were a community activist, how the fuck did you come into that money? I told y'all running for a U.S. Senate is expensive. Obama didn't have no damn job. He was a community activist, allegedly knocking on doors to help people who had been hurt by asbestos. So I'm like, okay, how does a community activist get the money to run for Senate? So even Barack Obama too, that man, there's something suspicious. Something is suspicious, because running for U.S. Senate, it's even running for Congress, for the House, it's not even that expensive. Senate races are expensive. So if JD, Ron, what he ran, so it was 15 million. Okay, Obama ran before him, so maybe Obama was 7 or 10 million or something like that. So how did a community activist get that kind of money? I guess.
And when that still was not enough, Peter Thiel personally brokered a meeting with Trump and secured a Trump endorsement for Vance, which pushed him ahead of his opposition in the race. He was elected to the Senate in 2023, and just 2 years later was headed to the White House, once again with the funding and support of Peter Thiel. Plus, along the way, he became a New York Times best-selling author on his very first try. And that book was picked up by Netflix themselves and turned into a giant blockbuster hit with A-list actors. Even though it earned the rare distinction of a leading actor being nominated for a performance award by critics and an award for how terrible a performance was by the audience for the exact same role, when you dig into the question of who wrote this book, it's not exactly clear. None of his editors or anyone involved with the book seems super eager to talk about it, and friends from law school seem not to have had any sense that JD was such an authorial genius. He's well-spoken, but not particularly poetic.
And you see how they all have a book. They all have a book. I'm like, if you think about JD Vance, besides like the three daddies and whatever, he's giving a little bit of Obama too, huh? You know, ratchet ass white mama. Okay, multiple men in her life, taking this kid from over here, different fathers in his life, raised at different places. Somehow he went to Yale Law School. Obama went to Harvard, right? And then you write a book, okay? You become a senator out of nowhere, right? You're in Senate for less than 2.5 years. One becomes president, one becomes vice president. Y'all, there is a blueprint for this shit. And it has nothing to do with hard work. It's about who you know and who wants to be, like Fumi said, who wants to be your sugar daddy. The only thing is when it comes to Obama, because people are so in love with the fact that, oh, he's the first black president, right? People don't want to do their research on Barack Obama. But Barack Obama too has sugar daddies. And these people had a lot to do with what kind of president he was and the stuff he fought for. But if you realize too, Obama also was the deporter in chief. That's why I don't even get the hypocrisy like that, because Obama deported more people than Donald Trump, right? But Obama also had a deportation mandate. He was out here deporting people. So I'm like, whoever his sugar daddy was too, they wanted deportation. Obama went to war. He was out here killing people too. So who was his sugar daddy? Right? And that's why I said there is a master plan, y'all. They have a master plan for America. Now they got to find the best salesperson. So while we think we're voting for a president, no, we're voting for whoever they believe the best salesperson is going to be. They have a plan. They just need a person that can make it believable. They need a person that can make you want to eat the shit. Right? So if you're black and you see Barack Obama, you are even capable of eating poison. Because you're like, oh my gosh, he's black. He will never hurt me. Okay, give it to me. I'll eat it. Right? When it comes to Trump and white America, especially the poor middle white American people, right? Oh my gosh, Trump loves us. Trump will never hurt us. I believe Trump. Okay, let me eat it. The whole time you're eating poison. Because they know if you like a person so much, if you believe in a politician so much that you start to see him as your brother, your whatever, your friend, your pastor, your savior, you're not going to question what he's doing. And you see, the vast majority of black people, 8 years of Barack Obama, they didn't question shit. They didn't question shit. Because they were so in love with him. And when you I guess like what's it called? A parasocial relationship with some weirdo on your TV screen, you believe everything they're doing is for your good. You don't know these people. You will never know these people. They're there for themselves. The same thing goes for Trump. A lot of these white Americans, they have convinced themselves that he's pro-America. Trump is America first. Trump, You know what I'm saying? They truly are lying to themselves like that. So whatever Trump says, okay, I'll eat that shit up. I'm like, girl, this benefits Israel. This does not benefit America. Right? I even feel like this whole thing too right now is a distraction for whatever Israel's about to do in the Middle East. But I'm like, these riots to me, they look incredibly staged in order to trigger people so that they can usher in their plan. And their plan is mass control. Their plan is mass surveillance. They're going to have cameras everywhere tracking our asses down. We're going to be paying more taxes. We're going to be paying more fines. It's going to be a hot ass mess. But they do want to surveil us 24/7.
And as someone who spent COVID writing novels in my free time, I can tell you that it is not easy to string together a storyline, let alone a good one. Furthermore, it's worth considering who he was presented to us as at the time he was presented. Trump's rise changed America. And it was clear since 2016 that Trump's voter base, which is middle-class America, the regular men and women of this country, particularly of the rural parts of this country, would be deciding elections in coming cycles. And so who do the tech billionaires offer up? They offer up a Midwest hillbilly who came from nothing to achieve the American dream and then some. It's all just awfully convenient. And whether or not there is some grand evil conspiracy behind his rise, we can say for certain that he was endorsed. He was endorsed first and foremost by Peter Thiel, ever since day one, all the way to the White House. He was endorsed by venture capital in Silicon Valley. He was endorsed by mainstream publishing and Netflix. And ultimately, he was endorsed by the Republican Party. All told, that is probably the strongest logic to not like him that there is, at least in my book. And just to clarify, I like JD Vance, or at least I like what he says. I like how he presents himself. He's sharp. He's funny. He's got a great balance of humility and witty clapbacks. He's articulate. He's the best vice president I can remember in my short lifetime. But it is awfully convenient for Peter Thiel that he gets his boy into office, and then within just a few months, Palantir announces a new mega program with the Trump government. And not just any program, but Palantir's specialty, a digital mass surveillance system to target you and your family and all the rest of us.
Do you see what I'm saying? Because, you guys, I'm telling you, I was asleep. And it's like my brain started to do like this equation. Because I've seen it, it's about a week old. I am asleep and I'm like, the stuff has just started coming back to me. And I'm like, because I'm telling you guys, when it comes to these billionaires, y'all, these people ain't shit. They truly ain't shit. And I cannot say, oh, because you're a billionaire, therefore you're not good. But I'm like, what it takes to get to that level of making wealth, usually it really is lack of integrity. You know what I'm saying? It really is. And I do feel like also sometimes rich white people make it bad for regular white people because it's really rich white people who out here do all kinds of foolishness. And unfortunately, every other white people gets blamed for it. But I'm like, you start thinking and you would say, what would be the best way for you to get the American people at large to be okay with mass surveillance? And I think the LA riots. Because if you just say, oh, we want to surveil y'all, they're going to be, oh, hell no, you're crazy. It's not going to work. You need something to make these people say, I'm okay with you watching my every move. See, for the Patriot Act, it was 9/11. Because, oh my gosh, we're so unsafe. The Muslim world hates us. Arabs hate us. All the Muslims hate Americans. They want to kill us all. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. People were so hysterical. People felt so unsafe. Because it's true, like anybody who remembers 9/11, because I remember in real time, I even thought it was Armageddon playing on TV. Because you don't think this stuff is real. And I'm living in DMV, yo. We would drive and you would see the Pentagon. You're like, what the freak? Oh yeah, do whatever you need to do. But it wasn't just a war in Iraq. It was even here. There was a war against our privacy. It's called the Patriot Act. Like, you know, the NSA, they can just open your phone, right? These people are over here in DC. They can just open your phone for fun. They can read your text messages for fun. They can look at your pictures for fun. That's why sometimes, like, you know, like if you have a camera or something like that, sometimes you might like on your desktop, right? Like I have the iMac. Sometimes I'll just cover my camera because only God knows your camera could be turned on and you don't even realize it. Because guess what? We're all on the internet. We are all on the internet. And when you have, like, you know, because at your house, you have one modem. They know the modem. They know all your IP numbers. You all have a VPN channel. They're going to find a way to find your ass. These are some very, very smart people. They are very, very smart people. And if even this chat GPT stuff, like whatever, or even DeepSeek, baby, that's what they're allowing us to play with. You don't know what the real AI is really all about. They're giving us goofy stuff to cheat on our homework and write goofy ass essays. But I'm telling you, there has to be an AI model that is way more powerful than what we are allowed to see as commercial users. Does that make sense? But like, y'all, you like, look, even Alexa, Alexa also, I'm not trying to scare y'all, but I'm telling y'all, if you think Amazon just wanted to give you a helpful helper, no, Alexa is surveilling all of us, right? At one time, it was even a scandal. Alexa was out here recording people. If you don't believe that Amazon is linked with the CIA, you're crazy. You are really crazy. He also went to Princeton. These are not random people. It's not random white people who get to become billionaires in this country. And most of them have linked with the CIA. They're not going to let you make all this money if they can't control you. It's just that American people really believe that they're different than China. And as long as you believe that America is different than China, you will continue to have blind spots. You see, in China, the billionaires, they have to answer to President Ping. So there you answer to, in China, billionaires have to answer to the president. That's why Jack Ma of Alibaba, he went missing because he was talking too much. He disappeared. And when he came back, he was very submissive. Okay. But over here, when you're a billionaire, you don't really answer to the president because he's not the most powerful person. You answer to the CIA. That's who you answer to. Right. And that's what they do. It's like, it's this visual game. It's like, they just transfer power somewhere else. So while you're looking here, power is really over here. It's like a magic trick, right? You know how like magic is all about getting you to put your attention on the wrong target while the whole like distraction is happening over here. And then you think it's magic. No, you just were not paying attention. You were not paying attention. And in China, the one you have to answer to is President Ping. Yes. So it's giving dictatorship, right? But in America, because they made sure, and that's, you go all the way back to the initial documents with George Washington, they intentionally made sure that the executive branch was going to be the weakest branch of all three branches of government. So therefore, you can never accuse these people of being dictators because the president is not the strongest person. But you create something else called the CIA that nobody can check. They don't answer to nobody. They don't have checks and balances. Like, nobody even knows who works there, right? But that's who you have to answer to. The music industry answers to these people. The tech industry answers to these people. All these military people, all these neocon people, they answer to these people. Everybody has to answer to these people. You see how they destabilize countries. They remove presidents. They kill presidents. Look at what they do. This is the most powerful branch in the government, maybe even in the world. What do I know? Right? But Amazon is not just a consumer good company. It's not just a company that just gets you stuff and delivers that with Prime and you get it the next day. No, that's just the veneer of it all. That's like it's like the storefront of it all. But there's something else behind Amazon. And Amazon also, they do a lot of storage for Google, right? Amazon created Alexa. How much do you want to bet that most likely the technology that went into the Alexa is also technology that was created by either the NSA or the CIA? Hey, Shayla, how much you want to bet? How much you want to bet that even there's technology that Apple uses that probably was given to Apple by the CIA and the NSA to put in these phones so they can be tracking us all day? My thing is, these people have been tracking us, but they haven't actually been tracking us with faces. They want the tracking power to be even more precise. It's like, it's your face, it's your fingerprints, like it's all of you. So at some point, you can't even speak your mind because you will disappear. You will be gone. Bye-bye, night-night, right? And I'm like, this is the kind of America they're trying to usher in. But they do that by making it seem like this is about patriotism, it's about this, it's about that. But in reality, it's way more nefarious than that. And it has everything to do with the fact that these people hate the Constitution. And they hate the rights that the Constitution affords every American citizen because these are not good people. These are not good people. And notice how they all go to these Ivy Leagues. They're all super white. They're all self-righteous. That's why you cannot trust these people. Hold on.
The Economic Times reported that, quote, Palantir isn't just improving old databases, it's building what some experts are calling the most expansive civilian surveillance infrastructure in U.S. history. Instead of scattered files and spreadsheets, the platform will use real-time data integration and artificial intelligence to profile behavior, detect fraud, and identify individuals or patterns deemed risky by the system.
And how much you want to bet they're going to target mostly like Black people? You see this? I'm like, this right here is going to lead to dehumanizing people. because it's going to be based on prejudice. This is going to lead to dehumanizing people. Like dehumanizing people. Predict closer scrutiny by law enforcement. Child.
At the core of the project is Palantir's Gotham software. Already used by defense and intelligence agencies, Gotham will now be used on the domestic front. It doesn't just track information, it makes judgments. It could influence everything from how benefits are distributed to who gets flagged for closer scrutiny by law enforcement or immigration officers. So, good. They're deploying military surveillance AI to watch our every move and decide who the government should bug. And by bug, I mean investigate, harass, arrest, and probably more. And while the Economic Times reported that they would be deploying a technology called Gotham, Raw Story reported about a different product called Foundry. This article reads, the push has put a key Palantir product called Foundry into at least 4 federal agencies, including the Department of Homeland Security and the Health and Human Services Department.
Let's stop right here. Who did the raid on Diddy? Who did the raid on Puffy? Department of Homeland Security. There you go. DHS, right? You see this? That's why I feel like I don't know who Diddy has on those tapes, but that person was really mad, right? You see this? Do y'all see this? Who raided Diddy's house? Have you ever seen, whether it's the Playboy Mansion, Jeffrey Einstein, Harvey Weinstein, have you ever seen anybody out here's house get raided by Homeland Security? Not even the FBI? No. Homeland Security for Diddy? What the fuck? What the fuck? And that's how you know his trial has nothing to do with RICO. His trial has nothing to do with sex trafficking. No. His trial has everything to put this Negro in his place. Okay? This is a rigged trial. That's why they only have one victim. So this man out here doing a whole RICO and human trafficking, and he only trafficked one person, Cassie Ventura. Go sit down somewhere. Go sit down somewhere. Go sit down somewhere. Okay? You see this? This is why I'm telling you, you have to question everything you see. Even if it doesn't make sense right now, hold on to that. Hold on to that thought. You have to question everything you see. Yeah, question everything you see. Because I'm like, we're truly living in a militarized state. America is like, I'm telling you, America is an imperialist nation. And that's why no matter what, no matter how much debt this country has, no matter how much they can't pay their debt off, they will never give up their military budget, like their military allocation. They will never give that shit up, right? Because that's what America is about. And you think about it too, Israel is like baby America. It's another militarized state also. Okay, that's how you know these people are Europeans, okay? Because they behave just like Europeans. It's a baby ass militarized state full of Europeans call themselves Semites in the Middle East. And you know, compared to America, Israel spends more per GDP on their military than America does. I'm like, what the heck? You're so small. For what reason? They have weapons that even America doesn't even have. What are you about to do? Because you know, they don't want peace in the Middle East. But they can't say that. Oh, we're being attacked. Oh, they're coming after our religious identity. Okay. Oh, they just hate us because we're Jews. Right? Oh, shit, get the fuck out of here. Okay. If you go somewhere too, you can prove yourself to be friendly. You can learn to coexist with people, but they don't want to coexist. They want to take all that shit because these are colonizers pretending to be religious people. And we've seen that too, right? The Catholic Church, bunch of white people pretending to be the people of the faith. And you see, they were out here colonizing the 100-year war ran by the Catholic Church, going to Africa, traumatizing people, getting folks to change their names, all kinds of fuckery by the Catholic Church. This is what they do. You see, we have to get to a point where we understand what white people do for colonization. They have no problem rebranding themselves, repackaging themselves, you name it, right? If they can't hit your ass with religion, they're going to hit your ass with, oh, I think I'm trans, right? So first it's religion. Oh, I'm a Catholic. Oh, I'm this. I'm a Jew. I'm a whatever. Sure, whatever. But anytime you see these people right here, they never lead you to salvation. It's always exploitation. It's always conquest. It's like, are y'all people really of God? Right? But they've always used the name of God to hurt people, to enslave people, to rob people, right? When that doesn't work, they're going to hit you with the sexual identity. Oh, I'm a trans woman. You're like, no, you're a white man in a dress. Oh, I'm oppressed, you know? Why are you oppressed? Oh, because I can't wear my dresses and be called a she. I'm being called a he. It's like, if you do not get out of my face, right? They will use their sexual, I guess their sexual orientation. Oh, I'm a homosexual. Okay, but you're still a white man first. Like that Peter Thiel dude, he's gay. And some of y'all might not remember him. But years ago, like I'm telling like years ago, like maybe like around 2012, 2013, he was outed by this one website. When I tell you this man went batshit crazy, he took all his money to have that company go bankrupt. I'm gonna look it up because they had exposed him as being gay because he didn't want people to know he was a homosexual, right? He didn't want that to come out. But it's funny that even with Trump, you got Trump being surrounded by the two founders of PayPal, Peter Thiel and Elon Musk. But they're going to tell you this country's not racist and this country's about working hard. Shut up. How come we keep seeing the same people at the same places? And it's always next to a lot of money and next to a lot of power. And it's always next to president. Go sit down somewhere with that. Okay? This is what they do. They are constantly rebranding themselves to come hurt your ass. Or the another thing is humanitarian. Recently, this white man got arrested in Haiti because he had so-called a non-for-profit in Haiti, and he was in there molesting these Black children. You see, that's what they do. They rebrand, they repackage, they remarket their foolishness. But at the end of the day, like I told you, they're going to screw you on their way in. They're going to screw you on their way out. And sometimes it's actually literally, okay? Because many of them is touching people, right? But this is what they do. They rebrand themselves. But one of their best rebrand is always through religion. And through religion, they will do some diabolical shit. Like even the most white conservative Christians, bunch of racists. They're a bunch of fucking racists. These don't know shit about Jesus. They're a bunch of fucking racists. But anytime a white man talks about religion, he is quick to have a gun in his hand and he's quick to kill somebody who don't look like him, doesn't agree with him. All they know is violence. But they're good at rebranding because maybe they have a multiple personality disorder. I don't know. Maybe they're trans identified. What do I know? Right? But they're very insincere. They are truly insincere. All they care about is money and power. And if that means they have to tell you that they're Christians, they're Jews, they're whatever, you name it, they'll do it. Don't care. They don't fear God. If they have to tell you, oh, I'm running a non-for-profit, I'm here to save the world, I'm here to make the world a better place, I want to help Black children. Yeah, they want to rape these Black children. They want to molest these Black children. Okay? Oh, I'm a trans person. Oh, I'm a homosexual. Oh, I'm a minority. You're a minority. How? You're a white man. Peter Thiel, white and gay billionaire. Tim Cook, white, gay CEO of Apple. Right? These are things that I don't even think you'll ever see a Black person get to these levels. So if you're a white and gay and you can still attain to that, obviously being a homosexual as a white man is not a deterrent. It does not give you what's it called, demerit points, because there are a lot of highly influential, rich as hell white gay men in positions of power and influence in this country, right? So you're not losing anything because you're white and you're gay. Move out of my face with that. Move out of my face with that. Because at the end of the day, you're still a white person and you are a white man. So no, you're not oppressed. You are inconvenienced, right? But some of us will never see this level of success because we're Black. Because we're Black. Because we're Black. Right? So I'm like, don't ever let anybody make you try to bamboozle you or have you hoodwinked to make you think that America is not racist. America is a racist country. It's a militarized, imperialistic, racist country. It's just not as racist as it used to be, but it's still racist nonetheless because certain things are only reserved for white men. Okay? That's it. So stop.
The newspaper reported. Widely adopting Foundry, which organizes and analyzes data, paves the way for Mr. Trump to easily merge information from different agencies, the government officials said. Creating detailed portraits of Americans based on government data is not just a pipe dream. The company has received also new contracts from the Pentagon and is speaking to the Social Security Administration and the Internal Revenue Service about buying its technology, according to 6 government officials and knowledgeable Palantir employees. And Democratic lawmakers have warned that Trump could use the personal information to target immigrants and punish his critics. And that is exactly the wrong narrative to push, guys. Bad, Ross Story. Bad. This is clearly...
It's not even just Trump, because if you implement that technology, anybody who becomes president will be able to use it to hurt people. It's not just Trump, though.
A leftist argument that they are making. They could use this to target immigrants. No, they could and will use this to target anyone and everyone.
Yep.
This won't just get used on critics of the Trump administration.
Yep.
This will get used on critics of every future American government until the end of America, because that's how government works. Once you give them a power, they never give it back.
Mm-hmm.
And we are entering into territory from which there is no return. And inflaming leftist talking points are both unnecessary and not the move. This is not a partisan issue. In fact, this is a deeply anti-American issue. And I'm sure I don't need to explain to a conservative why having AI watching you at all times and doling out social credit scores is a bad thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because when you look into these two Palantir projects, Foundry and Gotham,
Mm-hmm.
Foundry is for corporations to surveil data and trends, while Gotham is for law enforcement and military intelligence to surveil the battlefield.
Mm-hmm.
When you combine...
This is exactly what Israel wants to do with Gaza. Because, you know, Gaza is an open air concentration camp. Do not let these white people lie to you. And like I said, and to me, I've always said this. I've said there's no one better than a Holocaust survivor to create the best concentration camp. Because when you've been through a concentration camp, you're like, yeah, and you're probably like, you know what, maybe this is how I would have made it better. Because you have experience, right? Just like I'm sure if you let a prisoner create a prison, because he's been a prisoner, he will think of things that a normal architect would not think of. Like if I design a prison, there are certain things I might not think of because I've never been a prisoner. I wouldn't think, oh, you could use this for a shank. You could use that for a shank. Like, what the fuck? Because I don't have that experience as a prisoner, right? But if you tell a prisoner, design the best prison possible, because he's been a prisoner, he's been also deviant, he's been conniving, he's been hiding shit and things of the sort. He like, yeah, he gonna build a prison from the mindset of a prisoner. So he gonna build even a better prison, right? So think about that. If you've been through the Holocaust, you've been through concentration camps, and then you in Germany, then you've been through another concentration camp, either in Cyprus or in what was then called the Mandate of Palestine. Yeah. There's no one better than you to know how to really build the new concentration camp 3.0, because you have perspective that other people don't have, right? And that's why Gaza, you can think, oh my gosh, they're so free, because it's open air. Because in your mind, a concentration camp does not look like that, okay? But it's not just about what a concentration camp looks like. It's how these people are living. If they have ID numbers, if they're being surveilled, they're being controlled, they're being paroled, even how they eat, how they receive food, everything about their daily life is being controlled by the state of Israel. How are these people not in a concentration camp? Like, come on. So it's like, think about this. These people have been through, these Europeans, these Ashkenazi Jews, they've been through 2 concentration camps. They survived Auschwitz or whatever was out there. Then they came to the Middle East. The British people locked them up in either Cyprus or the Mandate of Palestine. They were in those concentration camps for like a good 5 years before they got released in 1948. Like, when did the Nakba happen? So maybe like 4 years or so, right? And I told you, think about, even look at South Africa. Fumi's here. Fumi lived through the apartheid. But do you not understand that the reason why these Afrikaans, who are the Boers, the Afrikaans are Dutch people. That's why they speak like that, the rand. Okay, they speak like Germans. They're Dutch. Okay, that's why South Africans, when they speak English, they have that weird accent because their R's are really hard. The rand, because the rand, that's their currency. The rand. I'm like, what the heck, right? Because when the British left, they left the Boers in charge. So they speak Afrikaan. Afrikaan is a mix of Dutch with like all these African languages in South Africa put together. So a Black South African like Fumi, you will speak Dutch, you will speak English, then you'll speak Zulu, like Isi Zulu, and then you might speak like Ikosa, how's it called again, right? But most Black South African, they speak 4 languages. It is a lot. It really is a lot. But you know, like their tongue is like, it's wired, it's molded for that R, the rand. It's like, what the heck? Like, what is this? Because it's Dutch. But you see, I told you, the British, once again, they put these Dutch people, the Boer people, in concentration camps. And I told you, they were mistreating them so badly. These people almost went, they were near the brink of extinction. They were starved. When I tell you these Anglo-Saxons are evil as fuck, you don't even hear me. They're so damn evil. They were starving these white people. They traumatize them. So like when the Boers are released from these concentration camps, they are truly damaged people. They're hysterical. They're paranoid. And because they've experienced that level of oppression, they knew how to do it to Black South Africans. And that's why the apartheid was well organized, because they've been through that shit, right? So there's nothing better than a person that was held captive on how to create the best prison, because they've been through it. So if you've been through a concentration camp twice, you're going to know how to put the next person in a concentration camp. And you're going to make it even better because you have perspective. You have experience. And that's what they say. Hurt people, right? If the British had never treated those Boers, these Africans that way, I don't think you would have even had the apartheid in South Africa. But the apartheid is their PTSD from what they experienced in the hands of these other white people. Because you see, and the thing about PTSD too is like you never actually hurt the person who hurt you. You go find a new victim. You see what I'm trying to say? So I'm like, Gaza is an open air concentration camp. These people are not free. They are not free. Everything they do is being surveilled. Everything. They have no autonomy. They have no privacy. And these white people know, as long as you keep calling them terrorists, they use the same playbook as Hitler because they're all kinfolk. As long as you call somebody, you know, they don't call you your name. They call you a thing, right? Oh, you're a terrorist. Or you are a Hamas supporter. Oh, you are a Trump supporter, right? You see, white people like to give people labels because when they label you, they get to dehumanize you. You don't get to have a story. You don't get to be a human being. You don't even get to be a child. Sometimes you hear these white people, because they're all white. They're all Germans. These are all Germans. And don't lie to yourself. Even Anglo-Saxons. Anglo-Saxons are cousins to German. Okay? English is closely linked to Germanic languages. That's why we say things like kindergarten, good morning, all this crap. Okay? These are German words. Okay? America it's a lot. It's a lot. And you see it in New York, like you see it in Connecticut, you see it in the Northeast, right? New York City with Bed-Stuy, all that kind of stuff. These people are Dutch. They're all cousins. They're all cousins. So you cannot be surprised that they have similar psychologies and they have similar ways of treating people and labeling people, stigmatizing people, and dehumanizing people. This is who they are. This is who they are. They're not going to change. These Nordic Viking people, they're not going to change. This is who they are. People got to accept that, right? But I'm like, Gaza is an open air concentration camp. And what Israel wants to implement in Gaza is facial recognition surveillance. And as long as they call these Palestinians Hamas supporters, terrorists, people who are anti-Semitic, people who hate the Jews, it's like, yeah, it gives Israel legitimacy to do that to these people. Because, you know, white people have a hard time with nuance and complex subjects. So with white people, you always have to do a dichotomy of humanity. These people are good, these people are bad. When you're dealing with white people, when you explain things to white people, you have to treat these people like they're in kindergarten. Because they struggle to understand that human beings are nuanced. Not everybody is bad. Like when it comes to their history as white Americans and say like, oh, England was taxing us without representation, so we felt like we had to defend ourselves. They get that part. But to say that, oh, Gaza people have the right to defend themselves, they're like, oh, I don't understand. What do you mean? Okay? They like to play dumb like this. They like to play dumb. And white people, if they like your complexion because your complexion matches their complexion and your history matches their history and you have common ancestors, all of a sudden they understand what you're saying, right? But as soon as you look different, they're like, I don't get what you're saying. I don't get it. Like, I don't see how that's similar. Okay? People of bad faith, don't even waste your time on those idiots, right? Because they're racist. They're racist. Otherwise, shit's not that hard. Shit is really not that hard. And it's not that hard. How can you say Israel has the right to defend itself? Israel is a government. Why does Israel have the right to defend itself, but the Palestinians don't have the right to defend themselves? What the fuck? Because white people are bullies. And they like fights that are not fair because they don't play fair. They like to go after people who can defend themselves because they're weak as fuck. And that's why the God, he cursed them with shrimps in between their legs because these are not honest people. They're a bunch of bullies. They bully on weaker people. They bully on smaller people. They never go after someone their own size. They cannot do that. Even with Russia, they have to hide. They want to go to war with Russia, but they don't have the balls to do it. They don't have the testicle nor the length of the penis to actually go do it. So they hide behind Ukraine. But it's America that's fighting Russia. It's not Ukraine that's fighting Russia. It's America. But in case they lose, they don't want to have to deal with the fact that America lost to Russia. So it's better to go through Ukraine. So if Ukraine loses, it's all, well, Ukraine lost because they want to preserve their ego, because they're a bunch of cowards. They never pick on people their own size because they know they're not going to win. When was the last time America won a war anyways? With all these white generals and all these white military people, when was the last time these white boys went to war and actually won a war for this country? They don't win shit. All they do is go to these places, they kill innocent people, they sexually assault the natives, they do all kinds of abominable things, and then they leave billions of dollars worth of weapons to the people that allegedly are terrorists. When was the last time America won a war? Ask yourself that. They don't win shit. All they do is just go burn our money. Just burn our money and make these people even more radicalized, make these people even more extreme. What have they won? When's the last time they won a war? When was the last time these people actually won a war? Just agents for chaos. Foolishness.
The thirst for power and information of corporations with intelligence agencies and combat zones, what kind of surveillance system do you think you're going to get? Listen, I am sure that Peter is a perfectly nice guy, despite his opinion that our tax dollars being used to bomb children in Gaza is really none of our business and we should defer to Israel. But even if Peter Thiel creates the system with the noblest of intentions, who's the next guy that's going to be in charge of it? And then the next. I mean, it's a good thing that there's no corrupt people in the US government who might have access to all of your personal medical, financial, social, digital, and movement data, because if there were any corrupt people in the government, they might be able to do some really bad stuff with all that. Like, it's a good thing that Larry Ellison isn't in the government, or at least not since he retired from the CIA way back in the day before he founded Oracle, because he said some pretty effed up things about privacy and digital surveillance over the years, such as, quote, citizens will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording and reporting. You know, I'll just let him talk because he doesn't make it sound any better.
Your body cams will be transmitting that. The police will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording, watching and recording everything that's going on. Citizens will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording and reporting everything that's going on. We actually take the video that the police officer is, by the way, and the camera's always on. You don't turn it on and off. And by the way, the way you turn it on, you can't turn it on. I'm going to the bathroom. Oracle, I need 2 minutes to take a bathroom break, and we'll turn it off. The truth is, we don't really turn it off. What we do is we record it so no one can see it, but no one can get into that recording without a court order.
Oh, that's good to know, Larry. You might notice that Larry is literally on stage at a giant conference. He's just saying this out loud to the world because he doesn't even realize.
Yeah, but he's like, I think that's what's so funny sometimes about white people, like people like him. He's like, oh, Larry doesn't even realize. I'm like, sir, you're white. Do you not notice that your kinfolk don't have self-awareness? Like, see, me, I'm black, and I have a lot of self-awareness about being black. But I think the problem with white people is that white people think they're all so different from each other. So when they do fuck shit, they think, oh, that's just the individual doing fuck shit. And they don't realize that, no, this right here is a cultural identity for y'all. You all do it. Now, you might do it at different degrees, though, right? But it's like the thing about these people, they really think they're all different. So when a white person does something, oh, no, that's just the individual. It's like, no, you all do it, right? But when it's black people, oh no, they'll give you a common identity, a common behavioral identity, but they never do that to themselves. Like, no, you need to, right? Because I'm like, for me, he's like, oh, I can't believe he's even saying. I'm like, yeah, I can't believe he's saying that. Why would he not say that? He's white, he's super rich, he thinks he knows it all, and he's self-righteous. Because in his head, there's nothing wrong with that. So why would he not say that? Like, what the fuck? I'm like, do you not hear most white people talk? Do you not hear most wealthy white people talk? They say whatever the fuck they want to say. Do you not see these white women out here with their podcast and the kind of shit they reveal about themselves? I wouldn't be surprised. They've been wanting to attack Iran for a long time. Okay, they've been trying to do that stuff for a very long time. I'm not surprised. My only thing is, I just hope Iran moved their stuff to a different place. They want to rob these people. They want to take their oil. They want to take their stuff. White people steal you. I don't know how to explain that to y'all. That's why I say all the time, you cannot envy these people. It's a very greedy, dishonest people. They are thieves. White people don't know how to innovate. They only know how to steal. And they only know how to market stealing to you as a form of like, oh, we're just doing this to protect ourselves. That's all they do. They don't innovate shit. They just rob people. They rob everybody. They're a bunch of thieves. So that's why I just find it so disheartening when I see so many Black people want to emulate these people and want to buy their quote unquote luxury. And I'm like, these are not good people. They're not good people. They are not good people. It's an incredibly dishonest people across the board. They are incredibly dishonest. They're incredibly dishonest, right? You have a whole European nation, quote unquote, the state of Israel in the Middle East to make sure that these Arabs will never have peace. They don't want to see Arab unity because that is a threat to their European unity, right? These people out there, these people in the Middle East, y'all, seriously, God favored them people. They have so much oil. They have so much oil. And it's so easy for them to get to that oil. And it's so affordable for them to get to the oil. Here in America, it's a lot harder to drill. Even fracking. Fracking is a lot. You know what I'm saying? So you can have certain natural resources, but extracting them is not as financially beneficial as it is for some people. When it comes to the Middle East, for these people there, all that sand is actually a blessing. And it's the jealousy of that. Because white people are an incredibly greedy people. It's a very dishonest people. Like everything they tell you is a lie. There's nothing they won't do for money. There is nothing they will not do for money. And that's why when it comes to white people, you have to question everything. Because greed is their middle name. Like that shit just like it's their clarion call. Like greed, oh, I get to make more money. They don't care. They will kill children. They've always killed children anyways. They will kill children. Look at even this whole Diddy trial and the whole RICO and human trafficking. America is missing 300 to 400,000 immigrant children. Instead of going to taking their resources to find where those kids are, 300,000 children are missing. No, they want to worry about Cassie Ventura, who was 28 years old when she was doing free calls. You cannot take these people seriously. There are tunnels in New York City. And I don't know if they're like I don't know what kind of Jews they are. Some European Jew people, they have these synagogues with tunnels. And I guess they're like moving humans in those tunnels. Okay? They're even doing the same thing in Latin America, right? But I'm like, we have tunnels where humans are being transported in New York City. They're not investigating that for human trafficking. But they got all the time for Diddy and these grown-ass women who chose to go there and be nasty freaks and get peed in the mouth. What do I care? Go find the children. Right? It's an incredibly dishonest people. And I told you, this whole Diddy trial stuff is to have Diddy go bankrupt because they want his money. They want his money. This is what they do. When you're rich, when you have something, these white people will find a way to wage war against you. They will find a way to ruin your name, destroy you, because they have to pillage your ass. They will never change. I'm like, there's no redemption for these people. They will never change. They are so greedy. But I'm like, in the Middle East, these people got too much money. They have too much oil. Iran has so much oil. And not just that, Iran has been selling their oil to China. Now, you know, America wants to cripple China. So anybody that is, anyone, even Mexico, anybody that is a strategic partner for China, they are coming for your ass. They are coming for your ass. Because one thing about white people, these people are sore losers. They are sore losers. They talk about the what's it called, capitalism, the free markets, wumpty wump wump. Yes, as long as they have an advantage, as long as they stand to gain. But as soon as they start to lose, per the rule that they themselves have set, oh no, they're gonna fuck this shit up because they don't like to lose. They're sore losers. But I'm like, anybody that's you are a strategic partner to China, they're going to come for your ass. Because they don't want China to overtake them. But it will happen regardless. It will happen regardless. And this Iran thing, let them mess with these people. They're going to meet their match. Everybody is not Iraq. And the thing about Saddam Hussein too, Saddam Hussein, he didn't have certain strategic partners, and also he didn't have that kind of money. He didn't have that kind of money. With these Iranian people, they're going to meet their match. They're going to meet their match. The way they treat these people in Gaza and what they do in Gaza, they're going to meet their match. Because we're going to get to a point where the world at large is going to get sick and tired of America. The way these white Americans bully people, and the world at large is going to get sick of Israel. They're going to get sick of these people. And it's not going to be pretty. Because you're going to see a day where people are actually going to start questioning everything that happened in Germany. And they're going to start asking themselves, maybe Hitler was right. Maybe Hitler was right. Because what kind of people who claim to have been through so much pain is out here just killing people nonstop? Because you would think, if what you claim is real, you of all people should be a people that believes in nonviolence. You should be a people that believes in, let's talk about this. Let's find a way to resolve this, because we know what it is to go through a genocide. But instead, no, these people right here, they're always trying to murder people. They're always trying to bomb people. They don't think about anybody else but themselves. So you start asking yourself, is this how y'all were behaving in Germany? Did you have a hard time fitting in with other people? Did you have a hard time, seeing other Germans as your fellow people? Were y'all doing this over there? You know what I'm saying? You can only do this foolishness for so long until people start to question everything you're claiming, because this is not normal. Even Black people have been through slavery over here. You don't see them try to just murder white people. I'm scared of a white person. I think I saw a noose. Let me go kill a white person, right? They went through like the Second World War, probably lasted at most like 5 to 6 years. Slavery lasted almost like what, 300 years. And do you even see Black people over here behave the way these people are behaving? Because if you only went through something for 5 years and you feel like that gives you the right to just murder people, then what about people who've been through slavery for 300 years? How should they feel then about white people? Right? But you don't even see us out here. I might roast white people, but I'm not gonna be like, oh yeah, go do this to a white person. Go da 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 da. This is crazy. This is crazy. But what if we went around saying, it's giving the child of a KKK member, it's giving the son of a KKK member, I feel unsafe. I feel unsafe. What if we started saying that every time I see a white person, I think that person might be a supporter of the KKK and I feel unsafe? What the fuck? What the fuck? Right? Do you see Black people out here trying to unalive white people? No. So how can they sit here and they want you to believe that they went through this and unbearable pain, unimaginable pain? Like they're the only people who suffered. And that's how you know these people are narcissists. They're ethnic narcissists. Because you cannot look at World War II and feel like you suffered most when people have been through slavery. You went through a concentration camp. That shit's fucked up. Yeah, they had gas chambers. It's fucked up. It's really fucked up. But so was slavery. Because slavery, it went on for centuries. The Second World War, at most, it was like 5 to 6 years. So make it make sense. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. They have no reason to behave the way that they're behaving. But because they're truly Europeans, that's why they're giving all this leeway to be so self-righteous, to see themselves as victim and to not be told, okay, you got to move on. You've made a choice to live in the Middle East. The Middle East is full of Muslims. So if you're not comfortable, just go back to Germany, go back to Poland. You cannot murder all these Muslims. You are in the Middle East. White people are not native to the Middle East. I saw a video of Ben Shapiro trying to tell this girl that he's not white. I'm like, Ben, shut the fuck up. Anybody sees you, yarmulke, no yarmulke, your phenotype is white. Go sit your ass down somewhere. And your last name, Shapiro, it comes out of England. How can you be white, have a British last name, and tell us you're not a white person? Are you okay? You're an Ashkenazi Jew. Go sit down somewhere. Are you crazy? These people are just so insane. But once again, it's white people and their multiple personality disorders. If they're not trans, they're somehow Semite, even though they're all from Europe. If they're not Semite, they're this. If they're not this, they're that. These people are always trying to play mindfuck games with people. Like, get out of here with that. Get out of here with that. You are insane. Your last name is Shapiro. You are British. I even thought it was Italian. Come to find out, it's a British Jewish name. I said, okay, cool. You are a European Jew. There's nothing wrong with that. Why do you want to bamboozle people into believing that you are a trans Semite? How can you be a Semite if you're from Europe? How can you be a Semite with a British last name? How can you be a Semite when you have a European phenotype? Come on. This is insanity. This is really insanity. This is so damn crazy. Imagine if white people started saying, oh, because the first human is from Africa, now they want to reclaim Africa. Like, what the heck? What the world? And my thing is, you can move back there, but you should know how to coexist with people. But you cannot slaughter all these Arabs. You cannot slaughter all these Muslims. You know what I'm saying? And the reason why white Americans support these people, because they did the same shit to Native Americans. When they came here, this country had about 11.5 to 12 million Native Americans. Today, the population is 500,000. Because what they're doing in the Gaza is exactly what these white Americans, these demented, sick as fuck, sociopathic white Americans did to these Native Americans. One of them being called the Trail of Tears, where they slaughtered like hundreds of thousands of Native Americans. You see, and that's why these white Americans have so much sympathy for these Europeans in what is called Israel, because this is what they did to Native Americans. You know what I'm saying? It takes a serial killer to have empathy for another serial killer, because they're a bunch of murderers. They're a bunch of murderers. These are people who are comfortable with genocide. The vast majority of white Europeans, they're comfortable with genocide. They are so comfortable, because if we care to be honest, most people who are Western European truly want the earth to themselves. If white people could have it their way, they would kill everybody who's not white. They will murder anybody who is not white, so they can have the earth to themselves, and their dogs and their cats and their bears and their possum and their beavers and their hamsters. That's it. They do not like the fact that they have to share the earth with certain people. And they don't like the fact that they don't have access to everybody's natural resources. They want you to pay them when you want something from them. But when you have something, they just want to have the right to just take it from you. These people are crazy. They don't have boundaries. They don't have boundaries, and they don't have manners. They're truly insane. And I'm like, the world is not safe for these people. The world is truly not safe for these people. The world is not safe. And I feel like as many countries as possible, especially third world countries-ish or second world, third world countries, they need to start, hey, Nicole, they need to start having their own nuclear bomb. Because the only way you can calm down white people is when they know that you have a weapon of mass destruction. Then they're going to start treating you like an equal. Because they're not capable of not being bullies. And as long as you don't have a nuclear bomb, they will keep bullying your ass. They're a bunch of bullies. They're a bunch of bullies. They're a bunch of bullies. They're just a bunch of bullies. White people just live to bully people and to ruin everybody's day. They're just a bunch of bullies. They're a bunch of bullies. They don't have respect. Because I'm like, even if you need the oil of the Iranians, all you have to do is ask. If you want a discount price, ask. No, they want it for free. Just like slavery, they want that labor for free. They could have said, okay, we're going to pay you a penny, half a penny, right? You don't have to enslave people. You can offer people some kind of pay. No, they want it for free. They are obsessed with free labor, free resources, free everything. They feel as though, they don't want that. They do not want that. It's such a dishonest people. They're all dishonest. Because I'm like, you can ask, okay, even if you don't want to pay this price per barrel, you can just say, okay, Ron, can you sell me that shit for $10 a barrel? No, they can't bring themselves to do that. They need to come kill your ass. They have to kill you, kill your children, I'm like, all you have to do was ask. All you have to do was ask. No, they're barbarians. They're savages. They're so unsophisticated. Even with China, what did it cost for Trump to even try to talk with President Ping? Like, listen, the trade deficit, it bothers me. How can we fix it? Right? He didn't even try to have a conversation. Oh, I'm gonna put the tariff at 200%, and he needs to call me and kiss my ass. I'm like, first of all, how can you as a president, right? How can you as a president even want another man to come kiss your ass? Sir, are you okay? Right? And number two, as a president, do you not think it's tacky as fuck for you to say that you want another man to come kiss your ass? Are you crazy? Why does he need to kiss your ass? Why can't we just sit down as adults and have an adult conversation? Okay, President Pink, and also he's your fellow Gemini. Okay, y'all could have been birthday twins. You could simply say, listen, we have a trade deficit. It really bothers me. How can we make this thing work? You know what I'm saying? Because they're horrible at business. They're horrible at business. White people are horrible business people. That's why they file for bankruptcy back to back to back to back to back. Even when they get these crazy ass $1 billion valuation, these companies usually fail because they're bad at business. They're bad at talking to people. They're bad at human resources. They're bad at managing people. They're bad at managing the workers because they always break promises. All they do is break promises. That's why I feel so bad for all these black girls who think being with a white man, lobster and pasta is where it's at. These people break promises left and right. You are insane. Okay? You are insane. These people are crazy. White people are not capable of keeping their word. They're not capable. They are not capable because that requires sincerity. There is a very insincere people because what they care about is them coming out on top. They're very selfish. They're obsessed with money. They're obsessed with greed. They're obsessed with their ego. They're not capable. They're not capable of sincere relationships. They're just not capable. So why would I even believe you? But I'm like, at first, you can try to talk with the man first. Then if President Pink says, I don't give a fuck about that trade deficit, kiss my ass. Then you can say, okay, I'm going to start raising the tariff, right? But the first thing you should do is show good faith. You can show good faith because this trade deficit is not something that China created. It is something that the American consumer created. Okay? Like, okay? China is not responsible for the fact that Americans just can't control their hunger for consumerism. We're not responsible. So you cannot be mad at them for supplying it. American people need to check themselves. Do you have to buy all this shit? Yeah, because it makes them feel rich. We live in a country that says, oh, keep up with the Joneses. Fake it until you make it. We have very toxic ethos over here that encourages people to spend money before they even have it. So you can be mad at China. American people are responsible for the trade deficit. So yes, you can talk to him, but first and foremost, you got to talk to your own people. Because why do y'all consume so much? Because it makes them feel rich. It makes them feel rich to buy a whole lot of crap. But now you're mad because China has found a way to deliver all that stuff at an affordable price because the more they buy at a cheaper price, the richer they feel. Whose fault is that? But I'm like, any serious person, any great businessman will always try to talk to somebody first. You got to have levels to your fuckery. You got to have levels. Because if you come off the bat and you put 200 tariffs on somebody, he's going to be defensive. He's going to be defensive. And why would he not be defensive? Because you're trying to punk him. Like you want the world to see President Ping as a little bitch. No, you the bitch. You the bitch. You're the one who was raised by a rich daddy. You're the one, your daddy had to give you money to start a business. You never did shit by yourself. You the bitch. You are the little bitch. President Ping, when he was 13 years old, he was in a labor camp. You think Trump and his goofy ass, his McDonald's, Coca-Cola loving ass could have lasted in a freaking labor camp? Okay? That fat twat. Okay, your obese ass. Go sit down somewhere. Have you seen your belly? Have you seen President Ping's belly? You don't eat that nasty shit, right? But I'm like, he grew up in a prison camp. He was starved in that prison camp. With your goofy ass, fancy ass, Upper East Side American life in New York City. You have no idea what this man has been through. But that's the thing about white people too, though, right? Because they think they know it all. Because when you're really a humble person and you really a smart person, you're going to make it your business to understand everybody, including someone you think is your enemy. You don't underestimate nobody. Because you're like, listen, I need to know who the fuck I'm dealing with. So therefore, you go and you do your research. Like, damn, this motherfucker been through some shit, right? Because I'm like, shit, I don't know that I could have lived to survive a prison camp. But this boy was 13 years old. He grew up middle class. When Mao took over China, because his father had money, them people was destroyed. His father was crushed. I'm talking like they grab your daddy, they bring your daddy in the street, just shame your whole family. His daddy had to wear this hat to shame his ass. You have no idea what President Ping he'd been through. Then they threw his ass in a concentration camp because he was the child of a rich person. So they had to I guess make him humble by torturing him. Grew up in a prison. He grew up in a labor camp without his mom. One day he was so hungry, he ran away from the camp. He went to his mom. Do you know his mom didn't even feed him? She called the police on him. I said, shit, what must that have done to him as a child? Your own mother, because she was afraid too, because she had other kids. Can you imagine? And he went back to that camp. He never came back. So he would do the slave labor during the day. And then at nighttime, he would study. This man never went to school. But when he was old enough, when they freed him from the labor camp, he applied for university. He got in at the top. You, Trump, you got into Wharton because of who your daddy was. You're a bum. Like, you are a serious bum. And I need a lot of white Americans to understand that. You're not exceptional. You're just lucky to be born in a country that was built by very evil, evil white people. You're not that exceptional. Right? If we removed you out of your little petri dish called America and we put you outside and we have you competing with the rest of the world, you're not that impressive. Who are you without your weapons? Who are you with your weapons and without your weapons of mass destruction, without your media of misinformation? Who are you really? You're a bunch of nobodies. They're a bunch of nobodies, right? So I'm like, you think you're going to scare this man? Do you know what he's been through? And I'm like, when you're an intelligent person, you have to study people. Because the more you humble yourself and you study a person, then you know how to talk to that person. But like Maya Angelou told y'all, white people don't know how to talk to people. It's a rude ass and disciplined and savage people. They don't know how to talk to people. There is a way of talking to people. And when you do your homework and you learn what a person been through, you will learn how to talk to that person because they've been through some shit. And they've been through shit that you can never understand. So you think you're going to scare him? And the thing about President Ping also, because Trump's a fucking idiot. The thing about President Ping, you, Trump, you're going to have to go. Because y'all, quote unquote, you're a democracy. So you're going to be gone in 4 years. President Ping will outlive you. He might not even stop. He might be president until he stops. He might be president until he dies. Right? It's the same thing with Fidel Castro. Fidel Castro, for as much as these white Americans put sanctions on him, how many American presidents came and went? They came, they left, they came and left. And Fidel Castro was still the president of Cuba. Right? From what? From JFK all the way down to like maybe Bill Clinton or even George Bush. Even Obama maybe, right? He was still alive. He was still alive. Right? So you bully these people when you have a system that is a revolving door. The White House is a revolving door. When it comes to China and the Communist Party, there's no elections. So he has years, like he has all the time he needs to do whatever he wants to do. You only have 4 years, and after that, you're gone. So all he has to do is withstand those 4 years. And because most likely he knows you're in shit, he probably prepared himself for that. But because he's Chinese, you underestimate this man because you're racist, because you're really racist. Because if you saw him from one human to another, you would recognize his human potential. You would not fuck with this man. Because when y'all, I'm telling y'all, like me, when I watched the documentary of President Ping, I was like, this man is phenomenal because he's currently the ruler of a party that destroyed his father. This is the party of Mao. The Mao that destroyed his dad, took everything from their family. The Mao who sent him to a labor camp. Imagine how strategic you have to be to keep all that in there and act like you're not mad about it. And then you fast forward, you become the leader of that party. And every time you see, like even in Beijing, like they have a picture of Mao, you'll see him standing right there. When they have their big ass meetings, they have this fancy room and you'll see a picture of Mao and he stands right there. I'm like, damn. Because it was Mao, then it was one president, and then it's President Ping. But imagine taking over the party of the man who destroyed your dad. I said, but my God, Trump can do that shit. He can't even do basic ass real estate deals without going to bankruptcy. Trump can't even stay married with one person. 3 marriages, 6 kids by 3 different baby mamas. You a hot ass mess. You are a mess. You are a hot mess. You are a mess. Like you're truly a mess, right? I'm like, that is crazy. You have 1 billion people in China. Out of 1 billion people, he became the one, the chosen one. I'm like, this man is like me, President Ping. I'm like, he's so phenomenal to me. I'm like, this man is he's inspirational and aspirational. Because you know how many people would have been destroyed by that labor camp? How many people would have been emotionally destroyed? Like, what? I used to be a middle-class kid. Now look at me. Look at my clothes. I'm not going to school. He didn't let any of that get to him. He's so impressive. Because a lot of people, especially over here, most Americans, they can sustain that. You know, they can't even get out of bed without a motivational talker, with a motivation. They can't do that. They need to be doped up all the time. This man didn't have access to motivational speeches. He didn't have access to the podcast. He didn't have access to gurus. He had to find that inner strength in himself. Like, yes, you're in the labor camp. Yes, you used to be a child of a middle-class person. Now you ain't got shit. Yes, your mama called the police on you. Yes, you don't get to go to school. You have no teacher. You have to work really hard like a slave. Then you got to come home at night with no electricity and still find a way to study. And I'm like, that right there, that is incredible determination. And I'm like, you, Trump, with your cheeseburger loving ass, right? You will never be able to crush that man because he saw you coming with your goofy ass. Because one thing about Trump, he doesn't even realize that he looks like and he moves like a very clumsy ass elephant. It doesn't matter because whether you live under the CCP or you live here, you are living under military rule. You know what I'm saying? We're all living here. We're like, America is not, you're not free in America also. You're only free to do what they allow you to do, right? We're not free. But the only thing is, I think maybe it has to maybe people not understanding China or people not even understanding America is that one thing I have noticed about America, as long as they keep saying other people are bad, they automatically think America is good. It's like, no, there's no real freedom in America. We went through COVID where a government said, you don't take this, you lose your job. We went through that. Right? We live in a country where if you don't pay taxes, they can put you in prison, even though there's nowhere in the Constitution where you are required to pay taxes. Right? We live in a country where the NSA can open your phone, but you don't know that you never lived there. Right? You never lived there. All you know from China is what you are receiving from American media that is ran by white people who are usually xenophobic and racist. But then Americans don't even know what they're fighting for. That's the thing though. Right? Because if Americans were really fighting for America, they would dismantle not just the duopoly, but they would dismantle the fact that billionaires have so much control over the election. But where is even that? Most Americans don't even know. They're so submissive. Compare even the American people to the French people, Nicole. Here in America, you can do whatever you want. You can raise taxes. You can raise the price of oil. You can raise the price of gas at the pump. You can do all kinds of bullshit. They don't come outside. Right? You can even raise the price up. You can even raise the age of retirement. They will not complain. They will submit. Americans are very submissive, right? But when you look at France, for example, raise the price of the liter of gas by just like 10 cents. See what happens. When I tell you, these people are going to be marching by tomorrow, right? Macron tried to raise the age of retirement. They were outside. So I think sometimes American people they have convinced themselves that they're so revolutionary, when in reality, most Americans are just obese, intellectually obese, motivationally obese. Most Americans are very submissive people. They accept bad leadership. There is $36 trillion in debt. Most Americans don't have a problem with that. They're not mad. They'd rather fight about, does Joe Biden have mental degeneracy? Is Trump a felon? These are very unserious people. Because serious people would focus on the national debt. Like, hold on. You mean to tell me you took 25 years to kill these Arabs? You spent 14 trillion. Why is that? Why is that? You know what I'm saying? But French people, to me, are way more, they're way more about their constitutional rights. They know their rights. French people know politicians work for you. You don't work for politicians. When you live in America, you realize that American people work for politicians. They are very submissive. You raise their taxes, they don't complain. You raise their property taxes, they don't complain. You sent 300 billion to Ukraine. They do not complain. You sent 100 billion to Israel. They do not complain. So it really is bewildering to me how American people can truly believe that they have a better life than the Chinese. The Chinese government is not out here giving money away to go kill people. China has made investments around the world, from Africa to Latin America, to secure rare earth, to secure this, secure that. If you've never been in China, how can you say, I don't want to live in China? That's xenophobic. You don't know that place. You've never been there. Do you even have a friend that's from China? Like, what do you know about China? You don't know anything about China. You only know from China what the white Americans want you to see from China, right? That's okay. And that's right. That's how it goes. Just like Africa, a lot of people don't know anything about Africa. They only know what white people put on TV, and it's always poverty. It's always civil wars. It's always foolishness. But you actually have to live there, because having a lived experience versus consuming something on TV, it is not the same. Because what you see on the media is susceptible to propaganda, right? You might go to Shanghai, for example, and like, what the heck? This is nothing like what I saw on TV. Of course. Because why would white Americans show you a good side of Chinese people? They're racist. They are racist. They're so racist. And I even feel like if it was not for social media, so many more people would have so much hatred towards Chinese people. And that's why when they were threatening people to cancel TikTok, and people started going on Red Note, people saw a side of China they never thought was possible. Like, oh my gosh, you guys are so nice. Y'all so lovely. Y'all so friendly. I'm like, here go American ignorance again. American ignorance and xenophobia. Why would they not be nice? Why would they not be friendly? Like, what the fuck? Right? That's something you gotta be very careful. Because like, if you've never been somewhere, you have never experienced the people, you have never experienced their culture, don't even speak a few words from their language, you cannot say, well, I would never want to live in China. You don't know what that is. But every country has its good, it has its bad, right? But I'm like, the same thing with America. But I'm like, we have lived here and we saw some foolishness here too. But we're not totally free here. And when people try to expose the kind of stuff that the NSA is doing, they have to leave the country. Like Eric Snowden can never come back to America. But you would think, for as much as America claims to care about free speech and the Constitution and things like that, exactly, but there's no place as paradise. Because as long as you live with human beings, you will never have a paradise. That's for the afterlife. Humans have their flaws. So no place on earth, even if you go to Tahiti, you can go to Tahiti and it's very beautiful, but you can also, I'm sure, have negative experiences in Tahiti because people are there. But that's, it looks beautiful in the pictures though. I could go to Hawaii too. I think Hawaii is gorgeous, but you can also have bad experiences in Hawaii because you will find human beings there. And when you find human beings, you're going to find some foolishness, right? But I'm like, there are great places in China. There are great people in China. And I feel like as long as you don't test the president, you ain't got nothing to worry about. But at the end of the day, but even here too, Nicole, we have control. We have control. You saw Kanye West, JP Morgan and Chase close his account. They had seized 150 million. Who is JP Morgan to seize his money? Kanye can write what he wants to write. If somebody feels offended, they want to sue him, then sue his ass. How can Jamie Dimon decide that he's going to block Kanye's money? Kanye had $175 million blocked. So you cannot talk about we're not under control, right? Beyonce, because Beyonce say how she really feels, hell the fuck no. But yet they're telling us she's worth $500 million, right? Look at the real mistreatments of Black people. Look at Carmelo Anthony, like what he went through. How many Black people even felt comfortable to speak up for that boy? Even though allegedly they're rich, so we're controlled. You live in a country where even rich people are afraid to speak their mind, right? You live in a country where even wealthy Black people are afraid to take a stand. They only take a stand for what they're allowed to do because they themselves are not free. There is no freedom in America. There is the perception of freedom. You're not free. You are not free. You're not free. And that's the real thing. All these Black football players who see what Carmelo Anthony is going through, nobody said, okay, I don't know what really happened, but let this young man have his day in court. How many of them would even feel comfortable to go on the website and make a donation with their name on it? No, because they're afraid of saying, oh, you're just standing for a Black boy who killed a white man. You see? So we're not free. There's no freedom in America. There's the perception of freedom. And when you're Black, even wealthy Black people, when they speak on an issue, is because they were given the permission to do so. Their thoughts are not their thoughts. Their stand is not their stand, right? Because all this energy they had during Black Lives Matter, what happened to it? Because you realize they were given the permission to address these issues. So there you go. So you cannot say that America is different than China, because I'm going to ask you, how is it different than China? Chinese people do exactly what we do here. They work, they have cars, they travel, they buy luxury, they go to school, they have great schooling, they have great education, they're better at math, they're better at science, they're better at many things. But you don't know that because you don't know that because you're not even aware of your own level of control, right? So how can you yourself, you're in an experiment and want to judge somebody else's experiment? That don't make any sense. You're being abused, but you want to tell somebody else, "Oh, I'm not as badly as abused as you." Girl, are like, we're not. This is not oppression Olympics. Doesn't make any sense to me, right? When you live in America, you endure your own form of abuse. This country here is abusive. It is emotionally abusive. It's emotionally draining. So we can sit here and be, it's like a woman who's being abused by her husband, and she's like, "Oh, at least my husband doesn't hit me as bad." Like, no, we're being abused here. We've always been abused. If anything, it's because of social media now, more people having these conversations. So we're all waking up. But even the crime bill, it's a form of abuse. America used to, like, let's go with your claim that, America is so much better than China. Then why does America have the largest population of incarcerated people in the world, right? America has, it's one of the most developed countries in the world, and it has the largest population of inmates in the world. And the vast majority of this, you're fine to disagree. You can disagree. I don't really care, right? But you cannot talk about a country is better than China when it's the #1 country for inmates. That doesn't make any sense, right? This country here does the death penalty. They kill people. The #1 people to be inmates are Black people. So you cannot sit here and say, "Oh, America is not as bad as China." That's a damn lie. That is a damn lie. Now, if you're white and you say it, I can understand that. But to be Black and to say it, that's crazy. That is crazy. We're in 2025 and we see the treatment of Black people. We're even sitting here and we are watching these Democrats fight tooth and horn to bring criminal Latinos back to America to face due process. I've never even seen that. But my thing is, ultimately, you cannot be Black in America and truly believe in your core that America is better than China, especially when you've never been to China. But the thing is, when we look at America for what she is and what she stands for, and we look at her statistics, right? This country really is awful. And it's really awful to Black people. Because how can you be a developed country as you are? You're so developed. You are so developed. But at the same time, you have the largest population of inmates. Why are so many of your people in prison? And why are those people predominantly Black people? How is that okay? Because if you're better than China, we shouldn't even get here. We should not have these numbers. If America is so much better than China, we should not have these numbers because we know a contributing factor to people ending up in prison is education. So what kind of education are people receiving in America by the government that they're ending up in prison? So this is not a good country. All you do over here is just pay taxes. You are allowed to pay as much taxes that they want you to pay, and you can get yourself as much debt as you want to get. A country where you are told you have to wait until you're 66 or until you're 67 to finally enjoy the money that you've worked for. You got to wait until you're 66 or until you're 67. Every 8 years or so. Yeah, I'm like, to me, whether it's communism, I mean, it doesn't really matter. Because even China too, they're not fully communist. But I think some people don't understand that. Because once again, this is how the whites talk to people. Oh, they're communists. Okay, America's imperialist. Right? And what is imperialism? You go and you bully other people and you steal their shit. So at least like you can say, hey, if somebody is communism, if somebody's a communist, at least they're oppressing their own people. When you're an imperialist, you go all around the world and you bully other people. Right? So like that's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to say. That's why I said to me, America is racist and xenophobic. Because you only see the flaws in other people, but you don't see the flaws in yourself. If China is communist, what is America? America is imperialist. And that's why America has military bases all around the world. So how can you be okay with that? How can you be okay? How is that any better? You think it's okay for America to have a base in Guam, a base in Korea, a base in Japan, a base over here, a base over here? It's imperialism. Do you see China have bases all over the place? No, because they let people do their own shit. And when China deals with people, it's not out of military, like a war threat or military threat. Like when China deals with people, it's for business. The Chinese are known for giving loans. Now, you can say the loans are predatory, but they give loans to people. America drops bombs on people. So I'm kind of confused. So you don't want communism for yourself, but you don't mind if your country goes around and slaughters people. That's kind of weird to me. That is really kind of weird to me. America is known for being the #1 killer in the world. They've killed all kinds of people. You are part of a country that has used a nuclear bomb on people. So I'm like, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, make it make sense. Well, you've never heard. Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. So you also have the mindset of an imperialist. So you're not any better, right? I'd rather be a bully. There you go. So you rather bully people than to do X, Y, and Z. So you are okay with being an imperialist. So you're not better than the Chinese. Because what you're offering is not even a thing where we treat human beings with respect. You also want to go around with power. I want to bully you. So you're no better. Right? You're no better. And that's what happens when you spend too much time with white people, where their ways becomes your ways and your mindset becomes their mindset. Because to me, it's like everybody should say, we have to respect other people. Don't bother me. I don't bother you. Right? It's not self-preservation. You don't have to bully people to preserve yourself. Because you could also consider the fact that you can be friendly, you can be respectful, and you don't have nothing to worry about. If I don't bother you, don't bother me. But to bully is an intentional harassment of people who are weaker than you. That is not self-preservation. That is disgusting. You cannot say that bullying is self-preservation. Right? That to me, that's demented. How is bullying people self-preservation? How is it that you're going, like when America went and killed these innocent Vietnamese people? How's that self-preservation? Were these Vietnamese ever going to attack America? They were never going to attack America. I'm just saying, like, make it make sense. Were the Vietnamese people ever going to attack America? They were not. Did they even have planes to even come over here? No. These small people. But Americans went there to kill these innocent people, right? The people in Japan who suffered Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Why? Why? You're having a war with the military. Why are you dropping nuclear bombs on civilians? Why are you dropping nuclear bombs? It's the shit that happened in Latin America, from Chile to Nicaragua to Argentina to Brazil. All these Latin American countries that America fucked up. These people deserve that? That America preserve itself? Then why is the stock market always so fucked up? What's self-preservation? It's just bullying people for the sake of bullying people and to make a small minority of white Americans wealthy as fuck. But even all these wars, even Iraq, how did Iraq make America any safer? When we are sitting here, we're watching all these LA riots, if they're real, right? Is it Iraqi people doing this? No. Allegedly, they're Mexicans. Okay, cool. So you slaughtered all these Iraqi people. You slaughtered all these Iraqi people. How did that make America safe? People risk their life to come here because they want to make money. It's not because they agree with the morality. I think you struggle with that, right? You can look at a place and say, Babylon is a place where I can make money. But you go there to make money, not because you agree with the morality, right? I don't have to agree with the morality to take a job. You can work for a company and not agree with the ethics of the CEO, but you go there because you need a job. People come here for a job. And that's why a lot of immigrants, when they come here, they don't fully immerse themselves because they might not like the morality. And that's understandable. There are people also who go to China to get jobs. So what's the point? There are people who go to China. Immigration happens all over the place. But you don't watch Chinese news. You don't speak Mandarin. So you don't know where their immigration is. You don't know how many Russians go to China. You don't know how many people from Mongolia go to China. You don't know how many Indians immigrate to China, right? Well, I'm just saying, you have no idea what is going on with the Chinese immigration. You don't speak Chinese. You're not Chinese. And you don't keep up with China. But when you look at the map, China is surrounded by Russia. China is surrounded by Mongolia. China is surrounded by India. China is surrounded by a lot of countries. So you don't know who is immigrating into China, even though China is communist. But there are many foreigners in China. You even have French people in China. You have British people in China. You have a lot of people who live in China, even though it's communist, because the opportunities are there. Even Tesla is in China. Apple is in China. But why? Is it not communist? So I'm like, to me, it's a moot point, right? Immigration happens everywhere, but the more you have a robust economy, you don't have a good economy because you have a better system. It also depends. America has, to some extent, a better economy because America, the U.S. dollar is the world's global currency. So that affords America a lots of leeway that American people can just print money without actually doing the work. Because that's what we do. We just print money. We just print money. That's what we do. We don't innovate shit. We just print money. Right? So that's what happens. It is a huge leverage to be the world's currency. Because when everybody depends on you for that US dollar, you can take advantage. And they've been taking advantage. They've been playing with the currency. But ultimately, there is nothing that these white Americans are accusing the Chinese to do that they themselves are not doing. And I believe that people need to have self-awareness. But I cannot say, oh, I will never want to live there. I don't know. I've never lived there. And everything I see about that place is coming from the same white people who always have negative media, negative images, negative movies, negative documentaries, negative videos about Black people. So if I see how you treat me on your TV screen, I cannot trust you when you talk about anybody else who is not white. Because anybody who is not white Americans never have anything good to say about these people, myself included. So I'm not going to trust you. I will trust my own experiences with Chinese people. And I have lots of Chinese friends. I would trust my own experience with them. I am not trusting these white people because white people don't like anybody. And I don't know if it's like, I don't know. That's the Anglo-Saxon mindset, right? For British people, for German people, for white Europeans, when you are nice, people think you're weak. In some countries, when you're nice, people think you're respectful, right? And that's why you got to have cultural perspective. Right? In some cultures, when you look somebody in the eyes, you're being honest. In some cultures, when you look somebody in the eyes, it's disrespectful. And that's why Asian people always bend their head because in their culture, it's not respectful. But I think the problem with American people is that it's ethnocentrism. Because something makes sense to me, automatically I'm right. And I'm saying, no, that is your perception, right? That is a paradigm that you have accepted. You say to yourself, when you're too nice, people see you as weak. Because in an Anglo-Saxon system, that's just how it goes. You have cultures when you're a nice person and you're friendly, people actually look out for you because they don't have a culture that is predatory. They don't have a culture where you exploit people, right? They don't have a culture where you exploit people. They're like, oh, wow, this person's very nice. And because you're nice, now they want to be loyal to you, right? We see it here in America. Oh, when you're too nice, you're too weak. And we see what that leads to, right? Whether it's divorce is rape. Because somebody feels as though, oh, you're not doing your fair share. You're not looking at the kids as much as I am. People start comparing who's doing this, who's doing that. People get upset, they go file for divorce. You have the same issue with corporations between the owner and the workers, right? Where the owner feels like, oh, if I'm too nice to my employees, they're gonna run over me and take over me. So they become extremely excessive. Then the worker feels like, well, why am I gonna be so loyal to this business? Because they might take advantage. So I'm saying it goes all over the place. When it comes to power, every ethnic group or every nation, right, has their own perception as to what power actually is. For American people, right, because most American people get their ethos from white Americans, Anglo-Saxon American, Dutch American, German American, Irish American. For these Anglo-Saxon people and these German people, right, for them to be powerful is you crush people. And we have seen this, whether you look at Rockefeller, whether you look at Carnegie, whether you look at, even Cornelius Vanderbilt, you look at all these you look at all these capitalist people, industrialist people of the Great Revolution who are mostly Anglo-Saxon, Irish, German, Dutch, you name it. It was their mindset. I need to crush everybody. And it made sense to them. But today, where are they now? And we even saw with Carnegie. Carnegie went as far as killing his own workers because they asked for a 3 cents raise or like a penny, whatever, something crazy. They were asking for pennies of a raise, even though he was a multi-millionaire. Carnegie had these people murdered. He had them murdered because this is an Anglo-Saxon, Western European way of looking at things, right? For me to have power, I need to crush everybody else. When you look at Finland, you look at Switzerland, right? Over there, they also have rich people. But those rich people don't have a mindset of, I need to crush everybody else. I need to destroy everybody else. I need to operate my business at a loss to cause people to lose their businesses. They don't have that. And over there in Finland, in Sweden, people have a much healthier relationship with wealthy people because those wealthy people, their mindset is not to crush the small people. Okay? Their mindset is, okay, I'm rich, but I'm also one of y'all, so we can all be friends. It's not a problem. Right? Different cultures, different people, but that's what I'm trying. It doesn't matter if they're homosexuals or not. Ultimately, I am talking about white people because white people are the ones who usually, when it comes to the Western world, white people are usually the ones who dictate how everybody's going to think. They dictate people's ethos and psychology, right? And I'm saying when you look at Anglo-Saxon people and you compare Anglo-Saxon to the Swedes or to people from Finland, you will see that they have a different psychology around power. You look at Japanese people too. You look at Korean people too. You look at Chinese people. You look at Indian people. Every culture will look at power differently. Now, if those people have been indoctrinated by Anglo-Saxons, they have this mindset. There can only be one rich person. They can only be, and for me to be rich, I got to crush everybody. For me to do, I got to, you know what I'm saying? That is an Anglo-Saxon mindset. But just because something is prevalent, it doesn't make it right. Just because something is prevalent doesn't mean that there's not something better out there. It doesn't mean that there's not something better out there. But over here, greed is justified. Crushing people is justified. Crushing smaller businesses is justified. Taking everything for yourself is justified. But just because a certain mindset is prevailing, it doesn't make it okay. And it doesn't mean that we should not challenge ourselves to ask ourselves, is there not something better? Is there not a better way to achieve your goals and do what you want without having to feel like I need to crush you? I need to take everything from you. I can only be the only one. I need to have a monopoly. Like, that is just excessive. It's just excessive. And maybe that's why, too, as we stand here today in America, we see so many of our young people be disillusioned when it comes to even working. Because they say to themselves, I'm going to work and have what? Because it seems like rich people just get richer. And everybody else, it's like they just get poor. Right? So a lot of young people today, they're completely disillusioned. They are not motivated. They don't care. They're not driven anymore because the way the wealth is being spread in America is so unfair. It is so unfair. Because what we have normalized or what we have accepted for so long is actually detrimental to a nation. And it's even detrimental to the motivation of a nation, right? Because you think, oh yeah, let people be rich because maybe one day I'll be rich. But you realize like, no, it's a club and you'll never get in there. So a lot of people today don't even care. And I see why today socialism is so appealing to the Gen Z and the Gen Y and the Gen Alpha people. Socialism is so appealing to them. I understand. Because what they see in this mindset, like especially capitalism, it's greed, and this winner takes all mentality, is that it's discouraging. Because why should the winner take everything? Do you even need everything? Like, leave something for other people. But when young people realize that this shit right here, if this wealth game is really giving a zero-sum game, it's like either you win all the money or you win nothing at all. Why will people be motivated to want to play it to play this game? For what reason? Well, hey, because people were told that's how it goes. Because people don't think, and that's what I'm trying to tell you. These are the perils of ethnocentrism. Is that when you do something or when your nation does something, because it's so prevalent in your country, you think, oh, that's it. It's like, no, people should question things. Like, is this the best paradigm for power? Where one person says, oh, I'd rather be a bully than to be the bullied, right? It's like, but why? Why do we even have to bully people? Why can't we make friends with people? Why can't we have respect for people? Why can't we get along with people? Why can't we agree that sometimes you win some and sometimes you lose? Right? You understand? And now, it's perfectly fine. You don't always have to win because there's no way for you to always win without you cheating. Right? But today, here are the consequences where you have a young generation that is completely disempowered, discouraged, depressed, whatever, when it comes to the workforce. They don't want to join the workforce. because it doesn't seem fair to them. Because it seems like there's a bunch of workers, but there's only one person that gets to eat everything, that gets to eat more than other people. It's really crazy. Like, I was looking at the story of the founder of IKEA. And for as much as he was like one of the wealthiest men, I guess in Sweden, whatever he's from, but I'm like, this man is very different than most American industrialists. You know, like he was rich. He was really, really rich. But I'm like, the way he went about building his wealth, though, it wasn't as predatory as the way it would have been if it was here. Because in America, when you're trying to build wealth, you are allowed to be predatory. You're allowed to abuse people. You are allowed to lie to people. Like, you're allowed to scam people. I'm like, it's so crazy to me. So that you can be rich, but what about these other people? And what about their motivation to keep wanting to play this game? If they see that, okay, like, what is this? What is this? So I'm like, when I look at the young people today, I can understand why socialism is so attractive to them. Because a lot of young people now, they believe in socialism. And I would not be surprised if in the years to come, these young people are voting for universal income. I would not be surprised. Because I don't see these young people want to work for 30 years or work until they're 66, whatever, when there's one person that comes up with one company and they take their company public and they become billionaires in one day. I just don't see that happening. But I'm like, eventually, just like England, America is going to be extremely socialist. It's going to happen. Because the way the wealth distribution here is so crazy. People are not going to want to play that game because it's not a fair game. Yeah, they're not going to play that game. And I'm like, I can see Snowden. Who's that? I can see, Snowden, Eric Snowden. I can see these young people. Yeah, but you see, Europe used to be Europe. Most European countries like Great Britain, France, the Dutch people, whatever, right? Denmark and things like that. These people were big into imperialism. Even Portugal. But the Europeans were like, those Europeans were even more into imperialism, right? Let's go conquer the world. Let's just do that. But you see, as more and more generations have come through, look at England. Think about the England of old. Incredibly imperialistic, maritime superpower, right? It's like, I feel like out of every country in the world, it's like only like 5 or 10 countries that were not touched by England. But today, you look at the average British person, right? They don't have that imperialistic drive. They want socialism. And I feel like that's the aftermath of being part of an imperialist superpower, is that you get to a point where your people, your young people, don't want to do that. They don't want it. They want socialism. They don't want to try. I won't do it. And I'm like, we're going to see a day where America turns just like, we're going to see a day where America turns just like Great Britain. And we're even there. We are even there. Because I'm like, everything you need for America to turn like Great Britain, we have it. We have it. The national debt, the poor handling of like the resources, right? We also don't have a wealth fund in America, right? Trump wants to prioritize tax cuts for the rich. This is exactly what Great Britain did, right? And then look at them today. Look at Great Britain today. Compare Great Britain to Norway with their wealth fund. Like with their wealth fund, Norway was not out here giving tax breaks to the rich and things of the sorts because they're like, nah, these things have to be paid. And today, Norway is way ahead financially than Great Britain. But it's crazy to see how once a world superpower, incredibly imperialistic, has now turned into an entire nation of socialists. The average British person lives off of welfare. And I think that's what happens when things are just so extremely, like, I don't know if it's competitive, but this mindset of you got to crush everybody. Only one person can be super rich, zero-sum game, winner takes all. I think you keep doing that over and over and over and over again, you're going to get people to be severely depressed. You're going to get people to be discouraged. You're going to get people to just exit the labor market because it's like, it's not fair. Okay. No, it's not just a Trump issue, but I just feel like Trump is the perfect storm. I feel like Trump is what Margaret Thatcher was to Great Britain at that time when they had to decide what to do with their wealth fund. I feel that's what Trump is. And his policies are similar to what they did, to what Great Britain did. You have a high national debt. You don't have lots of investments. America barely have, what investments does America have, right? And then you want to prioritize tax breaks for the rich. You know what I'm saying? And then we have all these welfare programs that we don't want to stop. So this is not going to end well. And I'm like, yeah, you're going to get to a place where America is going to be socialist. And you see it with these young people. You see how they talk. You see what they like. You see what they, I guess, like idolize. You see how they converse on TikTok and how they converse all around social media, right? They do not want to work because it's not inspirational to work. Yeah, but I don't think because they're white. I don't think it's just because they're white. I think they have a cultural mindset that does not encourage people to just think about themselves. They don't become wealthy to crush other people. So it's not even just about homogeneity, right? You can have a nation that is not homogenous, but if things are a bit more fair, if the rules are a bit more clear, if the outcome is a bit more predictable, people will be more encouraged because the game is kind of giving fair. In America, the game gives excessively rigged. Like we can all see it. The only place where you can say in America that you might feel somewhat like encouraged to participate is sports. But even that too, are you a woman? Because you might have to compete with a trans man. Right. But I would say so mostly like men, like, you know, male category sports are most likely the fairest of them all. But when it comes to even education, is it really fair? Right. When it comes to applying for the job market, some people are able to apply. Some people have to go apply on the website. Other people, they know somebody. You know, and people are realizing that. It doesn't matter that I went to this college. It doesn't matter that I worked so hard to have all these great grades and these internships. Right. I don't know anybody. There's somebody who could be in the same major as you. Y'all took the same classes. They had a worse GPA. And now they got the job before you did because they had that one thing you didn't have, connections. Right? Going to college also. This concept of people have to get into debt to have a college degree. Is that even okay too? So I just feel like sometimes focusing on other people in other countries and what allegedly they don't have right, it takes your own attention away from what you still have to work on. I feel like it's like people who are procrastinators, they always worry about other people instead of worrying about themselves. Because I'm like, you have so much work to do, but because you fear your workload, you want to focus on somebody else's workload. Like, no, focus on your own stuff. Because we have real problems here. We really have real problems. Even this national debt, it's like you're going to get to a point because the more the country borrows money, the more you have to raise interest rates. So you'll get to a point where a lot of our young people, even our grandkids, they will not have property. They're going to have to rent. And that's even if they have the credit to rent. Right? But we're not going into a good place. But it's like, I feel like as long as people tell themselves, oh, we're better than China. We're better than China. They feel as though, oh, we're good to go. I did my homework for the day. No, you haven't. There's still so much to do. Because this new economy that China is trying to do, they've only been at this for 50 years. America's been embracing capitalism for 400 years. So where are we now? Why are we here? Right? But my thing is like, even when you think about $14 trillion, just the money was just burnt in these wars, just killing these Muslim people. How do we benefit from that? How do we benefit? How did the American people benefit from $14 trillion into bombs and things of the sorts? Like, that is crazy. But I just feel like as long as people tell themselves, oh, we're better than China, right? They don't even see like this is incredibly awful. Because China, when we were out here killing people, Chinese were out here giving loans to people, securing minerals, building ports, doing this, doing that. And today they have the biggest EV market. They have all the minerals needed to do these electrical cars. They have so much because they didn't prioritize killing people. Right? And I'm like, 14 trillion, nobody is mad. Nobody is mad. And even that's not even a Trump issue because Trump just got here. But I'm like, this debt issue, it really is a Congress issue because they all played a part in it. They all had to approve this money. Democrats had to approve this money. Republicans had to approve this money. I'm like, $14 trillion. We have nothing to show for it. And this is people's money because the government does not make money. They don't make money. They tax people. So when we're sitting here and we hear that 14 trillion was just spent killing people, people should be out rioting. I even feel like January 6th should be nothing. People should lose their mind. I think like most American people should say, you know what? We're not going to work for 2 weeks. We're not going to work for a whole month until you people figure this thing out. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, people should be upset. That 14 trillion is your money. It's not somebody else's money. But they're not even triggered because they keep telling themselves, well, at least we're not China. At least we're better than China. I'm like, if you keep thinking this way, you're going to continue to get screwed over. Well, at least we're not China. Well, no, we know we're not China. This is America. That's China. Of course, we're not China. But for what America promises to be, what is this? If you had to grade these politicians, they need to get an F. And also, they need to be arrested. If we're being all the way honest, they need to be arrested. I was truly impressed by the Korean people when they arrested their president. They locked that man up. Like nobody, I'm like, okay, that's exactly what you mean when you say nobody's above the law. But when it comes to America here, so many of our politicians need to be behind bars. They need to be behind bars. The money they've stolen, the money they've mishandled, the lies they've told us, the things they've kept hidden from us. These people need to be locked the hell up. I'm just making a statement. They need to be locked up. Because how can you be an investor in a medical company and then pass a law that forces people to take the medication? How is this okay? You see, and I'm like, even in China, when you are a minister in China or you're in politics in China and you are caught doing corruption, they will grab you, Nicole. They will grab you on national TV and embarrass you. I mean, they take your shirt off. They take your shoes off. Are you kidding me? They don't play about these people. You're going straight to prison and they will shame you on national TV. Over here, we know all these politicians are corrupt. Never once do they have charges brought against them. Never once are they shamed. Never once do they have to lose the money they acquired illegally. Look at Nancy Pelosi. How does she have all this money? So I'm like, so for me, I really find it very, I find it very hypocritical when people say, oh, I don't want to be in China. Look at how we live. Nancy Pelosi on paper, her salary is like $200,000. All she's ever done for the most part was be a senator. The lady is worth $150 million. How is that possible? And nobody's upset. We are sitting here and we see these senators do insider trading. What if the average American does insider trading? He's going to prison for 20 years. So we have some laws for some and we have no laws for others. This is America. Rich people never answer to justice. We have seen in China, we saw Jack Ma disappear. Okay, we have seen, I have seen countless of Chinese politicians, when they get caught in corruption scandal, oh, it's a wrap. They bring them on TV and it's expose these people. They shame these people. Over here, we allow our politicians to lie. We allow them to do backdoor deals. We allow them to receive private planes from Qatar. We allow them to do insider trading. We allow them to write laws that benefit their portfolio. I'm like, that's why Minister Farrakhan said that one time, America has no place to stand to tell other countries how to behave, how to act. This is the land of corruption. America is incredibly corrupt. And they should not even take someone like Elon Musk to say senators should not be allowed to trade because these people are lawyers. If anything, they should have a sense of integrity. They should have a sense of a moral obligation. They should even have a sense of patriotism. Because how is that not conflict of interest? So I'm like, I cannot sit here and believe that people who went to law school have a hard time understanding conflict of interest. No, they don't care. Because America is all about money. There's no integrity here. And that's why I'm saying when you see certain people steal and get away with it, it inspires other people to either become thieves or to say, you know what, this game is rigged. I'm not going to join in. And so people exit the labor market. They don't want no parts of that. They don't want no parts of that. But I'm like, America is incredibly corrupt. If Peter Thiel can say, oh, Trump, I'll give you money, but you have to take this man as your vice president. How's that not corruption? Because just because you're giving money for my campaign, you should not tell me who's going to be my VP. But you see, Peter Thiel is the one responsible for picking J.D. Vance. And Trump had no say, so he had to accept it. Right? But just because you donate money to someone's campaign, and nobody forced you to in the first place, does that mean that you also have the right to tell somebody this is going to be your vice president? Right? That is crazy. Because Peter Thiel is not an elected official. He's a private citizen. So why does he get to decide who America is going to have as a vice president? Like, what is this? So I'm saying we need to also look at our own corruption over here, because it's just way too much corruption. It's just too much. It's just too much evil. It is too much evil. It is too much unfairness. We're sitting here in America. We see people go bankrupt behind medical bills. So we cannot say that we have a good country. Oh my gosh, America's fine. No. We are seeing young people even being encouraged to sign up for majors. I don't pay no money. When people should have told them, you can't take on all this debt because your expected salary upon graduation is not going to cover your debt. So no. If you want to take on this debt, you gotta take a major where your salary after graduation allows you to take care of yourself, pay your student loans, and still have a healthy debt to income ratio. No, they have young people at the age of 18 sign their name on these crazy ass loans. How is that not predatory? America is built on predatory behavior. Just because you call a country or the land of what's it called again? The freedom land of the land of the free, a land of opportunity. No, you come to America, for the most part, you have the opportunity to put yourself into debt. Most people live in debt. Most people live in debt. It's gotten so bad that now people have turned into buy now, pay later. People are purchasing their groceries with Klarna. People are purchasing their groceries with Afterpay. Meanwhile, we have a cluster of a few white people. They have so much money. So much money. It wouldn't even hurt these people to give away a little bit of that money. Because even, and the sad part about wealthy Americans is that these people are not even patriotic. Because I think it's okay to make money, but then you got to get to a point, like, even JP Morgan was at that, when I study American history, like, 8 years history, when Teddy Roosevelt, because at that point, America was going bankrupt, right? And Teddy Roosevelt, he went to JP Morgan and he asked them for money. And JP Morgan bailed out America. And I guess that's why nowadays there's always somebody from JP Morgan in the White House. But nonetheless, I'm like, to me, even though he asked for something in return, but I'm like, it's still patriotic to be like, okay, I got the money. I'm going to bail out my country. You know what I'm saying? I'm about to let my people go completely broke, right? But I'm like, how many of these billionaires are saying, like, you know what? This education thing, let's put some money towards that. Because, we use the roads for free. We use the rest stops for free. All these FedEx trucks, all these UPS trucks, all these, what's it called? The Amazon trucks. They just take advantage of our roads. But what are you doing to give back? No, instead, they do everything in their power to pay the least amount of taxes. They're rich as fuck. And they never say, you know what, let me give a donation like to a school district. Let me give $300 million. It's nothing to these people. But they're not even patriotic. And like in China, they would have disappeared. They would have disappeared. Because you're about to come over here and get wealthy. And when your country is going to shit, you're not going to sacrifice some of this money to help your people. Would you have made your money without this country? Would you have made your country? Would you have made your money without the internet? Without this? There's so many things that the government pays for that has enabled these people to build their $1 billion business. But these things are enjoying. It was taxpayers who built that. But when bad things happen to American people, these people don't give away any money. Instead, they go to Hawaii, they go to Europe, they do everything they can. I gotta stay away from that. Because we do not encourage wealthy Americans or people who become wealthy in America to also have a strong sense of patriotism. Like, you know what? Let me help out. Let me give this money. Let me do X, Y, and Z. No. All they do is just take advantage. And they want government contracts. And they want to pay the least amount of taxes. And they want this. And they want that. Because America encourages self. It doesn't say care about your country. Like besides JFK, when he said, "Oh, don't ask what your country can do for you. Ask what can you do for your country." Like, when was the last time you heard somebody say something like that? Like, "Oh, don't put yourself first. Put America first." Think about what's good for America, like, because it can't always be about yourself. But the vast majority of wealthy people in America do not care about America. They don't care. It's just a way for them to get wealthy. And if it fails, oh well. They don't say, "Oh, like that's my country." Like, have you ever seen patriotism from Steve Bezos? Like, was it Jeff Bezos? Or what's his name again? Bill Gates or Mark Zuckerberg? Like, no. These people are incredibly rich because they're in America. Take advantage of a lot of things. They take advantage of many things that are paid for by taxpayers' dollars. And when things are bad, they don't even get involved. But in China, if President Ping needs your money, you will give that money. And I'm like, yeah. Because I feel like sometimes that's the kind of pressure we need to apply to these billionaires. You will have to care about your country. It can't just be about take. And when you see your country and your fellow countrymen go to shit, they can barely feed themselves. You act like you don't care. Even during COVID, did you see any of these wealthy Black capitalists do anything to feed Black people? No. They were out here buying $200 million mansions. And that is the reality of America. That is the reality of the American psychology. It's all about me. Take. Everything me. Zero-sum game. It all comes to me. But you never say to yourself, like, you know what? Maybe there's a season to make money, but there's also a season to be helpful. And I feel like that's what the Norwegian people like Norway, people in Finland, and the Swedish people, I feel like that's what they've understood. Like, there's a season you make money, but there's also a season if your country needs you and your countrymen need you, you write the check and you help people out. Because when things are good, they won't come back and buy from you. But like everything here it always flows in one direction. The wealth always flows to one particular group of people. And then everybody else just struggles. And I'm like, that's just crazy. And that's why I say I can see a day where the vast majority of young Americans are going to vote for more socialist policies, and they're going to vote for universal income. So that way, in their heads, it's going to create more fairness. Like, okay, we all have a base income and that's it. And that's really sad. Because to me also, socialism, I don't really like it, right? But I can see why it can be alluring to young people. Because this right here is extremely unfair and it's extremely rigged. It really is rigged. Look at all these Yale people. Everybody that went to Yale was a billionaire. So what that mean? If you don't go there, you're not going to have these opportunities. So you don't even go to Yale for the degree. You go to Yale for the connections. But what about the rest of us who didn't get into Yale? What? And that can be discouraging because you realize it's not just about doing the work. It's not about having to work. It's about where you went to school and who you know. And that is really crushing. Because that's not what they tell you. Oh, if you work hard. And then you're like, yeah. Then you're like, but I worked hard. Where is my stuff? Oh, well, you didn't go to that school. Oh, you didn't have this LinkedIn. Oh, you didn't have this person, your first connection. Oh, you didn't have this, you didn't have that. Like, what the heck? So this is not even about going to school. This is about being popular. It's a popularity contest. And I'm like, this is really unfair. And it just like, it causes you to be discouraged. Like, oh, fuck this shit. Look at Haley Bailey. In 3 years, somehow she has $1 billion valuation. You have people who had their business for 15 years. They would never even have a $2 million valuation, even though she sells basic lip gloss. So you realize, once again, it's not about what you sell or how good it is. It's about who is doing the selling. Got to have the right complexion. Got to have the gender. Got to have the right last name. Got to have the right body measurements. Got to have the right lips. Got to have the right look. Got to have the clean girl aesthetic. So honestly, it's not about the product. No, it was never about the product. It's about you and who you know, your last name, your dress size, your this, and that. And I'm like, how are people not going to get discouraged when you keep seeing the same people win over and over and over and over again? America is not fair. It's very rigged. And rigged games are discouraging. They discourage people from trying. They discourage people from even like trying to invent and innovate. Like, no, there's no point. Because I don't have the right look. I don't have the right skin color. I didn't go to the right school. I don't know the right people. I don't have the right last name. I don't have the right religion. So why should I even try? Like, it's really sad.
How 1984 this is. Larry Ellison hovers somewhere on the list of the top 10 richest people in the world most of the time. And he's so out of touch that he does not realize how out of touch he is. When asked about illegal NSA surveillance programs, he said, quote, "The great thing is that we live in a democracy. If we don't like what NSA is doing, we can just get rid of the government and put in a different government." No, Larry, we are not billionaires. We do not have the luxury that you and your boys, Peter Thiel and pals, have, where we can just install vice presidents and the like. We live in a republic, not a democracy. And I think we all know that the republic was replaced some time ago with an oligarchy, which is teetering dangerously close to just a straight up kleptocracy. Larry
Gosh, like he said, kleptocracy. You also say kleptomania. It's a thief. So we have a system of stealing. Y'all, this is not fair, man. I'm telling y'all. Meanwhile, in this whole China stuff, I'm not falling for it anymore. I'm like, please go sit down somewhere. Okay, give me a second, you guys. Give me a second. Right? It's a kleptocracy. It's a system of thievery. And that's exactly what we have. These people out here just stealing from people. Sometimes you look at your cell phone bill, you don't even know what these charges are. Like, what am I even paying for? Oh, they pay you for this. They charge you for this. They bill you for this. You're like, what the heck? Some especially if you're someone that is next to a data, if you live next to a data center, look at your power bill. How much you want to bet you're paying for that data center and however much energy they're using? Okay. Why do you think people in Georgia, their power bill is so high? I wonder why. Okay. Anybody that lives next to a data center, you need to look closely at your electric bill. You're being overcharged. America is built on stealing from the people. But like I said, they gaslight you into saying, oh, look at China. We're better than them, right? Look over here. We're better. Like, no, what exactly do you call better? Like, what exactly do you call being better? If you don't go sit down somewhere and stop playing with me. Okay. But that's exactly what it is. So like you say China is communist, but over here, it's an oligarchy. It's imperialism. It's all about having a military state. You want to surveil people, but you don't have the courage to just be blunt about it. You out here you create distractions to scare people that people will then say, okay, yeah, surveil. Because you're too much of a coward to say up front what you want to do. At least the Chinese people, they're like, yeah, we're going to surveil you. And I respect that. We're going to put cameras on your ass. And everywhere you go, we're going to follow your ass. Invasion of privacy. But they let you know they're not going to create no fake ass event to bamboozle you into agreeing to be surveilled. No, they're just going to do it. And that's what I wish a lot of these white Americans would just do. Go ahead and be about that life. Don't play with people. You don't have to erect feelings of like xenophobia and racism for your ultimate goal. Just do it. Just do it. Because most Americans are submissive anyways. They will accept it. You don't have to do all this. But like I said, I'm really wondering if the stuff happening in LA is not people playing with us. It's a kleptocracy, Kevin. It is a system of thievery. And think about how it has slavery, thievery of free labor. 400 years, you take labor out of people, don't even pay them a penny, right? Look at the whole going to college thing, a whole scam. Does a degree really have to cost $30,000? Does a degree really have to cost $50,000? What are you really getting in that education that you got to pay $50,000? And on top of that, the Chinese are still better. Okay. But it's a whole system. Oh, you don't have a degree, but here, sign right here. Take on these loans. You go take a mortgage. Even that too. At any moment, if you don't keep up with your payment, they're gonna take that house back. It doesn't matter how much you pay towards your mortgage. Right? Look at these car notes. Like look all around us. We pay, then we pay interest, then we pay late fees, then we pay this, and that. By the time you're done, it's like, what the freak? Like, what am I even paying for? And like I said, you're going to get to a point also where most people are like, you know what? I'm done with credit. I'm done with credit cards. I don't even care to build my credit. If I can't buy it in cash, I don't want it. Because people are scared. Because they tell you it's one price, and you sign, and then they tell you, what about, we added this, we added a service fee, we added this kind of fee. Like, but what the freak? What is this? right? Even you go to a restaurant, you still have to tip. It's like, why aren't you people paying your people right? You know what I'm saying? Like that, you go to a restaurant and it's your responsibility to make sure the server has a livable wage. Hold up, wait a minute. So if I never came here, how are y'all gonna pay your workers? Like, I swear, man, America's not a real place, Kevin. America's not a real place. But it's so normalized. You don't even realize you're being scammed. Because when you live in a thing, it's like being in water. I feel like if you've been in water all your life, you don't even know that you don't even know nothing else but water. You know what I mean? And when it really hits you, I don't know, for me, it's really heartbreaking. Because like, wow, everything I thought was real. Man, please. It's a dream. And I think they were quite honest because they called it American dream. How come they don't say, oh, the American reality? Shit. Because how many people gonna make it happen? So they call it the American dream because they know the odds of you making that thing happen, good luck. Good fucking luck. I'm like, wow, you people ain't shit.
Larry has been making out-of-touch public statements like this for years. Here is a clip from CBS Morning Show all the way back in 2013.
This whole issue of privacy is utterly fascinating to me. Who's ever heard of this information being misused by the government? In what way?
Well, I just hear you clearly. You're saying whatever the NSA is doing is okay with me.
It's great. It's great. It's essential. By the way, President Obama thinks it's essential. It's essential if we want to minimize the kind of strikes that we just had in Boston. It's absolutely essential.
11 years ago, we had a strike in Boston. What happened in Boston? I can't remember. So you want to surveil people who go on a strike? This man is great. And it takes because apparently Larry Ellison also worked for the CIA. I'm like, there you go. So you have a billionaire that used to work with the CIA. Most of these billionaires are connected to the government anyways. They're all connected to like a three-letter agency, right? You understand? But you see, and this is why Marlene, I'm telling y'all, like Nicole said, it's not even reachable. It hasn't even been reached. It has not been reachable for years, Nicole, for decades. It's because people still had access to cheap credit. So it seemed possible. And that's what we saw with the housing bubble, right? They print money out here. They put lots of money out here to make it seem like it is still possible. Girl, I'm like, there's a reason why they call it the American dream. And these people did not call it American reality because a lot of Americans, it's not going to be their reality. But they know as long as you have a dream, it's going to motivate you. But until when? Because motivation can only last for so long. People need something tangible. People really do. But I'm like, this distribution of wealth out here, it is so skewed and it's so unfair. It's disgusting, right? But I'm like, you see, and this is why I say again, I encourage people to have families. Because these lies about careers, this and that, climbing the corporate ladder, no, they want you to be a slave. They want you to be a slave. You're going to get shit. You're going to work and work for what? A minor promotion, a little bit of extra money. And what about the quality of your life? You know, Nicole and I had a conversation recently. She's like, Marlene, I want a quality of life. I want a better life. I'm like, you see, a lot of people are waking up like, no, this is a damn lie. That's why I say people need to have their families. People need to have their families, their children. And it's like, listen, and even if you don't become the richest person, at least you'll be the richest because you have your family. But this thing right here, this corporate ladder, this career, this wump, they're selling you a pipe dream. Because you're going to work so hard just to make one person super rich. And you have to wait until you're 66 something to finally enjoy life. I'm telling you, enjoy your life now. Don't delay marriage for a career. Do not delay having your children for a career. These people are dishonest. They are so dishonest. They don't have nothing good for us. Taxation and more taxation. Slavery and more slavery. Debt and more debt. Isolation and more isolation. Confusion and more confusion. No, we got to go. We're tired. You know, people are tired. People are realizing it's not good. And this is what they've done to people. This is what they have done to people because this game is just not fair. And the vast majority of American people no longer want to play this goofy ass game. They don't want to play it. They don't want to play it. No, they're tired.
But what point would it be alarming for you in terms of government surveillance? At what point would your red line be crossed?
If the government used it to do political targeting, if the Democrats used it to go after Republicans, if the Republicans used it to go after Democrats. In other words, if it became we stopped looking for terrorists and we started looking for people with on the other side of the aisle.
Right, Larry. Who has ever heard of the government misusing this type of data? I don't know. How about that one time when the federal government mandated an experimental medical procedure with no concern for HIPAA or medical privacy or autonomy, no informed consent, and no accountability for your oligarch buddies when they made off with billions of dollars and we made off with a long list of strange side effects and a totally mysterious spike in all-cause mortality? And where he would draw the line on surveillance? If we stopped looking for terrorists and started looking for people on the other side of the aisle? Oh yeah. Like if you started looking for people on college campuses that criticized a foreign government, not even our own corrupt government, a foreign government. Yeah, Larry, I'm sure.
Because people are discouraged, Nicole. People are discouraged. People are discouraged. They don't believe anymore. They don't believe. Because that's why I tried to tell you earlier. When you have CEOs, owners, rich people who have the mindset of, oh, if I'm nice, I'm going to be seen as weak and things like that. People don't care. I think like back in the day, too, people who could work at one company for like 30 years or whatever, they really felt like the company cared. People actually cared. You know, I think as we have progressed more, corporations are becoming so ruthless. For shareholders, oh, we have a shareholder meeting next week and we got to make it seem like we got money. Okay, fire all these people. They'll fire people on Christmas Day. They will fire people Christmas Eve. They will fire people on Thanksgiving Day. Like, I'm like, did y'all not grow up watching Ebenezer Scrooge? What is wrong with you people? The ghost of Christmas is going to come get your asses. Okay? Right? You understand? But that was the whole story about Ebenezer Scrooge. Like, he was just doing too much. He was doing too much. You can't have, the man is out here, he working for you. He has a son who's paraplegic. He can't even afford a cane for his child. Right? And once upon a time, nobody wanted to be seen as Ebenezer Scrooge. Like, you're like, ugh. But today it's so normal. They will fire mass layoff people on Thanksgiving Day. They will fire people on Christmas Day. They will fire you on your birthday. These people don't give a fuck. Like, we talked about that. Like, the human connection is gone. So I'm like, where is the patriotism? Like, seriously, where is the patriotism? Right? Even all these American corporations, these are American people who took these jobs and took the jobs to Asia. Are you really a patriot? Right? Why don't you take them jobs to the Midwest? You take them jobs all the way to China. You know what I'm saying? It's like this is, but they did all this. Greed. Just thinking about themselves. I'm like, there's no way you could have taken these data centers, like, or these call centers to the Midwest. No, they took them things all the way to India because they ain't even trying to pay you $1 an hour. Like, overseas Americans, I hope y'all learn Spanish. They ain't even trying to pay you $1 an hour. They want to pay you 50 cents an hour. I mean, come on. Right? And we really, really have an issue with the mindset, the psychology, and the lack of patriotism of American CEOs, right? Because this obsession with shareholders, you got to make the shareholders happy. The shareholders, man, fuck them shareholders. Every 3 months, they're unhappy. Fuck them. But everything is all about the next shareholder meeting, the next shareholder meeting. So they don't care. They will, man, when I tell you, they will slash a workforce of 5,000 people in a heartbeat. Because it's a quick way to increase your stock. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Nicole, I hope you gain a lot of perspective. Come on, this ain't right. For the sake, for the price of a stock, they are capable of playing with people's livelihoods. Who is going to go and put their whole all into companies that behave like that? Because God forbid, tomorrow you don't have enough money. It's my ass. Because you want an artificial jump in your stock price. So you play with people's lives. Even look at this whole cycle of boom and bust. In America, I truly feel as though Mortgages should not be speculative. Like, we should have laws that, hey, y'all can gamble with anything you want. But when it comes to people's mortgages, you cannot gamble. If you gave somebody a mortgage for 30 years, you're going to have to hold on to that mortgage. Because if you're forced to hold on to that mortgage, you're going to be more careful who you give a mortgage to. But when you can give a mortgage and only hold on to it for 6 months, then you can package it with other mortgages and then sell them off. You are playing with people's livelihood. And that, to me, should be a no-no. If you don't feel like you can hold this mortgage for 30 years, you should not give away that mortgage. But speculations in the housing sector, look at what that has done to people. Look at what that has done to people. Look at how that has destroyed so many American people. And they don't care. They keep doing this. And nobody's upset. And nobody's upset. That's what I'm saying. People here are so submissive. Right? Because as long as you know that you have an upset people, a brokenhearted people, someone like Trump or whomever can come with a radical message and weaponize their sadness. Because to me, I think MAGA is an extension of the Tea Party, right? But it's like these people are just weaponizing their sadness because they're sad. They feel forsaken. They feel ignored. But even Trump as well, he's taking advantage because he ain't going to fix shit. He's not going to bring no damn job from China. Those days are gone. I don't even think most Americans, even poor Americans from the Midwest, I don't think they want those factory jobs. For what reason? Okay, unbearable conditions of work. You cannot work like that. What we should be doing is innovating, right? But they don't care about innovation when they can just go to find some poor third world country and pay people there. And I'm like, our mindset around business, our mindset around wealth building, how to become rich, it really has to change. I'm not against people becoming rich because I want to be rich one day, but you don't have to exploit people to be rich. You can become rich and everybody can be happy. Like, oh yeah, it's good. Like, this man became rich, but he didn't exploit people. But we have to stop being okay with exploitation. Even this whole gig work economy, it's exploitation. These people don't have insurance. They don't have 401ks. They use their personal vehicles. They use their own cars. They use their own insurance, and they can expose themselves to evil. You know what I'm saying? People can expose themselves to all kinds of lawsuits. But the gig economy is exploitation. It's exploitation. You are exploiting people. And people work so hard. They go get groceries. They deliver. But I'm like, what is this? This is crazy. This is crazy. They're even doing gig work in China. I'm like, y'all crazy. This is not sustainable. But for some people, it's how they made ends meet every week or every 2 weeks because they're not making enough money. And I'm like, what the fuck? But yeah, we have this cluster of a few white people that have all this money. And people have to do deliveries to survive. And they think it's okay because they call it, oh, this is gig work. Shut up. They love to rebrand exploitation. Just because you put an app in it or you put it in an app doesn't make it better. It's exploitation. You know what I'm saying? It's exploitation. And some people are getting killed. How many Uber drivers have gotten killed by these crazy ass passengers? How many Lyft drivers got murdered? Or they get assaulted? All kinds of crazy people get in their cars and they torture these people. They insult these people. They mess up their suspension. They dirty up their cars. And they don't get compensated for any of that. They're just taking advantage of people. And I'm like, we really have to rethink this. That's why I say I can truly see young people voting for more socialist ideals. And for as much as I can't stand her, I can see the appeal of AOC to young people. I can see why she appeals to a lot of young people. I can really see it. And they're not going to stop because they don't like what they see. They don't like it because it's not fair. It really is not fair. Now, I think AOC is batshit crazy. I think she's really crazy, but I can see why AOC appeals to these young people. I can see why. I'm telling you, socialism is it's becoming a thing now for a lot of young people because they're just done with capitalism. Yeah, they're just done. But I don't even think people are going to give up socialism in California. They're not going to give it up. They're going to give it up. New York City is not going to give it up. Colorado's not going to give it up. I feel like even here from the DC to Maryland to Virginia, I don't see them giving that up, Yeah, nothing is life and nothing is life is fair, but it also does not have to be intentionally difficult. Does that make sense? Like we expect to not always have what we want. But when you look out into the sunset and all you see is the same people getting rich over and over and over and over, then you understand, okay, like now this is becoming rigged. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And that's usually what happens. Because some of these people who make money, they're not thinking about maybe I should leave something on the table for these other people. Like you got to leave a little bit of crumbs. Sometimes it's okay to leave even half the cake. Let the people eat. But when you take everything all the time, and I think that's what Karl Marx talked about. Because when I was younger, I didn't really see anything wrong with Marxism. Like, because I was like, it makes sense to me. Because if you own a factory and you're super, super mean to your workers, yeah, one day they're going to whoop your ass. Because you wouldn't have all this without them. It's the truth, though. Right? You can have an idea, you can have the machines. But if the workers don't come in and work all these machines for you, how are you going to make the money? Hey, Lonnie. So growing up like me, because I remember I was like an early teen or something. I had my dad take me to because I thought I was going to become an economist when I was younger. But I was like, I had my dad take me to Barnes & Noble. And he bought me the Communist Manifesto, Karl Marx. Right? And I read that. But I'm like, yeah, it makes sense to me. Because people who have companies need to know how to treat their workers. I'm not saying we're not saying they have to make the same income as you, but you should know how to treat these people. At least you should know how to talk to them. You know? But there's a lot of corporations out here that don't know how to talk to people. You know what I'm saying? Because if the people are really locked in to your vision and they love what they do, they're going to work really hard. And that's why look at Costco, right? Look at Costco versus Walmart. Look at the workers at Costco versus people who work at Walmart. People who work at Costco, they're so nice. Have you ever gone to, if you have a Costco card, but I'm saying, like, have you ever gone to Costco and you've had a bad experience? I don't think so. Right? Because Costco, the people are well paid. So like, I ain't trying to fuck up my bag because this is good money. So therefore, they're very nice because they're well paid. Have you ever seen somebody say, oh, I went to Costco and I had a Karen? Or I went to Costco, I had a racist experience. I went to Costco, I was abused. Have you ever seen Costco going viral on the social media for foolishness? No, because they paid the people well, right? Go to Walmart. There's barely anybody to talk to you. There's barely anybody to help you with price check. There's barely, like, Walmart is not a great experience, but you go because it's cheap. But if you had it your way, you go to Costco. Just like Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A does not have a dollar menu. So there are certain behaviors you will never see. There are certain behaviors you will never see at Chick-fil-A because they don't even invite those kind of people. They don't have a dollar menu. Are you kidding me? And also Chick-fil-A, you don't work on Sundays. So everybody has at least one work day, one rest day guaranteed. And then Chick-fil-A, they pay their people well and they train them well. Oh my gosh, welcome to Chick-fil-A. How can I serve you? Can I help you? You okay? We do want one. Have you ever gone to Chick-fil-A and not had a good experience? Have you ever seen anybody roast the Chick-fil-A workers? Have you ever seen somebody fight a Chick-fil-A worker? Have you ever seen somebody whoop the ass of a Chick-fil-A person? Have you ever seen anybody get across the counter at Chick-fil-A to go beat some people's asses with them chicken? No. Exactly. Right? And I guess, listen, they paid their people well. So when you go up there and look at the drive-thru, and I don't care how long it is, it moves so fast. Go to Popeyes, see what happens. Man, go to Popeyes. You will risk your life in that driveway. Okay? You see this? They don't play. Madame's name is Nicole. That's Nicole right there. Okay? Yeah, because they're not paid well. They're not paid well, and they have so much to do in their work shift. They're overworked, and then they're not paid because you got to do, especially those who have to do the online orders. Oh, they can't even talk to you. Oh, man, I can't help you. I got to do this. I asked this one lady the other day. She didn't want to help me because she was so overwhelmed. I'm like, but damn, what is this, a plantation? But meanwhile, that family has so much money. Why are you doing this? Nickel and dime, everything. Even like your register, it will shut down if you're getting close to 40 hours. Girl, I was like, girl. She's like, man, I'm like, girl, what's going on? Because the register is about to shut down. because she can't go over 40 hours because they don't want her to be a full-time. You know, a lot of Walmart workers, they use government benefits. They don't have health insurance. They use Medicare, Medicaid. But yet the Walton family is one of the wealthiest family in America. Pay these people. Why do your workers have to lean on government services like Medicare and Medicaid? For what reason? Why don't you pay them people? But this is what we have allowed. I'm saying in China, they would have went missing. Because this is excessive. It's excessive greed. And here, we don't punish people for being excessive with their greed. We don't mind you being rich, but this is too damn much. And nobody protests. Amazon used them people. And now they're trying to replace all these workers, all these warehouse workers. They're trying to replace all these people with robots. And meanwhile, anybody who's worked at Amazon, they have not learned any real skill that, you know, could give them a better job somewhere. No, they were just doing basic shit. They're just packing shit. So it's not like you can leave Amazon and it's going to open a door of opportunities for your ass. Because you ain't really learned anything important like that. You're just packing boxes as fast as you could. Right? So maybe if you start your own TikTok shop, maybe you'll be a quick packer. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But they give these people jobs that are so monotonous, they're so repetitive, and the people don't learn anything that can make them be competitive for another job. So they make all your skills, eventually your skills become obsolete, and it's a lot easier for a robot to replace you. This is not okay. Yeah, this is really not okay. You see? They're even training you to check your own groceries, pack your own stuff, bring your own bags. I'm like, you work. You go to the store, you're working. Because otherwise, listen, there are barely any cashiers, or you better go self-check out yourself. You do it all yourself. This is how we live. I'm like, it's not as glamorous as people want to make it out to be. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of people in Europe, they're against all this tech stuff because they like to see people. They like to talk to people. You know, but I'm like, my Lord, what is going on? This is really crazy.
That our government would never use these powers for political or other immoral motivations. Let's just ask the Tea Party or the Canadian truckers about it. Did I mention that this guy was CIA before he founded Oracle? Yeah, he worked on a classified program called Oracle, and then one day he shut it down, quit the CIA, and founded Oracle, the public corporation. Totally unrelated. That corporation is already databasing just about everything you do online. Yeah. That's what they do and what they sell. And oh yeah, he's back to the government thing, because one of the first things that Trump announced upon getting into office was his new Stargate project. Yeah. Sounds really cool. It's Trump's plan to invest $500 billion in AI infrastructure by building out a vast network.
Mind you, when he says Trump plans to invest what? Not his money, our money. Did he ask us? Did we ask him for that? So how can even Trump himself go and commit to? You see? And this is how they get rich. They don't work, y'all. They take taxpayers' money. So they fight to get somebody elected who's going to find a way to sell you some bullshit that justifies using taxpayer money to make their rich friends rich. You see how it's a sick cycle? Loan me, like put 50 million towards my campaign. It looks like a donation, but it's really not a donation, right? Because he's gonna get it back plus more. It's an investment. It's not no damn donation. Then when I come in there, I'm a find a way to sell it to my people that we have to invest 500 billion into AI because we're going to create jobs. You're right. And then I'm gonna kick you back $500 billion. And we want to sit here and pretend that we're not living in a corrupt nation. So the same people who donate towards your campaign are now the people who are going to be receiving government contracts. But the rest of us are supposed to believe that, oh, if I work hard, one day I'm gonna make it. Man, fuck you. Make it where? I'm gonna make it like somewhere like down the food pantry line. This is ridiculous. This is what they do. It's sorcery. It's like this is sorcery in broad daylight. And even that too should be illegal. If you donate to if you're a donor to a political campaign, you should not be receiving government contracts. But once again, you think these Congress fuckers are going to write laws to prevent that? Of course not. Oh, we're better than China, you know? No, we're not. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. You're not, like, go play with somebody else. Go gaslight somebody else. You should not be able to donate to a campaign and then turn around and receive government contracts. 500 billion. This is not Trump. It's not Trump's money. It's our money. Does he 500 billion for what reason? And why do we even need this? I don't even think China's been stealing our data. I think they've been stealing our data. China doesn't even need to steal our data. We give our data away. We give it away. There's nothing to steal. There's really nothing to steal. But because once again, people don't even understand data. So they're like, whatever they tell them on the TV, they just repeat it. He's telling you, here's the Oracle man over here. He has your data. So if your data left the Oracle database and it ends up in China, most likely because he created a back door. A lot of these people create back doors. It's the same way when Mark Zuckerberg went and sold the Facebook data to Cambridge Analytica. They didn't hack. He sold them access because you can create back doors into these things. So most likely they sold the access. But because they're so dishonest, oh, China is stealing our data. Stealing for what? What do they have to steal for? In America, there's always a price. There's always a price because these people right here, they're greedy. They will sell everything and anything. The people from Cambridge Analytica, they never had to steal anybody's data. They asked Mark Zuckerberg, he gave a price, they paid the price, he gave the data. Because that's all they, like, you don't have to steal data from American people. When the data of the American people is owned by greedy corporations, they're going to give your data away. Nobody stole anything. They need to stop lying like this. It's getting old. It really is getting old. They have back doors. Like he told you, oh, when we have the camera, somebody can say, oh, Oracle, I'm about to go use the bathroom. Can you turn off the camera? It's like, yeah. But then he said, we're not going to really turn it off, though. We're just going to make it so that nobody has access. There you go. So if one day we find out that that data is in China, how did it get to China? They didn't hack anything. You gave them access. You gave them a back door. Stop playing with me. Stop playing with me, right? I was supposed to sit here and believe like people like Oracle, people like Amazon, their cloud service, even people like Google, they're not out here selling stuff to China. Hey, would you like to know more about your consumer so you can make better products, so you can make better this? I'm supposed to believe they're not out here selling that data the way these people love money like this. These people are capitalist. You don't need to take anything from a capitalist. Just ask him what's his price. He's greedy. He's going to sell it. They don't have integrity. They don't have integrity. They don't have integrity. They sell stuff. You're going to see certain things that it's in China because they sold it. But they'll be, oh no, we were hacked. We were hacked. Yeah, nobody hacked your ass. You sold that stuff. You sold that data because they gave you a price you couldn't resist. These people are even capable of selling their own children for money. I don't think people understand how these capitalist people are obsessed with money. They are obsessed with money. They rank themselves on who's the richest of them all. Is that even normal to you? They don't rank themselves on who's the most generous. No, they rank themselves on who hoards money the best. And then, and it hurts their feelings when they get demoted. Like when they used to be number one, now they're number three. They will do anything to get back at number one. They have these goofy ass vanity metrics. Because in all honesty, should you be proud to be the richest man on earth when there's all this poverty? Should you be proud to be the richest man in America when there's so much poverty all around you? People are struggling to feed themselves. But you see, this is the kind of stuff we take pride in over here. Who hoards money the best? And we rank them people. And we're like, oh my gosh, one day I want to be like that too. Why would you want to be like that? Why would you want to be somebody who hoards money when people are suffering? We see grandparents at Walmart working. You'll see an 80-year-old person at Walmart bagging groceries, working. This is insanity. But we are a country, we celebrate people hoarding money. And we don't feel any kind of way when we see elderly people bagging groceries at Walmart to pay off medical bills. This is insanity. You see over here, we do not praise people for thinking about others. We don't praise people for we don't rank people like, oh, who's the most generous? Who has given the most money this year? Who has helped the most people? Who has paid for the most tuitions? No. We rank people on fuckery. We celebrate people for just being as selfish as possible. We celebrate people for finding ways to pay the least amount of taxes possible. We celebrate people for just thinking about themselves. This is not okay. It's very, very toxic. It's very, very toxic. They flex in all the wrong ways. Oh, yeah, I'm a billionaire. Yeah, you're hoarding money. Are you even going to use all this money? You're going to spend all this money now? But it's their ego. Their ego is attached to their wealth. And as long as their ego is attached to their wealth, you know they're going to make reckless decisions because you're driven by money, not service. Right? And this is what we have encouraged. Because it's really sad. You go to Walmart, you go to Target, you see all these grandparents, they're still working. They're like half bent over like this. Like, what the freak is this? You should be resting. But we don't celebrate people here for being philanthropic. We celebrate people for hoarding money at the expense of the entire nation. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is what we do out here. Like, it's very, very sick. It's very sick. Because I don't know, I'm not a billionaire, but I don't even think I could be one. Because if I was to be a billionaire, I think I would give away like maybe 900 million. Because what do I need all this money for? It would even feel so like weird to me. I don't want to hold on to this money. Help people with this money. Like, I don't need this shit. Right? That would be nice to know that I created something that can make $1 billion, but I don't really want that money. That's just ridiculous. And then imagine dying, and then God shows you all the people you could have helped, and you were holding on to money. Oh shit! How hot is the fiery furnace? Oh damn! I'm about to be cremated. Like, no, I don't want that. Like, I don't want that over my conscience. I don't want to live in a $200 million house. For what fucking reason? What am I even going to get from one side to the other side of my house? This is too much house. You see, but this is how we celebrate people here. Buy 60,000 square feet of property. Buy 5,000 cars. We encourage outlandish behavior. We don't truly celebrate people who are truly patriotic and who truly have a heart for service. Like, oh, wow, like, that's a really great American I mean, they're rich, but they serve, they care about other people. And honestly, they don't take more than what they need. God bless them. You see, if we had more people like that, I think we would cohesively, we would have a better culture over here, right? But like the level of greed and selfishness is outlandish. It is so outlandish. You're like, what is one person gonna do with all this house? How long does it even take to clean this house? I would be so scared. I'm like, how do you know that you don't even have squatters in your house? It's so big. I don't need to live. It's too much. It's just too much. You can have a beautiful house, a big house, and it can be reasonable. No, we want people to be unreasonable. And we want people to have this mindset of, yeah, look at me. I'm rich. You're not. I'm big. You're poor. I'm this. You ain't shit. Right? We celebrate that stuff. It's like that bully mindset. I'm like, it's seriously disgusting. It's seriously disgusting.
Of supercomputer data centers. And from what I can tell, this government project actually sounds more like a socialized private company where our government funds a private venture that will have immense power over our lives.
And why don't these billionaires use their own money? You're all billionaires. Why don't you use your own money? No, they don't use their money. They want to use taxpayers' money in case this shit fails. Well, whatever. You see, they don't have no skin in the game. If it works, they get to stroke their egos. If it doesn't work, they protected their money. And that's how they get rich. They don't use their money. They use taxpayers' money. And we continue to allow this foolishness.
And in this case, that quasi-government project will be headed by SoftBank, OpenAI, and Oracle. Let's not get into the accusations against Sam Altman by his sister right now, or the cover-up and erasure of those accusations by his own AI platform, because that's a whole can of worms. Because just as Trump and pals are proposing and parading around all these new AI digital surveillance programs, they are also working hard to pass regulation that will lock us all into this dystopia. And here we arrive at Trump's big, beautiful bill, which is inching closer and closer to his desk and becoming law. In it, is contained a section that bans states from passing any laws that would regulate AI for a period of 10 years. And with the rate at which AI is progressing, that might as well be an entire lifetime. Just down here at the bottom of the page, guys, it says, quote, in general, except as provided in paragraph 2, no state or political subdivision thereof may enforce during the 10-year period beginning on the date of the enactment of this act any law or regulation of that state or a political subdivision thereof limiting, restricting, or otherwise regulating artificial intelligence models, artificial intelligence systems, or automated decision systems entered into interstate commerce. How weird. How convenient. We've got this great big plan to run off with this new unprecedented technology. And just in case any of you pesky freedom-loving states gets any wise ideas about passing any laws or regulations to protect your citizens from it, you can't. If Larry and Peter and their technocrat buddies want to watch and record your every move, they're going to do it. You're going to let them do it. And by golly, you're going to like it. But it's important to consider the other side of the argument too. It's not as simple as just saying, ew, gross, surveillance. Everything associated with surveillance is just icky, right? We do need to understand why these ideas are so seductive to Trump and to the American people, and why they are quite likely to be enacted whether we like it or not. The world is a complex and dangerous place. America is not the only force in it. And AI is every bit as dangerous and disruptive as nuclear bombs ever were. And we do want our country to be at the forefront of those innovations, lest a truly evil country get ahead and figure out Lord knows what. A similar argument can be made for surveillance. If these guys have their way, then yes, there will probably be far less crime. Give it 5 years and they'll be floating the idea that we should outlaw humans driving cars because robots never ever crash anymore. And all car accidents are caused by us, human error. 1984 will be sold to us with promises of safety and comfort because that's what it will deliver. The world is incredibly safe when you have no freedom and no risk, and everything around you is a simple, boring, controlled existence. Comfort and security is how just about everything you buy today is marketed to you. The American dream has been perverted by profits to no longer mean hard work and the freedom to forge your own path, and now it equates to a big TV and holidays and weekends off work. My point is it worth it? What would you trade for your...
I'm telling you, it's like they want people that don't have personalities. We'll just be like robots. Oh, I'm okay with that. I'm happy over here. I love it here. This is amazing. I love it here. You guys, this is what they're trying to do to us. Because if you don't say the right thing, they're going to have your face somewhere. They're going to come get your ass. But you all think this is like some sick movie. I feel like somebody made a movie about this. I love it here. This is amazing. This is nice. I'm grateful for my vacation. My employer is really good to me. I love what I do. This is so amazing. This is nice. I love my TV. I love my clothes. I love TikTok Shop. You see what I'm saying? You're like, what the heck? How do you feel about this? I don't feel anything. I trust my government. My government knows more than me. I trust my government. These are good people. They love America. And therefore they love me. You know, what the fuck? What the fuck? Yo, because if you don't say what they want to say, they're gonna come get your ass. You're like, what the freak? What is this? But we're gonna be transferring. They're gonna come for our asses. That's what he's saying. Because a world where you control all kinds of behavior, so people can't even be themselves. You can't, like, you are controlled. They might even they can't even have surveillance in the classroom, right? And then you can see the baby like, you need to sit down. Okay. We've noticed that you stood up for 90 minutes in the past 500 hours. Like, some crazy stuff like that, right? But that's what they're telling you. We're going to make the world safer. And that's it. If you guys remember 9/11, that's exactly what George Bush told people. And that's why we had Homeland Security. I don't know if Homeland Security existed before, but somehow Homeland Security became the biggest federal agency in all of America out of nowhere. When I tell you people started moving to DC like crazy, we're going to make you safe. We'll make sure this never happens. Homeland Security was crazy, y'all. That thing expended so quickly. Bunch of people. I'm like, what's your job again? The Patriot Act. People, okay. War in Iraq. Okay. But I'm asking you this question. Is America any safer? No. What does Homeland Security do anyways? We don't even know. I guess they raid Diddy's house for baby oil, okay? But they tell you they're going to keep you safe. They always want to keep you safe, you know. This is a new drug. Go take it. It'll keep you safe. Okay. You know, people went, they go, they take that stuff. And then you don't even have the right to say you're hurting. You're not hurting. You're making this up. Oh, okay. I'm not hurting. I'm making this up. Right? Money. This is all there is out here, y'all. Money. That's all they care about. So I'm saying, like, you gotta be very careful. I'm like, you gotta be very careful. But Marlene, these LA riots, y'all, I ain't trusting what I'm seeing anymore. I was kind of believing it at first, but I'm like, nah. What if this is something else? And what if this is organized chaos? What is this all paid for? It's all a freaking ad to sell us on the idea of like, yeah, do facial recognition real quick. It's cool. They're like, oh, you know, we didn't really want to do it, but since you asked for it, and we really want you to be safe. We want to keep you safe, you know. So I guess we'll just do it. You're like, oh, Lord Jesus, have the mercy.
Your freedom. Is safety and comfort worth the price? Because there is no end to the freedom and comfort that these men will sell you. But who knows?
Yeah.
Maybe Larry Ellison is right. After all, I'll let him say it.
Great thing is we live in a democracy. If we don't like what NSA is doing, we always...
He's such a liar. We don't live in a democracy. But you see, they keep repeating these things because they think they know repetition is everything. If you keep repeating it, they're going to start believing it. We do not live in a democracy. So off the bat, we know this white man's about to scam us. Because how can you even start your sentence with a lie? We live in a democracy. Sir, we do not live in a democracy. We live in a constitutional republic. Why are they doing this? We're not a democracy. We are in a constitutional republic. So off the bat, you open your mouth, you start lying. So everything else is about to be dangerous. Like this is not about to go well. This is insanity.
We can just get rid of the government and put in a different government.
We everyday people can just get rid of the government. Is that what Trump told us? He gonna drain the swamp. What swamp he drained? But he said us regular people, we can go fight the government. Because there's one government we see, but there's a government we don't see. That forever government, we as regular people, we cannot dismantle that. They will destroy our lives. Okay? They're going to find ways to put something on us and have us locked up for the rest of our lives. We cannot do stuff like that. Billionaires can do stuff like that. We cannot. We're regular people. We're worker bees. We don't have that kind of money. We don't have that kind of money. He can. We cannot.
It's an interesting idea, Larry. But anyways, if you don't like what the NSA is doing, then you're going to really hate what the CIA is up to in Ukraine. And we'll get to that in just a moment, right after a quick break. I want to take a moment to tell you about American financing. We're all feeling it. Inflation is eating away at everything. A massive attack on Russia over the weekend.
Let me stop this one right here. Hold on. No, I saw this one. Let me show you all this. Let me show you some of these surveillance stuff they do in China. Y'all, they find your face, y'all. This stuff is real. You see this? Y'all see this technology? Look. Yo, we don't be walking outside like this. Oh my God. Well, I'll tell you, I'm going to start wearing a hat. Y'all crazy as hell. I'm staying in my house. You are insane. This is what they're going to do to us. We are going to be tracked. I'm telling you, they're using illegal immigration to do this. So they're going to say, oh, this is just for the immigrants, you know? This is just for the immigrants. This is for the bad people, for the terrorists. Like, yeah. These immigrants. We're going to be live streamed for real. That's why they're building all these data centers in Qatar and you name it. Like, they're going to have our data. Like, they're going to track us down for real. Do you hear me? Nah, I'm staying inside the house. Cameras all over the place. They don't want to opt out. They want this full technology. And he wants to be responsible for the data. He wants to, what's his name? Larry Ellison, because he runs Oracle. Oracle, he wants to hold that data. So imagine, and then, because first you're going to pay him to hold to store all that data, but then he can sell it. So he can make more money. You see how they get rich? Because he's not just going to stop at the storage of the data. No, he's going to study this data. He's going to study this data. He's going to repackage the data. He's going to sell this kind of data over here. They have ways of doing these partitioning. He's going to sell it to a whole lot of people. Right? Imagine how dangerous this can be. Yeah. And then people in Shreveport, their electric bills are about to be crazy. Yeah. This is what they want, Kevin. I'm telling you, I'm like me, because I'm like, you know how I told you, like with DI, we always have to see the bigger picture because it's always something big. Because our problem is we just go for what we see. But with white people, they always have a bigger vision because they thought about this years ago. You're just being introduced to this. I was like, no, DEI, we all knew it was going to be about trans people. Come on now. But initially, don't make it seem like, oh, we just want to be nice to these black women. Right? Because they need a way to legitimize the fuckery. But they don't mind letting black women eat a little bit of the money for like 2 or 5 years. Because ultimately, once they take over, it will be the trans and the white woman forever. Understand? These people, they're really, I mean, they're somewhat shrewd, right? They know how to play these games. So right now it's like weaponized immigration, weaponized terrorism, right? So people will be told, we're just doing that so we can know who these immigrants are. You know what I'm saying? We're just doing that so we can track terrorists. Yeah, but that's just for me to be okay with that. But once you're done with immigrants, once you're done with the terrorists, you don't come for my ass. Because why wouldn't you? You can get me for traffic tickets. You can get me for this. You can get me for that. Da, da, da. You can make money also off of me. So eventually you're going to start using this technology on my black ass, on my ass. And I'm like, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. You know, and then they hit you with the, oh, but this is the lesser of two evils, because what if they kill people? Like, and then you're like, oh, I don't want to be the asshole that says, well, I don't want facial recognition because look at Lake and Riley. Maybe if we had facial recognition, she wouldn't have died. What about Jocelyn Noguera? If we had facial recognition, maybe she wouldn't have died, right? Who wants to be the asshole that stands against facial recognition for illegal immigrants when we had a few American women who have been murdered, slaughtered, raped by illegal immigrants? So you don't want to be the asshole that stands against it, even though deep down inside, you're like, yeah, I don't want any woman to die like that. But damn, that's a lot of power. That's a lot of privacy to give up. That's a whole lot of shit. Right? So what if instead most women now learn to carry weapons? That's an alternative, right? You could carry a weapon. You can carry some mace. You can carry a little pew, a little taser. Right? But you don't want to be the asshole when people are dead to say, like, oh, I don't, I'm still against it, because that does make you like an asshole and it makes you look insensitive. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm like, I think I made this live today to tell us, I think as a family, we need to kind of take a step back from these riots and maybe let's add, because I could be wrong. I could really be wrong, but I don't think I'm all the way wrong. But I could be wrong though. But it does not hurt to say, God, if I'm being bamboozled, show me where I'm being bamboozled. Because we as Christians, like, we have to learn to we cannot walk by sight. Because this is what they do. They play with what we see, and they make you feel afraid. They make you feel outraged. And then next thing you know, they usher something in. And before you know it, you gave up something you can never have back. But I'm like, them people's coming for your constitutional rights. And therefore I have a hard time. I really do. I don't trust Trump like I used to. I feel like Trump 1.0, he was a bit more about that life. I feel like this new Trump that we got, man, I feel like these people got him by the balls. I feel like these people got him by the balls. I really do. I truly do. So therefore, even for his own good, I feel like it's good for me not to fully trust him. So he doesn't even lose himself, but I think he's lost though, right? You know what I'm saying? But no, I'm just saying, Kevin, because I'm like, how do we know these people are actually Mexican, Kevin? You know what I'm saying? Anybody can buy a Mexican flag. Anybody can cover their face and go and start doing this and start screaming Latina la raza. But I'm like, what if Mexican even acted this way? I'm so confused. And I'm like, why is it just Mexicans? Like, there's all kinds of Latinos. Why is it? So I'm like, how do we know this is not some bullshit? How do we know this is not organized chaos to make us feel like, oh, look at these Latinos. They do a little too much. Won't do won't. Because I don't trust the media anymore, man. I really don't. I have trust issues. Yeah, we really got to walk by faith. Exactly. Because they want you to feel like these illegals are acting a fool. They're waving the Mexican flag. They're burning the American flag. They're burning shit up. Oh, no, fuck that shit. Shut that shit down. Who the fuck do they think they are? One D womp 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 womp. I don't care. Deport these people. One D womp womp. And oh, would you want us to also track their faces so we know? And next time they can't burn shit. They're like, yeah. Oh, you can do that. Oh, yeah. Track their faces while you're at it. You see what I'm saying? They will create some bullshit to get you to ask for stuff that's honestly against your constitutional rights. But you're not thinking that because you're mad. You see what I'm saying? That's why I'm like, we got to be very careful. Anybody who tries to make you mad or upset or fearful, man, they're up to no good. The devil is in these people. Because I'm like, can I truly say that these people are Mexicans? Even during the Black Lives Matter too, right? They were agitators in that stuff too. Not everybody was there for the right intention. Some people were just there to fuck shit up. Some people were just there to burn stuff up. Some people were just there to destroy property. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, how do I know they're real Mexicans? Just like even during COVID, when I would look at these hospital scenes, I'm like, how do I know that's a real doctor? I never met that person. What hospital is you in again? How do I know this is not Hollywood? I mean, we've had shows like ER. We had shows like Grey's Anatomy. We've had so many shows. If you didn't know that was a TV show, you would think it was a real operating room. The whole time, these is actors. You're an actor. What the what? These are not real doctors. So when they even came to like COVID stuff, I didn't trust the news. Because I'm like, how do I know? This is not a studio. It looks like a hospital, but it could also be a studio. Grey's Anatomy looked like a real hospital. And these people gave real doctors. The whole time, I had no damn doctor. There was even a show with that guy who had the cane. Oh, he was like this eccentric white doctor with a cane. Oh my gosh, Jimmy used to love that show. House? Was his name House or something like that? But I'm like, you would think them people's real doctors, yo. It's like, no. These are not real doctors. These are not real hospitals. It's a set. It is a set. And I'm saying, because a lot of people in LA, they're not even seeing these riots. I'm like, how come you're not seeing these riots if you're in LA? Because these riots are only happening somewhere specific. So I'm like, so is it like a set? Is this even real? Because I'm like, I would think if people are that upset, all of LA should be burning. But no, it's like a particular area. Like it's quarantine in one specific area of LA. And I'm like, okay. So I'm like, I don't know. I feel very uneasy about this. That could be a thing also. You know what I mean? But when you see the love of money in this country, Lonnie, like when you see the level of greed in this country, could you put it past these people to fund a riot, to create fear in the nation, fear in the media, fear in the American people, so that they say, hey, we have this technology. You know what I'm saying? That's the same thing I said about the jab. Because I'm like, okay, if you really made it in 6 months, then maybe you created the problem. Because how do you have the solution in 6 months? So this is where I was having a conflict. Because I'm okay, hold up. How do you have the solution so early like this? Like, how does that even work? So either you created the problem. That's why you have the antidote, because you're responsible for this. Or you didn't create the problem and you're just guessing. So either way, it's unethical. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So I'm like, either way. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, so either way, I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, but Lonnie, could you consider that even if the jewelry district of LA is burning to the ground, could you also consider that maybe some of these owners, especially if, I'm not going to say it, they could pay people to burn their shit down for insurance money? Because, the past few years, the economy's not been great. Like when I tell you man, I wish you, man, when I tell you New Orleans is the city of fraud, Nicole's here. Do you know how many people get in car accidents in New Orleans so they can find insurance claim? They even do it in Florida. People will pay people to get their cars totaled so they can get money. There is even a girl here. I don't know her name. She's black. She got a hair care line. She's black. She's from New Orleans. Allegedly, she burned her salon. People accused her. The rumor was she committed arson. That her and her landlord, he's also a black guy, they agreed she gonna set that thing up because when her salon went up in flames, there were no cameras working. And they said that's how she got the money to start their businesses. Because of her insurance claim because of that fire. But a lot of people believe that she started the fire. So I'm saying, you know how, like, if there's a riot, if there's foolishness going on, some business people could be like, hey, this is a great time to get my business fucked up. Because exactly. This is a great time to get my business fucked up because it's more believable. Because if you randomly have your jewelry store jacked up like that, the insurance might not pay the money. Because they might say, hey, your sales are bad. So how do we know you didn't pay for the scrap? But if there's a riot going on, you might say, hey, y'all mind coming over here real quick. You see what I'm trying to say? Because the level of greed, I don't know if you understand me. My point is, greed is such a wretched emotion. It just leads people to be depraved. For the love of money, people can even kill their own children. That's my point. And because we live in such a greedy nation, and we see all these greedy people who are surrounding Trump and who want all this money, I am saying, can you put it past greedy people? Because we know these people only care about money. Human life, it don't matter to these people, man. Human life does not matter to these people. They only want their money. They want their money and they want to make their shareholders happy. And they want to keep their rank as the world's second richest man, the world's fifth largest richest man, the world's first largest richest man, whatever it is. That's all they care about. So I'm like, the jewelry district in LA, it could be that they haven't sold a lot of jewelry. It could be. It might be more lucrative to get your place burned the F down. And then you file an insurance claim. Especially if you have a $5 million or $10 million policy. You can even remove some of the items. And be like, oh, they got burned in the fire. Oh, they got burned in the fire. But the whole time, you probably pay for that crap. We even saw that with the guy from Turkey Leg Hut. I'm sure he was going through financial troubles. Like, he paid people to go burn his restaurant. I'm like, y'all so damn depraved. But that's what the love of money does. Because sometimes you could say to yourself, I can make more money with my insurance claim payout than I can running this business. Some people also, it could be that they no longer want the business. They're tired. So they can pay people to burn that thing down. You hear me? That's how, I mean, I'm telling you, like, greed, nah. Greed has me looking at people sideways. I'm like, you know what I mean? I can see you burning your own business for money. Yeah. You know, right? Like that, like, you know what I'm saying? We got to be very careful, because just because you wouldn't do it because you fear God, do not put it past these heathens. They don't fear God. They want money. They don't care. But I'm saying, if there are riots going on, it's more believable that it just so happened that they came here and burned my stuff down. But if everything is quiet and then your jewelry store is burned, these insurance companies can look at your taxes and know, like, you haven't been making money in a minute. So how do we know you didn't do that shit? You know what I'm saying? But LA is so corrupt. LA is a corrupt ass place, y'all. For real. Listen to me. People know people, man. And all these homeless people out here too. I'm sure you can give them a little bit of money. They're gonna burn that thing down. We saw it even during the LA fires. We saw homeless people burning people's houses. So a crackhead, an addict, what is it they won't do for their next blow? Okay. You give them money, they might do it. So some people I just don't trust. I don't know. Some people I just don't trust them. Yeah. Then you hide your inventory, and then then you say, oh my gosh, I lost this piece and this piece cost this much, right? And then you have And then you have the insurance people give you so much money. And if it's a jewelry store, it could be millions of dollars. Hey, it's America. This is how it goes out here, man. That's why I'm like, yeah, that's why I'm like, you gotta be very careful. Like, I'm just like, I don't know. I'm looking at this LA thing sideways. I mean, and then we'll see what comes out of that. But if we hear that, oh, they're gonna usher in some new technology, then we're like, okay, there you go. This is what this was all about. Right?
For decades, facial recognition has been the stuff of science fiction. But for many here in China, it's already becoming a part of daily life.
Y'all, this is what they want for us. This is our future. This is what they have in store for us. Yeah. Yeah. There's so much corruption in LA. You know, plus LA is ran by gangs anyways. Like, it was a hot mess. But this is what they have in store for us.
Thanks to huge advances in artificial intelligence, people here can...
And mind you, this was like 6 years ago. This was like 6 years ago, right? AI. Facial recognition and AI.
Use their faces to log into mobile apps, access office buildings, and take money out of ATMs. At this KFC in Beijing, you can even use your face to get meal recommendations. Not all of the applications are so mundane. Police are also using the technology to shame jaywalkers and to scan crowds for persons of interest. A massive centralized database makes it possible for authorities and some private companies to...
And that lets you know, a lot of people are going to be able to apply for these jobs. They're going to have jobs for that. They're going to call it something else. It's not called human monitoring, but they're going to call it something else. And you're going to find out that all you do is sit at a computer all day and just follow people along. Yeah. This is like, they're going, you're going to see. This is the kind of, oh, AI is going to create a new kind of job. Yeah, you're going to be sitting like you're going to be a facial guard. You're going to sit there all day at the computer, just looking at people's faces and see what they're doing, what they're wearing. Like, y'all, this is about to be crazy. Yeah. Like, it's a lot. Look, watch this. This is insanity. So what is that? Is social security number? Like, what is this? This is madness.
Identify nearly anyone by capturing their face. Access to these photos is a boon to companies like search giant Baidu, which is using them to build a range of products.
These are a data set maintained by government. Basically, that means that for almost...
What I said, these are data set maintained by the government. I just watched the article earlier. How are we different than China? You saw what the guy showed us? That system is going to be, what's his name? The guy from, what's it? Oh my gosh, son? Mayoshi's son, right? It's Mayoshi's son. It's the, what's the guy's name from ChatGPT? Larry Elder, is that his name? I don't know. So it's Larry Ellison, Mayoshi's son, and the guy from ChatGPT. But who's paying for this? It's the government. What's happening in China? Who owns this? The government. That's what I'm saying. Sam Altman, there you go. So Mayoshi's son, that's the Japanese guy. Sam Altman, that's the ChatGPT guy, right? And then, so he's bringing the AI, right? Larry Ellison, he brings the database because you got to store all of this. Mayoshi's son, I don't know what it. No, Mayoshi's son, he's not Chinese. He's Japanese. He's Japanese. He went to school, I think, at Stanford or UC Berkeley, but he's Japanese. He's Japanese. But I'm like, yeah. But ultimately, who's going to own this? The government. So he's like, yeah, so the guy's saying these are databases that are owned by the government. That's what I'm telling you. These people are just sitting here lying. Everything China does, they want to do it too. Let's not sit here and lie. They want total control. They just don't know how to get that control, which is why I'm saying, do you put it past these people to create unrest like that? To create so much xenophobia, racism, confusion, that the people will say, yeah, bring that facial recognition so we can start to know who these terrorists, illegals, are. But eventually, they're going to turn these cameras on our asses. And we're not going to have a choice because we already agreed to it. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying.
Everyone who has the ID, or everyone over 18 years old, the government will have your face in the database.
Some worry this technology could lead to serious invasions of privacy and make it easier for authorities to track political dissidents. But others see it as a powerful tool for public safety.
Not only helps you track criminals, it also helps find missing people.
You see what I'm saying? This is what it's to help against criminality. It's to help find missing people. Yeah, right. Because they have to make you be okay with that, right? That's just how it goes. You know what I mean? You see? But these Europeans for so long, oh, we're better than China. Yo want that shit. Europeans come from a place of kings and queens. So let's not act like it's not in your genetic makeup to want absolute power. This is who they are. And I'm like, I can see how, okay, once upon a time you had monarchies, you tried something a little different, but I can see y'all want to go back to that. Because imagine when you have power, nobody can check you. You can do whatever you want to do. It has to be freaking amazing. I don't have to answer the Congress. I got to answer this. I do whatever I want to do. Like, yes, people, who does not want absolute power, y'all? And we know this absolute power corrupts, but it's not pretend as if Europeans are foreign to monarchies. Europeans are not foreign to monarchies. They're not foreign to tyrants. They're not foreign to one person rules all. They need to stop acting like whatever China is doing, they don't also like it. They like it. Even in the Middle East, when you see these kings out there who just run everything, they like that too, because it makes it a lot easier to govern. Centralized power makes things a whole lot easier to govern. And that's the fact. That is a fact. It makes things a lot easier to govern. It really does. When people can't talk back, they can't go vote, they can't do all that. Okay? It makes it a lot easier to govern. And you can do what you want without having to answer to all these weird ass people. Right? So it's okay. We can be honest. Like, you know what I mean? They tried their constitutional republic. They thought they wanted something better than the monarchy of Europe. And maybe they want to go back to that. But they have to do it in a way that doesn't make them seem hypocritical. You know what I'm saying? Oh, no, we're doing it for immigration, you know? We're doing it for this, you know? We're doing it to fight terrorism. That's just a way to avoid being called a hypocrite because of all the things you said about China. What you mean you out here surveilling your people like they're like you crazy, right? That's all it is. It's just marketing. They want to do the same stuff the Chinese do, if not worse, but they have to market it in a different way. So that way they can tell themselves, oh, we're better. No, you're not. You want absolute power. And however you want to lie to yourself, I don't really care, right? It's cool. I mean, it's not cool, but I get it.
So it's good for the society.
You see?
Facial recognition algorithms are growing exponentially faster and more powerful, thanks to a new technology called deep learning that allows computers to mimic the human brain's ability to learn. That means they can now compensate for problems like low light and bad angles. They can also adjust for age, making it possible to identify adults from their childhood pictures. So how does it work? Using complex algorithms, facial recognition systems start out by identifying all of the faces in a given image. For each face, the algorithm measures out key data points, like the distance between the eyes or the color of the skin. They then use those measurements to create a template that can be compared against other templates in a facial database. The more data they have, the better these systems do. Hundreds of millions of social media users here upload photos every day under terms of service that basically allow tech companies to do what they want with the images. Add a vast network of surveillance cameras, and China has lots of data to feed its algorithms. There are 170 million.
My thing is, all jokes aside, right? Whether I like these people or not, you have to understand America has to compete with China. So if China really has this technology, now I'm going to tell you, the more faces you have, the better the algorithm is. The Chinese already have an advantage because they have 1 billion people. So they have 3 times the number of faces that we have in America. Right. So let's just assume, even though I think they've already started, but let's just assume, because I do a lot of like face ID stuff. So I know they already got my stuff in there, but let's just assume America doesn't have it at all. Right. It kind of makes sense for America to start doing it, because do you not want to start a technology that the Chinese have 3 times more faces than you, 3 times more data sets than you? Yeah, that sounds crazy. So if we just go off of like theory of competition, you're like, yeah, we should do it too. Because you don't want to get to a point where they have this algorithm of facial recognition that is so superior that you're lagging behind. You understand? So I'm like, yeah, they're going to do it, because I would do it too. Right? The only thing is like, how do you sell it to your people? Because it is an invasion of privacy. And you are encroaching on their on their constitutional rights? Absolutely. Absolutely. Right? So now how are you going to sell it to these people? I think this is where immigration comes in, because like he told you, like Larry Ellison said, even Barack Obama was okay with that. But I guess the technology was not there yet. But if Obama had been president today and the tech was there, Obama would have found a way to sell it to us too. Just so like now it's here, they have the right kind of AI, they have the right databases and things like that. So Trump happens to be the person. But if the tech had been there when Obama was there, he would have sold that crap to us as well. You understand me, right? Because the plan is already in motion. Trump, Obama, it doesn't matter. These are just peons. They're gonna do what they want to do. But I can see them saying we can't let China have this, like, work on this tech, have all this data set, because they have 3 times our population. They're gonna have more data sets than us. Yeah, what would I be behind? Yeah, I'm gonna do it too. But the thing is, how do you sell it to people without coming off like you're a hypocrite and you are encroaching on people's constitutional rights? Yeah. So it doesn't matter.
Surveillance cameras installed in China, including more than a dozen on this stretch of road behind Beijing's Forbidden City. Analysts say China plans to install 450 million new surveillance cameras by the year 2020. The massive market represented by those cameras has attracted interest from established companies and startups alike. At one facial recognition startup, SenseTime, employees' faces are scanned at the door. Inside, the company displays a system that serves up advertisements based on a person's age and gender. And a Nikon. I do like photography. Not unlike the ads in a certain Tom Cruise.
I'm saying, do you see how, like, with Larry Ellison, Oracle, he can take that data and like maybe sell it to Temu. He can sell it to Canon. He can sell it to, you name it, Nike, whatever. These companies will buy it. They're like, oh, it was leaked. It was leaked nowhere. Shut up. Okay. So he's making money from the government to host the data. But then you can say, once I repackage it, it's a new product. Because you're paying me to host the original data. But if they want to do research on that data and then repackage it, okay, how can we repackage the data that is good for Nike? How can we repackage data so that it's good for Canon? How can we repackage the data so it's good for McDonald's, right? That's a whole new product. So you can say, well, I can sell it because it's not the same product, because I'm repackaging. You see how stuff can get like really crazy like that. But ultimately, they can make money. They can make money from the government. Then they can make money from the private sector. Because you can say, I can see you can make the argument that the algorithm that I take to repackage this stuff, it's a whole, that algorithm makes it IP. Hopefully you understand what I'm trying to say, right? Because you're using a distinct algorithm to create a profile, like to create a batch from all these data sets, so that's just suitable for just McDonald's. And that's a specific algorithm. So because it's the data, how it's packaged, and the algorithm that does it, it makes it a whole new product, because that's a whole separate IP right here. And I'm like, oh, that's crazy. So I'm like, imagine how much money they're going to make. So they're going to get 500 billion plus however many billions they're going to get from these other companies that they're going to sell our facial data to. And you see how rich people keep getting richer? So if you don't have these acts, if you don't have these contacts, you don't have, how can you ever make this kind of money? You will never make that kind of money. You see, like, that's crazy. Like, it's gone. They're not even gonna have they're not even have a breach. They give access. They're just full of shit. They love to lie.
Movie.
You could use a Guinness right about now.
The company also sells more serious tools capable of tracking both people and objects.
This is a live feed recorded by this camera. It recognizes different attributes of people, a car, or bicycles. This is actually very useful for the police department to extract information from the videos. Basically, it makes the video searchable.
Besides having access to reams of data, companies like SenseTime also benefit from China's relatively casual attitude towards privacy. In a country accustomed to government snooping, many are willing to have their faces scanned for the sake of convenience. A bigger concern is that the systems could be tricked or hacked using fake faces. Critics note that a hacked password can be changed, but everyone has just one face.
If the rectangle is green, that means it is a live people. And if the rectangle is red, it is a attack or hack, actually. When our systems first go online, we do suffer from a huge volume of a huge amount of hack. But by collecting sufficient hack data, I think the machine can tell whether.
But Mike, I'm asking you a question though. If they offer you, if they say, okay, in exchange for you living under perpetual surveillance, we'll give you universal income, I think some people will do it. Once again, the power of greed. Now, yeah, I don't think people properly understand the power, how powerful greed is. But I mean, you could see that some people will sell their faces for money. So I don't have to work. I just sit here and have like a paycheck every month. Yeah, just give us your data, and they'll do it. You see what I mean? So that's the thing. I'm like, I can see that because I've come to understand. If you give people money, they'll sign up for foolishness. Because look at Kamala Harris. She was promoted. She was promising a whole lot of money, and people were willing to go do it. You know what I'm saying? Oh, okay, the $20,000 to start a business. Oh, more money for your mortgage. Oh, what did she say? More money to start a weed business. What was she saying again? All kinds of foolishness. And that's what. Oh yeah. Oh, she promising money. She promising money. So I'm saying, if you promise these people universal income, it might be easier for them to be like, okay, okay, I'll do it. Because then they can just be taken care of. And they'll do it. I'm telling you, Nicole, everybody has a price. Because in America, we are trained to value money over protecting our data. Like, oh, whatever, who cares? How much you're paying me? People are willingly going on OnlyFans and being naked on there for a $5 subscription. Don't even care. Is OnlyFans going to keep all your stuff after you close your account? Don't even care. They only care about the now. That's how we are. People only care about the now because it's greed. It is greed. You don't even realize how valuable your data is. I don't care because between the money I see and the, I guess, intangible nature of how valuable my data is, like, oh, give me the money. The money, where's the money, y'all? They're going to go buy Louis Vuitton. Like, oh, child, I'm going to give me an LV. That's why I say for me personally, I don't think that China needs to hack Americans' data. These people will give their data away for free. Give them a coupon. Give them free shipping. They will give you their data. You don't have to steal anything from these people. Like, we see the behavior. But I'm like, if you promise these people, if you have the Democratic Party, especially if they run and they want to push that, but they promise universal income, people will agree to this. Oh, please. They'll agree for this. I can stay home. Because you see, it worked with the stymie work. That 2,500, and oh yeah. And I even feel like the stymie was a test. I really do feel like the stymie was a test for universal income. You see? Greed. Do not underestimate the power of greed. It is a real force. Like, it's a real force to reckon with. Like, it's real.
It is a hack behavior, or it is a true person.
Facial recognition is just one of several branches of artificial intelligence technologies that have already started to redefine what's possible in China and elsewhere. And of course, just like any technology, it's susceptible to abuse.
You have a very advanced tool, so you could use it to do good things and you could use it to do bad things, but the key is the way you choose.
You see what I'm saying? Like, this stuff is real, you guys. I was like, but look how old these things are. What is this? And you mean to tell me they don't want that too? A military nation like America? You mean to tell me these neocons don't want this tech? Please, stop playing with me.
But the things that make you unique can also be used to track you. And in China, your appearance, the technology you use, and the sound of your voice are all types of information the Chinese government collects. The scale of this surveillance and the infrastructure supporting it are larger and more elaborate than previously known. For over a year, the New York...
And you even wonder why sometimes, because the media gets money. Facial recognition in China. You didn't know about this stuff? It is so damn real. And I even wonder, like, when I look at NYC also, you guys, I just feel like this thing is way darker than we can even... I really don't think we understand how evil this is. These people have been playing with us. I even feel like all these crimes we are seeing in New York City, in the subway, y'all, how do we know it's not intentional? How do we know? It's like now you really have to, what you think is a normal, like somebody went into a subway and burned a woman, and the legal immigrant went into a subway, and I'm like, since when? I don't know. I remember the days like when you would have, we always knew that you had a lot of illegal Latinos in this country, but I'm like, they were very quiet, very church going. They stayed out the way, didn't bother people. You barely even knew they were in America. They just stayed out the way. I'm like, what kind of new breed of illegals is this? They go in the subway, they set people on fire, they stab police officers, wump. You wondering, you ask yourself, did they not bring them people here? Could it be intentional that they brought a certain class of people here for some fuckery? I'm talking like Dark Knight Rises, like Batman shit, like Heath Ledger is the Joker. You open the gates of hell and you start letting deranged people act a fool in Gotham and scare people. You know what I'm saying? They tell us what they're gonna do to us in these Hollywood movies, you know. But how do we know? Because when they're saying like, oh, there are prisons in Venezuela that got opened up and they told the people, oh, leave. How do we even know that people in the Venezuelan government were not paid by the powers that be to open those prisons and to have the people come here? How do we know? How do we know? But you start wondering, like even the stuff we've been seeing in New York City, you know what I'm saying? An illegal burned a woman while she was on the train. How did you even get all this down there? Right? The thing with Daniel Penny and the young man, the young black man choked to death. You have this, and that. People putting feces in people. You ask yourself, is this not intentional chaos? So that you'll say, I am so scared to ride the subway. Yeah, put facial recognition in that thing too. You know what I'm saying? Could these people artificially create acts of violence and then use the media to glamorize that violence, like to always have that violence on repeat in your face to make you feel like, yeah, you really have a problem in New York subways. You really have a problem. You really have a problem. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just like, I don't know. Because I'm like, if the government pays for this technology, these people are in for one heck of a paycheck. For real. Even Luigi Mangiani, the cute boy who shot that, allegedly, he's just being convicted, but he hasn't been charged yet. But that little pretty boy that they claim killed that CEO, I'm just saying, what if he was also put up to that? Because, he disappeared for 3 months. He's disappeared. I'm like, where were you for those 3 months? Who took you? Like, what were you into? But maybe that also, maybe if we had facial recognition, we would have recognized him better. Because I'm like, well, who goes up and shoots somebody in the streets like that? With a 3D gun? It's not even a real one. Like, what? A boy who grew up super rich, went to a private school, he's valedictorian. Why would you, of all people, for what reason? I would expect you to become the best lawyer I could think of and sue this man and sue his company and have him go into bankruptcy. But why are you doing this? I'm like, things is just not adding up. But could it be that we are being like, they're giving us like this pornography of illegal immigrant violence to make us be like, oh, yeah. Because if these people are successful, they can make so much money. Because I'm like, if the government pays you $500 billion on top of all the companies you can sell our data to, it's giving $1 trillion. And I'm like, for $1 trillion, what is it that these greedy white people are not going to do? What is it that they're not going to? These people sold human beings. Like, come on, be so for real. You think they're going to stop at killing a few people to make sure they can secure a government contract for $500 billion, guaranteeing money from the government? So I'm like, exactly. Like this, it's very, very bizarre. It is very bizarre. But it'd be like Beyonce said, it's $1 billion in the elevator. But that's just $1 billion. What will people do for $500 billion? What would these CEOs do for $500 billion? What would these shareholders co-sign for $500 billion? Yo, that's a crap load of money. So if you don't know God, you don't care about God, all you care about is money, like, what would you not do? Kill a few people, spark terror, Pay the media to keep talking about these things over and over and over again. Pay certain influencers to keep talking about stuff over and over and over again. To create enough hysteria to get stuff, to get people to, oh yeah, this is what we want. You know, so it's like, it's really, I don't know, it's really scary.
The New York Times has analyzed more than 100,000 government bidding documents. They span 2 decades and were collected and shared exclusively with us by ChinaFile, a digital magazine published by the Asia Society. In these bidding documents, government agencies from across the country detail what surveillance products and services they need, from phone trackers to equipment used to collect iris scans and DNA samples. These documents explain the strategic thinking behind the purchases and invite companies to bid for project contracts. Together, they reveal China's ambition in collecting vast amounts of sensitive personal data. From the local to national level, China aims to gather as much information as possible on its citizens, centralize this data, and use it to maintain authoritarian rule over its entire population. Let's start with the cameras, the foundation of China's surveillance state. There's a lot of them. Analysts estimate that over half of the world's nearly 1 billion surveillance cameras are in China. These cameras surveil and store the images of all who cross their paths. A bidding document from Fujian province in the country's southeast details the police's plan to improve their facial analysis system. It reveals just how much data their facial recognition cameras are capturing, so much so that they required a database 20 times as large.
You see why the guy from Oracle? You see why the guy from Oracle is in there? You see this? You see this? Yo, I can already see our future. This is it. This is it. We're going there. And that's why, if you realize they gave us like ChatGPT, they gave us AI, you know, to feel, oh, it's not that bad. Oh, it's making my life easier. Oh, it helps me to do my YouTube thumbnails. Oh, it's helping me to cheat in school. You know what I mean? Because they don't want you to be afraid of it. But we need to be afraid of that. Because what they gave us out here, even DeepSeek, what they're giving us out here, it's the baby version, y'all. It's the baby shark, baby shark. Okay, it's the baby shark version. Okay. I don't know. So I don't know if Singapore is like this. I don't know, but maybe. But Singaporeans too, though, they're raised right. They barely chew gum. You know, but maybe too. But I'm like, you could see why, you know, people who have power in this country would want to have this technology too, because this is very powerful. This is very powerful. And you can see why Israel wants to do that to Gaza, where they have facial recognition of all these Palestinians. Right? This is giving Hunger Games. Yeah, it's giving Hunger Games.
In this case, the system detects faces from video feeds and stores 2,000 images of those faces every day. Police keep them for 6 months. There are 7,000 video feeds in this Fujian system, so that's 2.5 billion facial images stored at any given time. All those images are for just one province in China. To put that in context, that's 3 times bigger than one of the largest US government facial recognition databases, which is run by Homeland Security.
You see this? Do you see the motivation now? So that's why I'm saying one province in China has 2.5 billion images. All of the United States, they only have 836 million images. Do you see why there could be a motivation? That's what I'm saying. And the stuff we're seeing in LA, the riots, is it real or is it staged? Okay. So that means America is behind. I don't know how many provinces they got in China, y'all. But that's not even the biggest province of China. So Fujian, 2.5 billion images. The entire US. And all the other territories, 836 million images. So I don't even. Like this is crazy. This is really, really crazy.
Which is run by Homeland Security. Throughout China, authorities are highly strategic about where they place cameras. Dozens of documents show that police detail the locations and precise viewing angles for the cameras. For example, there are instructions for a camera's placement on the northwest side of this apartment building in Beijing, and across the street from this kindergarten in the city of Jiaxing. Police don't just watch from the outside either. They want to put cameras inside the lobbies of these hotels, including at this franchise location of American hotel brand Days Inn. The hotel's front desk manager told The Times that the camera does not have facial recognition capabilities and is not feeding videos into the police network. One document from the town of Xiqiao in Guangdong province reveals the philosophy of local officials as they aim for maximum surveillance. They've determined that cameras should go in places where people fulfill their most common needs. The document lists coordinates for camera positions. They match locations where people shop, where they live, where they learn, and travel. To take advantage of all this footage, police around China rely on software to analyze and extract more information. State media promotes the software's ability to identify a person's race and ethnicity, the color of their clothes, and whether they're wearing a mask.
Identify your race and ethnicity? What the freak? What is going on?
Mask or glasses. Documents show this technology can search a person's image in existing databases for a match. These search results often contain more specific information about the person, like their national ID number, name, sex, and permanent address. While this type of technology is readily available, the documents show the government doesn't think it's being used widely enough. In one, China's top police agency complains that the analytical capabilities need to be better and are too decentralized. The government is determined to not only fix these consolidation issues, but to branch into new and more invasive surveillance technologies. While cameras track you in public, much of your private life is on your phone. Your location, the apps you have, the things you say online. The government is using all of this information to monitor you without you even knowing. Police use phone trackers to help connect your digital life to your physical location. Our investigation found a dramatic expansion of their use across China. Sometimes the trackers are invisible, hidden within cameras. Others look like Wi-Fi routers. Here's how authorities put this technology to work. Your phone is constantly searching for the strongest available network signals. Some trackers, known as IMSI catchers, imitate strong cellular signals, luring your phone's connection before capturing its unique identifying information. Other trackers, like Wi-Fi sniffers, lie in wait on public Wi-Fi networks, intercepting and analyzing your phone's outbound communications. Since these trackers can be installed throughout a city, authorities can use them to map out a phone's movements. Let's say you post something online that the government finds incendiary. Police can go to social media companies and find out your username, phone number, and your device ID. They can then...
We know Kamala Harris was doing that. We already know Kamala Harris was doing that because she went to Meta. She went to Meta. She went to Mark Zuckerberg and they bullied his ass. Remember? And he is like he confessed. So you see, that's already doing that here. You write something, they go to these social media companies and be like, yeah, you better handle that. Yeah.
And look up that device ID to see what the trackers have captured. This way, police can find out where you've been and where they might be able to find you. These trackers can also exploit weak security practices and might be able to screen the apps you've installed. And those apps can say a lot about you. For example, police from a county in Guangdong bought phone trackers and hope they can use them to detect which phones have a Uyghur to Chinese dictionary app. Users of the app are likely part of the Uyghur ethnic minority, a group that is heavily surveilled and oppressed by the government. In 2019, a New York Times journalist walked around a city in Xinjiang where most Uyghurs live. There, he found 38 Wi-Fi sniffers in just one neighborhood. We traced one of the earliest phone tracker purchases to Shandong province in 2015. 7 years later, according to our analysis, all 31 of mainland China's provinces and regions have them. Phone trackers are powerful tools on their own. But here's what happens when you combine them with other data.
Yeah, what I tell you, I would start making friendly content. Hey guys, did you have a good day today? Let's talk about food. We're gonna start talking about foolishness, y'all, because this is crazy. We're gonna have to talk about foolishness. And you see why in China they be out here doing mukbangs, they dance, they go live. They don't want no problem. They do all the dumb stuff, the stuff that's just stupid, like, just vapid entertainment, because you don't want no smoke. You don't want no smoke. You go live, you say one crazy thing, they're going to come find you at the exact location and snatch you up. You will never see your family again. This is insanity.
These are internal product presentations we obtained from MEGV, one of China's biggest surveillance contractors. MEGV's technology compiles various types of personal data from mobile devices, cameras, and other sources. MEGV told The Times its aim is to make communities safer and not, quote, about monitoring any particular group or individual. But this product is already being used by authorities and can display a person's movements, clothing, vehicles, mobile device information, and social connections. It shows us the type of dossier that authorities could generate for anyone. But we found that the pursuit of your personal data goes even further, to the biology of what makes you who you are. This is the next frontier of surveillance in China. The government is actively collecting voice prints, iris scans.
I swear, I feel like even it could also be that even Apple's with the CIA. It really could be. Yeah, I'm looking at all these tech companies like, yeah, y'all probably extensions of the CIA, because all these voice notes, the voice notes and stuff like that. Oh my Lord, I'm gonna stop talking out loud. It's giving Ariel how she gave up her voice to Ursula. Oh my, ha 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 ha. Wow. He said, no thoughts, just fine. They locked her ass up. Why would she do that and go to China? She dumb. If you're gonna talk about these people, you cannot go back. You cannot go there. She is. I even think they can surveil their students here too. I really do believe that. Like if you're a Chinese student, I think the government can still track you. You gotta be very careful. Just do your homework and mind your business. Just act dumb. I think ultimately they all want us to act dumb. Like they don't want us to express ourselves. Yeah. Because I'm like, you have to be connected to the government to be allowed to be a billionaire like that. I'm like, nah, these tech companies, man, nah.
And DNA samples from its people, and maintains that the primary use of this material is to track criminals. Chinese media often promote these efforts, but the documents repeatedly show that police are gathering troves of material from everyday citizens too. Like in the city of Zhongshan. Here, a document reveals that police are adding devices to record audio from at least a 300-foot radius around their street cameras. The document outlines their plan to use voice recognition software to analyze the audio and add people's voice prints to a database. The police hope that combining voice recognition systems with facial recognition cameras will help them identify targets faster. But since your voice, much like your appearance, alters over time, our investigation shows Chinese authorities are starting to collect personal identifiers that are less likely to change over time, such as iris patterns. One document reveals that in Xinjiang, where millions of Uyghurs live, a government contractor built a database that can hold iris samples of up to 30 million people. enough to cover Xinjiang's entire population. We discovered this same contractor is now building large iris databases across the rest of the country.
Guys, do you think this is why they want to sell us the thing? What them classes called? Wow. You see how these white people, they think they slick. You see how they do it? You see the Chinese, they're just gonna tell you. Hey Josh, Chinese just gonna tell you off the bat, you ain't got no privacy, bitch. What do you think this is? They're gonna tell you off the bat. White folks out here, these white billionaires, they gonna market it to you. But I'm like, you think these, how you call them, the smart glasses, right? Because Google just debuted one. And I was like, how do I even know this is real though? Like, how do I even know? Because she was like, oh, she asked Gemini, was it Gemini? She was asking her glasses. Let me see if I can find it. And she was like, oh, how do I know? Can you remind me what the white book was? And then the voice said it. But I'm like, girl, how do I know this is not pre-recorded? I don't trust you people. Okay? I do not trust you people. Hold on. If I can find it. I was like, how do I know this is real though? Was it this one? Let me see. Let me see.
What about emerging form factors that could let you experience an AI assistant in new ways? From head.
So do you see how through something like this they could get an iris? Because they make you think, oh, we're not surveilling you. This is just technology. This is to make your life easy. But you're putting them next to your eyes. So you're giving up your iris. I'm like, oh, you're a clever bitch. You's a clever motherfucker. Right? But do you see this, right? But see over here, they sell it to, oh, this is tech. This is breakthrough technology. And they have these like, you know, these amazing like keynote presentation. The whole time they want your eyes, they want your iris. Oh, I'm not getting the glasses. I told Jimmy to get him. I'm like, no, don't give me more. Because I'm sure, you know, even looking at somebody's eyes, you can tell that they're sick. Yo, this is crazy. I'm like, oh, I see it now.
Sets to glasses and everything in between. This is Samsung's Project Muhan, the first Android XR.
How they make it pretty? They're about to get your data, bitch. And you're gonna pay them to get your data because this thing is not cheap. Oh my gosh. Wow.
A device. With Google Maps in XR, you can teleport anywhere in the world simply by asking Gemini to take you there.
Boom.
You can talk with your AI assistant about anything you see and have it pull up videos and websites about what you're exploring. Yeah. Imagine watching them play in the MLB app as if you were right there in the stadium while chatting with Gemini about player and game stats. Now, let's turn our attention to glasses. Glasses with Android XR are lightweight and designed for all-day wear, even though they're packed with technology. A camera and microphones give Gemini the ability to see and hear the world. Speakers let you listen to the AI, play music, or take calls. And an optional in-lens display privately shows you helpful information just when you need it. Let's see how they work in the most hectic environment possible right now, backstage at I/O.
Hey everyone. Right now, you should be seeing exactly what I'm seeing through the lens of my Android XR glasses. Text from Shram that just came in. Let's see what he said. All right, it's definitely showtime, so I'm going to launch Gemini and get us going. Send Shram a text that I'm getting started and silence my notifications, please.
Okay, I've sent that message to him and muted all your notifications.
I've been curious about this photo wall all day. Like, what band is this, and how are they connected to this place?
A legend rock band shows at Shoreline Amphitheater, which are often seen as homecoming shows for the band.
No way. Can you show me a photo of one of their performances here?
Sure, here's one. Want me to play one of their songs?
I'd love that. I can listen while I make my way to the stage.
Great. Here's Under the Aurora by Counting Crows.
By the way, do you want to book that coffee with Dita now?
Yes. The crew actually gave me some awesome coffee backstage, so let me try something fun.
And because we're so gullible, we probably think, oh yeah, this actually works. The whole time this could have been pre-recorded. All these answers could have been pre-recorded. The voice you hear, that voice could be pre-recorded. If you remember, I don't know if you guys remember this, but the first iPhone, like the first keynote that Steve Jobs ever did with the iPhone, the phone wasn't working. It wasn't working, girl. They pre-recorded so many things. Girl, the scam of it all. The phone was not working. That man went up there and he sold that non-working device to people. I'm like, girl, how do I know this is real though? Because y'all could have had all this pre-recorded. Okay. But it doesn't matter because people believe what they see. Then they're gonna run to go buy this thing, and then what you don't realize is you're giving up your iris data and you're giving up your voice. And not just that, because you're putting these on, you're helping them to do even more facial recognition. Because every time you look at something, they're looking at it too, bitch. Okay, so you're helping these people. I'm like, oh my gosh. But it's quite clever though. It really is clever. I'm not gonna give those irises like that. So I'm like, this is overwhelming.
Gemini, what was the name of the coffee shop on the cup I had earlier?
That might have been Bloomsgiving. From what I can tell, it's a vibrant coffee shop on Castro Street.
Can you show me the photos of that cafe? I want to check out the vibes.
Definitely. Do these photos from maps help?
Okay. Gemini, show me what it would take to walk here.
Getting those directions now. It'll take you about an hour.
Okay. I can get some steps in, and these heads-up directions and a full 3D map should make it super easy. Go ahead and send Dieter an...
And then now you got to start asking yourself, what am I giving up to use this technology? What are you giving up? Your voice, your iris. You're even giving up the privacy of your peoples. Because anybody you look at, they're looking at them too. Like, oh, okay, so-and-so knows so-and-so. Now they're going to do some map, some data map somewhere where you two people are in some weird-ass cluster. Oh, heck no. Exactly. Lonnie said they're banking on people's laziness and addiction to convenience. Yep. This is how they're going to get people's iris. And mind you, you might have these with AT&T where you can finance them. So you're not like you split over like 3 years. You're paying for this over 3 years. That's why they use credit. So that because when people don't have to pay too much upfront, it makes early adoption very, very easy. And that's how you go get a whole lot of people to give you their iris data. Oh my gosh, this is insanity. Where was I?
Documents show that the Chinese government is collecting another type of sensitive biometric data from broad segments of the population: DNA from men. Authorities can use genetic tracing to catalog entire generations of men, so a database built today will be useful far into the future. China says it uses these genetic databases to solve crimes. Criminal investigations around the world also rely on genetic information for this same reason. Y chromosome DNA is passed down from father to son. Given a genetic sample from an unknown male suspect, investigators can compare the man's Y DNA to samples already present in their databases. A match indicates a relationship along paternal lines and helps pinpoint the suspect's family history and geographic ancestry. Because of privacy concerns, many countries limit DNA collection to just criminals and suspects. But our analysis shows China stands out in its ambition to build ever larger databases of male DNA. We identified the earliest effort in Henan province in 2014. Today, male DNA databases exist in at least 25 out of mainland China's 31 provinces and regions. The logic behind this ever-expanding campaign is clear. A bidding document from Gansu province points out that as populations and family lineages grow, so too will the value of male DNA collection. In the same document, the police describe their objective this way: do not miss a single family in each village. Do not miss a single man in each family. From faces to DNA profiles, iris scans to voice prints, the Chinese government is consolidating vast quantities of unique personal data with one ultimate goal: to build a comprehensive profile for each citizen, accessible anytime, anywhere, up and down the ranks of the government. This sweeping surveillance effort lays the groundwork for even more advanced methods of control. The documents show that the state is even working towards predicting potential threats before they materialize. It is building a future in which mass surveillance supports authoritarian rule, and it's unlikely to stay in China.
Yeah. It's going to be over. It's coming. It's going to come in. It is, and you can see why. You guys, you see, this is our future, y'all. This is it. This is it. I'm telling you, this riots. I'm looking at these riots sideways. This is it. This is our future. This is it.
Yes, it is time, a little later than scheduled, for AI Decoded.
They're coming for us.
Facial recognition is hard for two reasons. Teaching a computer to process a human face is difficult enough. Matching that face to someone's identity in a database requires significant computing power and billions of photographs tied to accurate data on which those computers can train. The technology has been around since the early 1970s in its most primitive form, but so unreliable was it that other biometrics, fingerprinting, retinal scanning came to market quicker. About 5 years.
How to sell it to people, like that's the thing. That's what we have to see. But I'm telling you, you'll see what this immigration stuff is going to turn into. You'll see. We'll see.
Ago, though, a company called Clearview AI claimed to have made a breakthrough. Tonight, their CEO will join us live from Oakland, California. The advances in this technology are probably the biggest breakthrough in crime detection since we introduced DNA testing. This week, Police Scotland announced they will be rolling out facial recognition cameras across the country. Chief Constable Joe Farrell says it would be an abdication of...
Yeah, this Oakton is not far. It's not far from San Francisco. You see? So have a riot in your background, and then you can start seeing if your machine actually works. You guys, I'm telling you, there are nefarious plans out here, man. These people are crazy. People make me want to go to sleep and never come outside. They're so mean. They're so evil.
Her duties not to be using it. We were given a very good demonstration of it through the summer. Retrospective facial recognition tracked down many of those taking part in the riots.
You see?
Even though...
What I tell you? You guys, I tell you, I was asleep. I'm not going to play. I felt like I was having a conversation with Archangel Michael. Because I was like, we were having an intense conversation. And I said, how do I know these riots are not staged? Right? Now look at this. Okay? Facial recognition, how the police track UK rioters. Okay? So now I'm saying, why not create a riot so you can see how your technology works? And then you can have your investors see the results. It's like, if you remember like Squid Game is really a game for rich people because the poor people, they don't know. They're a game. They're being watched. It's for fun. Like these people hurting themselves, killing themselves, dying for this goofy ass money that's up in some fish net somewhere. Okay. But towards the end, you see these rich people. I mean, they're rich white men, but you see these rich people, they wear face masks and stuff like that because they want to enjoy the last game. But my point is, if these companies are out there in California already, right? Wouldn't that make sense to create a riot so you can show how your technology actually works? And then you can have better bids. Oh, wow, this actually worked. Because here's this face, here's that face, here's this face. Because then you can show your technology in real time. And then you can get better bids for your technology. I mean, this riot stuff to me is extremely suspicious. But my thing is, Lonnie, could you concede to the fact that even the chaos of Oakland was intentional? Oh, we're not going to prosecute you as long as you steal less than $1,000. Oh, we're going to welcome homelessness. Oh, we're going to welcome junkies and drug addicts, right? Do you think these people created the perfect storm so that they can be able to use their technology? That's what I'm trying to ask you. Like, the chaos that we see, is it real chaos or is it intentional chaos? When you look at these woke policies in California, when you look at some of the stuff that Gavin Newsom has signed into law, you ask yourself, is this man the Joker? Because long term, what exactly is your vision for California? And I'm saying it's mayhem. Because when you have mayhem, then you can test these surveillance products even better. So I feel like everything we've been seeing since COVID, even before COVID, it's intentional. It's intentional chaos. So they can test their crap in real time on real people. You know what I mean? Because this is something is bizarre. I'm like, why would you do this in California? California was never like this. San Francisco was never like this. Oakland was never like this. LA was never like this. Why would you say, yeah, we're not going to prosecute people unless they steal for over 1,000? We're going to help homeless people. We're going to take money from public schools so we can have more homeless in the streets. We're going to allow people to shoot up in the streets. What are you up to? What are you up to? And I'm saying, what looks like, oh, we're just trying to help him, you know, that woke shit. I'm like, nah, it's a fucking experiment. Because you know this ain't gonna end well. And then you have the technology. Hey, you see what I'm saying? Why these people they're truly, truly suspicious. Exactly. Because my point is, what we're living through right now, what we've been living through since 2020 until now, I want you guys to think maybe this thing was a plan since 1995. Because like the man said, if the face recognition stuff has been out here since the 70s, these people did not come up with the shit yesterday. So since the 70s, they've been trying to do this stuff, but they didn't have the computational power. They didn't have the right chips for this. Cool. But I'm like, it could be that what we are going through in 2025 was something that was designed in the 1995. We're not going through something that happened 6 months ago. That's my point. So everything we see, it confuses us, but it doesn't confuse them because it was always the plan. And everything is one experiment that builds on another experiment. Everything is chaos that builds on previous chaos. Does that make sense? This is not, I'm like, this is design. It's design chaos. And like, wow, this is crazy. You people you're actually quite good. I almost fell for this crap. You know what I mean? But BLM built, and then you build this on that, and then you'll build something else. I'm like, this is not, these people they don't want, this is psychological warfare, y'all. This is psychological warfare for us to agree to surrender constitutional rights. But it was always the plan. But you don't know it's a plan for your life. But like, nah, you're not free because they've been planning this. You just were not aware because we are always the last to know. But I'm like, I'm telling y'all, this LA riot stuff, I woke up today, I'm like, nah, this right here is suspicious. And I'm not taking it at face value anymore because I feel like this is going to be used for military shit. Like, I don't know how to explain it. You know what I'm saying? I was like, it's really weird. This is really weird. All these homeless people, even the fires, even the LA fires, it was a lot of homeless people setting people's houses on fire. That's why it was so many fires like that. I'm like, what the fuck is this? You know what I mean? But this Gavin Newsom stuff, he is shit. He really is shit. This man is he's a greedy mofo. This man cannot be trusted. This man cannot be trusted. You know what I mean? They cannot be trusted. And all of these companies, whether it's Google, Apple, Tesla, these are people who don't want us to have autonomy. They want us to rely on their technology because, quote unquote, is convenient. Leave it up to Tesla. We're not even going to drive our own cars. The cars will drive themselves. Even that also is control. So I'm like, it's very, very weird. Like, it's really weird. But I'm like, I'm looking at this, these LA riots, and I'm like, y'all need to look at it again. You need to start praying about this because it's weird. But you see, UK rioters, and they're using facial recognition. And I'm telling y'all, we are having riots here. And I'm like, yeah, I can see them trying to use facial recognition on these people.
Those who were masked. But is it becoming too intrusive? The software that identifies our faces is now being developed for authentication. We use it on our phones instead of a code. British Telecom are currently trialing that same technology to improve cybersecurity so that only authorized workers have access to critical systems and data. There is a lot to consider. And with me in the studio, as ever, the font of all AI knowledge, Priya Lakhani, CEO at Century Tech. She's come back from New York this morning, so bear with her.
New York.
I'm going to put you on the spot nonetheless.
She came back from New York. So did she come to New York so she could pitch it to investors? You came to New York to do what, sis? Why did you come to New York? For what? For what? So you used facial recognition surveillance on rioters in the UK. And then after that, you came to New York City. Man. Y'all, I'm telling y'all, we need to really pay attention to stuff, man. We need to question everything. I swear, I'm telling you, even I was like, wow. It's like, I'm like, could it be that they could have put these people, these so-called illegal immigrants, to murder these girls, you guys? Could Lincoln Riley have been murdered intentionally? I don't meet these people. I fear these people, man. I fear these people. They're not good people. In order to say, oh, we're doing this for her. I'm like, these people are capable, man. They are capable. Because how you going to kill somebody and you're in the bed? Remember when I played that video when they went and arrested the man who killed her? He was in his bed. I'm like, what? You murder someone and you're sleeping? Like nothing happened. I'm like, what the fuck? You're not trying to run? No, he's in the bed sleeping. What the heck? You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, when you are dealing with these kinds of greedy people who want their tech to be adopted by people so they can make trillions of dollars, do you put it past these people to kill a few people? To say, oh, yes, look what happened to her. Look what happened to her. And then make these women emblematic, like, we're doing this for them, we're doing this for that. Do you put it past these people? These people are even capable of going and shooting up a school just so you can say you want facial recognition in your child's school. I do not put anything past these people. They are ruthless. They don't have these people. I don't know, they're monsters. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, man, greed. Because it's a lot of money. If you can sell this tech for $1 trillion, do you put it past these people to kill a few people so it can make the headlines and be like, yeah, we need this technology. We need this technology. I'm like, yeah, I can see y'all killing people. I can see y'all killing innocent people. I can see y'all paying people to go kill people. Because it's all planned. I can see y'all even grabbing people from Latin America, bring them. I can see y'all going to prisons in Venezuela, asking for the craziest criminals, paying for these people, putting them on private jets, and then releasing them in Georgia. I do not put anything past these people. They have private jets, y'all. They have private jets. They have private planes. They have ways. They are capable of going to some crazy-ass Latin American prison, bringing somebody here and be like, okay, we need you to kill this and that. And when you kill her, leave her right here. And then we'll get your ass. But it's all arranged. These people, they're sick. We live amongst really, really evil people. They will stop at nothing. I'm telling y'all, they're capable of having a whole school shut up just so they can have their way. Yeah. It's not a joke. It is like we share the earth and we share this country with some very dark forces. Like, they do not care. They don't care. They don't have feelings like that, man. Like, you're like, what the heck? Why would I ever do that for money? They just don't care. There's nothing they won't do for money. You won't do it because you fear God. And that's why sometimes maybe it's a good thing when God doesn't allow you to be so rich and to get into certain circles or whatever, because they will do anything for votes, for a stock price, to make their shareholders happy, to have early adoption of their tech, to have the most number of subscribers. There's nothing these people will not do. They don't see humans as humans. They see people as a means to an end. If I have to kill this young woman, if I have to kill this young boy, if I have to go shoot up a school just so that people can adopt my technology, I can't. Notice how every young man, even all these white boys who've been acting a fool, notice how every one of these young men has been disappeared. They all disappeared for 3 months, right? Luigi Mangione, he disappeared for 3 months. The other white boy who tried to kill Trump, he was gone for 3 months. Like all these kids, they disappear for 3 months. Where are they going? Where are they going? Who are they with? Who are they meeting? And it's like they don't want to oh no, just look at what he did. I mean, that's messed up. You did that stuff. But I'm just saying, like, how? Where were you for 3 months? How did you get in contact with these people? How did these people get in contact with you? Where were you for 3 months? And then you come back. If you're not trying to kill a president, you want to kill a CEO. What the fuck? And we're watching people with like 3.8 GP, like 4.0 GPAs, valedictorians do crazy shit like this. Like, and the thing about Luigi too, what is so weird about Luigi, all right, Kevin, what is so weird about Luigi is that Luigi actually is cute. Like, he actually looks good. Because usually people who go and shoot up people, you know what I'm saying? They're like, okay, you know what I'm saying? Okay, like, you're probably a little fresh. Like, you know what I'm saying? You ain't got no friends. But I'm like, 4.0, super, super cute. You out here shooting people? What? It doesn't even fit. It does not even fit. So I'm like, who knows? Yes, catch and release. Or like no cash bail, and things like that. So I'm like, what are they really doing to us? Like, what are they really doing to us? Like, but I'm like, Mangi Luigione, like, he does not fit. Like, he doesn't fit. If he was like unattractive, full of acne, super skinny, super puny, had been bullied at school, I'm like, yeah, I can see why you're a little crazy. How about this boy is too damn cute? Your parents are rich, 4.0 GPA, valedictorian. Why? Been gone for 3 months. Where the fuck did you go? Even the young man who tried to kill Trump, the other one in Pennsylvania, he disappeared for 3 months also. He was gone. Where did you go? That's what she talked about, like MK Ultra stuff. I'm like, yeah, this stuff is real. This stuff is really real because I'm not believing this.
Nonetheless, give us a quick explainer of how this technology works.
Okay, so firstly, what we want to do is, let's say we want to spot you in an image, and then, you know, God forbid, but we want to match that to a wanted list, Christian. So got an image of Christian here on the camera. In the background, you'll have him, let's say, in the studio, and there's lots of noise in that studio. There's tables, there's monitors. First, we want to do what we call classification. We want to detect the fact that we've got a face, right? We've got a face here. So the way that we do that is we use deep learning models to be able to classify the image and find the face, right? The way that they traditionally do that is they would look at lots of images, they would tag lots of faces in those images. They say, these are faces, these are not faces. And then you would build up AI deep models, like deep training models, and you would train them to learn where the faces are. And they would look at those feature sets of a face. There are some models that use what we call unsupervised learning, but most are supervised training models where you've had that sort of tagging and labeling, right? The model then learns what the specific features are of the face, let's say the texture, the edges of what a face looks like. So you've got a model that potentially can spot in that very big studio over there all of the faces. We then take your face specifically, and we create, and if we can play a clip, actually a boundary box, right, a bounding box around your face. So I've got a clip to show our viewers. This is Friends, right? And you can see this sort of, oh, it's very short then, but you saw these sort of boxes around the face, right? So you create these bounding boxes around the face. And then essentially the model knows that it has a face, but we want to detect now whether that's, you know, your face, and does that match something in a database?
Can we do that again?
Yeah. So we normalize the image. So let's say you've got an image of a face.
Oh, there's the box.
Yeah, there's the box. Yeah. Then you
yeah.
normalize the image. So you want to take away lots of variables that could essentially create inaccuracies. So maybe the lighting, you might want to turn all the images into grayscale. You might want to look at the alignment of the face. And once you've done that, right, and this is where it's interesting, in those images you saw there was lots of spots. The deep learning models will extract what it thinks are the key features of the face. Once it extracts those key features of Christian's face, and this is where it's really interesting, and I love this, is we turn it all into maths, right? We vectorize that data. So what you end up with, Christian, is Christian Fraser right now, what you're used to seeing in an image, actually is a string of numbers. It's just a string of numbers. Every image of you that's taken on cameras out there that are modeling that face and using this sort of AI, it will have a slightly different string of numbers because your position might be different, your expression might be different, but they'll be very, very similar because it is your face. So it's a mathematical representation of your face. Then, this is where it gets really interesting, is let's say you have a wanted list. You've got a database of faces that you're looking for. Those faces have been through a similar...
But this man is scared for his life. I mean, it sounds frightening. It sounds frightening. So you will have access to a mathematical equation of my face. What are you going to do with that? Oh, Jesus.
Process where they have been encoded into numbers. And then it's a matching exercise, right? Is there a similarity between the string of numbers that represent the face on the wanted list?
That's where the computing power comes in and where the chips come in, because as the
They have
chips
to run the model.
improve, those calculations are done that much quicker.
And do you remember very quickly, because I know I really want to get Juan on because he is the expert in this area, but do you remember when we did an entire episode on semiconductors? And we talked about how there are two big processes that happen. You've got all the training data initially. So you've got all the training data, for example, all the faces and the images. Then we have what we call as doing inference in AI. That's when you run the model. You have the compute power. So that's what you're talking about there. You're then running the model against essentially that facial recognition to be able to find the face.
Okay. I mean, it's extremely impressive what Clearview do. Before we talk to Juan, let me show you the video, the promo video that Clearview puts out, and you'll understand what I mean.
In 2019, Homeland Security investigations were trying to identify an adult male who was in a child abuse video. The adult male was abusing a 6-year-old girl and selling this abuse video on the dark web. The only clue was a photo of the adult male who was in the background of the abuse video for just a few frames. With no other clues, the investigator in the case turned to Clearview AI.
And y'all even realize that this whole story could be fake, right? This whole story could be fake. Come on, you're doing porn with the children, you show your whole face, you idiot. But even that face we're seeing, that could have been a face made by AI. How do we even know it's a real human? But it's about the story to make you feel like, wow, this is so good. Look at this, they're saving the kids. The whole time, the whole story could be fake. My Lord.
Prior to searching on Clearview AI, we must provide a reason for the search. In this example, we will choose felony sex offense. Secondly, you upload a photo of the suspect from your desktop and press the search button. As you can see, 25 results now match the uploaded photo, whereas in 2019, during Homeland Security's investigation, only one result came back from Clearview AI. This is the photo. As you can see, the suspect is in the background of the photo. Press the locate button on the top left to zoom into the photo, or use the compare button to see them side by side. In this case, the investigator clicked the link to a public social media post online, uncovering two key pieces of information. The photo was tagged in Las Vegas, and the name of the company the suspect appeared to work for. With those two clues, the investigators at Homeland Security traveled to Las Vegas, obtained the suspect's name from the employer, and, with additional corroborating evidence, secured a search warrant for the suspect's computers. The search warrant revealed that the suspect had thousands of videos and photos of child abuse material on his computer. He pled guilty and is now doing 35 years in jail, and the 6-year-old girl was rescued.
Impressive. Let's speak to the CEO of Clearview, Juan Tontat. Juan, thank you very much for being with us. How many cases do you think your technology has solved, and what was the big leap forward for you?
Christian and Priya, thanks so much for having me on. It's great to be here, and appreciate your interest in Clearview AI. We've done now over 2 million searches on behalf of law enforcement. That's how many searches they've used on our platform. We don't know how many crimes they've actually solved, but if you take even a conservative estimate, you would be in the hundreds of thousands at least. Sometimes cases you have to search multiple images and so on, but anecdotally as well, most recently we worked with the International Center of Missing and Exploited Children, and we were in Ecuador and Latin America. In 3 days, these law enforcement agencies, about 8 of them, went through a list of the hardest cold cases they haven't solved. These are missing kids. Kids have been abused, and they find them on these internet forums as victims. And in those 3 days, they made 110 identifications of missing and exploited children and rescued over 50 of them. So the impact is incredible. And on the flip side as well, we know it's a very powerful technology. So we've limited the usage of our application to law enforcement and governments.
But what is it that's? I said that there'd been a lag with this technology, whereas retinal scans and fingerprinting had sort of jumped forward. What has been the real breakthrough?
But what happens also? Like, what happens if if the algorithm makes the wrong call and it's not you? Because you know, sometimes you can have a doppelganger, but I'm like, what if it's not you though? Because some people look alike, but they're not related. But I'm like, what is my doppelganger? Hold up, wait a minute, what? Hold up, wait a minute. You know?
For facial recognition.
Yeah, I think it's neural networks and which are part of artificial intelligence. So previous algorithms for facial recognitions would try and look at the distance between the eyes, or the eyes and the eyebrows, or the nose and the eyes, and things like that. But that doesn't work very well if you have an image from a different angle, say a security camera. So with neural networks, you're able to train, as Priya said, it's called supervised learning, on a lot of different examples of photos to improve accuracy. So the way we trained our algorithm was to get a lot of publicly available images. Say you have 100 photos of George Clooney, and you have 100 photos of Brad Pitt. The algorithm will learn that the black and white photo of Brad Pitt with the sunglasses on is the same one of him from 20 years ago with different hair and so on. So the algorithm learns what stays the same in a face. And so the more data you have, the more accurate it gets. And there's been some great researchers out there, thanks to machine learning and all this data that the research community has done a really good job in improving it. And we've built upon a lot of those innovations. And what we were able to do was bring a lot of data to.
He's boring. Let's move on.
Reimagining of the public space. If, as looks likely, it is widely adopted by our police forces, then increasingly the freedom to wander about without being watched will disappear. Facial recognition will bind us to our digital history in ways we've not yet imagined. It will be the end of what was previously taken for granted, the right to be publicly anonymous. With us tonight is Silky Carla. She is the director of Big Brother Watch. Before we speak to her, let's watch her campaign video.
Out a van, there are cameras on top of the van that scan everyone's faces as they walk past.
I came to London Bridge and I was pulled up at London Bridge in regards to this facial recognition. They were trying to threaten me with regards to an arrest.
He says to me, "You're banned." I did cry the entire way home. I felt so helpless. I just really wanted to find any way to prove that I wasn't a thief.
So typically, on a busy day in a London area like this, they can be scanning thousands of people's faces. It's thousands of people that are effectively walking through a digital police lineup. As you walk past, it's a passport-style check that sees if you are known to the police, if you are on a database. There are lots of different reasons that people can be put onto watch lists. You can be put on a watch list to protect you from harm, whatever that means. Typically what we see is an alert comes up, bam, the person is stopped. If they don't stop voluntarily, then they can be physically apprehended.
Silky Carla, welcome to the program.
Thanks for having me.
It's difficult for someone in my position who's on television every night to argue for more privacy. But I think if I were not in this job, I think if I could choose to opt out of Juan's database, I might want to do that, but it seems very tricky now.
Yeah, the extraordinary thing is that in British law and in European law, you have the right to protect your own data, including your photographs. And of course, what he's doing with Clearview AI is actually, it's not just stealing billions of photographs from the internet that people haven't consented to. There's about 30 billion in his database alone. But it's also extracting biometric data from them. That's information as sensitive as what's on your passport. And then these companies are making that very sensitive data available to the highest bidder. So it's really just a question of what does the buyer want to do with it.
You see why I said, like, oh, China is stealing our data. They ain't got to steal nothing. They can just buy it. They ain't got to steal nothing. You see?
Stealing is it stealing or scraping? Is it the difference?
Well, they're two words for the same thing, because because you have rights over your data. And we fought for a long time to have, the right to privacy is a protected right. It's a fundamental human right. And we are the thing about facial recognition, especially when you've got companies either taking it from people on the street as they walk around through CCTV or scraping it from the internet, is that it actually reverses the presumption.
But in reality,
innocence.
the consent happens in stages. So we give the images to Instagram, to TikTok. We assume, I don't know. Do we assume they would be used for other purposes? I don't know. But at the same time, we enjoy using Google Photos, which then puts all our photos into certain order and identifies people for us. So we like all that. Are you saying that we have to give up all that if we want to keep our freedoms?
No, not at all. But there's a different level of protection for biometric data because it's so sensitive. It's like DNA, in the same way that, and I do think with facial recognition, there are ways that highly regulated, you can use it for the public benefit. But the problem is, we don't allow companies to go around scraping buses and playgrounds and high streets for people's DNA and making mass databases because it's so unregulated at the moment. That's what's happening with facial recognition.
I mean, traditionally, when we're looking at the actual process, right, we're relying on people recognizing people or people remembering people and human eyewitnesses, right? So we're relying on this human facial recognition rather than a machine. And what I'm really interested in is the public interest argument. We've got these security forces, we've got the Met Police using this technology now in the UK, the Scottish Police, the Welsh Police. And I think it was Big Brother Watch, a quote from you where he said police are failing to turn up to even 40% of violent shoplifting incidences, right? The Met Police started the year 1,000 officers short. They're going to probably end the year 1,400 officers short. I don't want those officers trawling through faces, right? Trying to make those matches. It's a tool, it's a technology. I can understand the point about the consent of the data and the input of the data, but how do we achieve that balance where there is still a job to be done here, right? So I know crime is reduced by 8%, but sexual assault has actually rocketed upwards. How do we use the technology to benefit us while being able to mitigate against potential risks and harms that are caused by the breach of our potential breach of privacy, I should say.
We have to have regulation. We have to have laws around this. It's completely unlike, we've got laws on fingerprints, we've got laws on DNA, we've got laws on CCTV. Facial recognition is just a kind of vacuum at the moment. So it's a kind of wild west for companies to go in and build these databases of billions of photos.
Which means there's a lot of money to be made. And look at this. Remember this part?
And here we arrive at Trump's big, beautiful bill, which is inching closer and closer to his desk and becoming law. In it is contained a section that bans states from passing any laws that would regulate AI for a period of 10 years. And with the rate at which AI...
Did Trump even read? I'm like, does Trump even understand AI? This old man is crazy. Okay. So in his big, beautiful bill, they're saying they don't want AI to be regulated for 10 years. I'm like, do you know what people can do with 10 years of unregulated AI? Huh? By the time you want to regulate it, you're not going to be able to. I'm like, 10 years in the world of AI is like 100 years. Like, what is this? They don't want to regulate it. You see? So y'all want to be like China, right?
is progressing, that might as well be an entire lifetime.
Yeah.
Just down here at the bottom of the page, guys, it says, quote, in general, except as provided in paragraph 2, no state or political subdivision thereof may enforce during the 10-year period beginning on the date of the enactment of this act any law or regulation of that state or a political subdivision thereof limiting, restricting, or otherwise regulating artificial intelligence models, artificial intelligence systems, or automated decision systems entered into interstate commerce.
Wow.
How weird. How convenient.
Wow.
We've got this great big plan to run off with this new unprecedented technology. And just in case any of you pesky freedom-loving states gets any wise ideas about passing any laws or regulations to protect your citizens from it, you can't. If Larry and Peter and their technocrat buddies want to watch and record your every move, they're going to do it.
Jesus. I'm like, yeah, this is our future. This is what they want to do. Yeah. Now they got to sell it to you. Chaos.
And also, I have to say, for the police, and let me give an example. You know, I've been watching the police use this for 7 years now. I'll give you an example of what it actually looks like on the street. I go to a high crime area like Croydon, where police are using live facial recognition. Masses of resource, officers standing around a van looking at iPads. I walked past a robbery on my way to watch the police using facial recognition. And of course, then they are getting it wrong as well. And that's where we step in as Big Brother Watch, because there are injustices, people wrongly stopped, questioned, harassed by police because they've been misidentified.
There's one other issue which we've not talked about, and this is that third story I had in the introduction, where British Telecom is saying we can use this for our own security. Is there a danger that actually we're being snooped on by our employer?
Absolutely. We've just released a report on this actually called Bossware. And increasingly, whether it's on construction sites, the gig economy, people are being basically told that they have to give over DNA fingerprint style data. Sometimes it is literally fingerprints and increasingly facial recognition just to get their pay packet at the end of the month. And we really have to be careful about what that data is used for. Do they have controls over it? Do they have a choice? Because it even happens in schools now that kids are giving facial recognition to get their school lunch.
Yeah. You know what? My boss is watching me. We're out of time.
I need a grumpy face
Yeah.
recognition so that when you're with your spouse or your partner, it goes ping, smile. We don't want bosses looking at it. We need one of those, don't
Silky,
we?
thank you for coming in. Really interesting.
This is a lot. But yeah. They don't want us to be free. I'm like, wow. This is our future, though. This is our future. This is how we're going to live. And there's really I don't know. This is how we're about, honestly, and people are not going to fight against it. I saw this one video. Hold on. I saw this one.
From the book Tavistock Institute for Public Relations in the chapter Propaganda and Psychological Warfare, John Coleman writes about a military tactic called shock and awe, in which through its investigation opens up many interesting questions regarding its use and abuse in relation to power, dominance, control, and manufacturing public consent. Quote, shock and awe achieving rapid dominance. This is the National Defense University text, written in 1996, that became the theory behind US intervention in the Middle East and the war against Iraq in March and April of 2003. Quote, shock and awe, says the text, is intended to be the, quote, non-nuclear equivalent of the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki in 1945. Says the now out-of-print study guide of that terrible tragedy, says, quote, the impact of those weapons was sufficient to transform both the mindset of the average Japanese citizen and the outlook of the leadership through this condition of shock and awe. The Japanese simply could not comprehend the destructive power carried by a single aeroplane. This incomprehension produced a state of awe, end quote. Besides using massive firepower for psychological purposes, the publication also includes extensive discussion of propaganda operations. Quote, the principal mechanism for achieving this dominance is through imposing sufficient conditions of, quote, shock and awe on the adversary to convince or compel it to accept our strategic aims and military objectives, the writer states. Clearly, deception, confusion, misinformation, and disinformation, perhaps in massive amounts, must be employed, end quote.
And you see, I feel like in this case, we are the enemy. The citizens are the enemy. The powers that be, the oligarchs, we are their enemy because they don't like the Constitution. Okay? But disinformation, misinformation, whatever, you see, this is it. Shock and awe. They're going to traumatize you. I mean, it's psychological warfare. And it seems like it's patriotism. It seems like, oh, he's putting makeup on. No, like this is psychological warfare. Because we're all going to be surveilled. They're not done with us.
Psychological warfare in combat. This is the full text of the infamous quote shock and awe doctrine, published in 1996 by the National Defense University in Washington. The concept is to gain complete control over the will of an adversary, as well as the perceptions and understanding of target peoples, literally making an enemy impotent to act or react. It is worth noting that all of these words and descriptions were found in textbooks used to condition students attending classes conducted by John Rawlings Rees at the British Army Psychological Warfare Bureau, where Rawlings was a master theoretician. The quote shock and awe doctrine is described as a strategy to achieve the systematic destruction of military capability through attrition, where appropriate, and to use overwhelming force to paralyze, shock, unnerve, and ultimately accomplish the moral destruction of an opponent. The International Conference on Population and Development, called the ICPD, a program of action presented at the conference called for massive propaganda effort, utilizing the mass media.
Massive propaganda efforts using mass media. Yeah. Do not trust these people. Do not trust these people.
Non-governmental organizations, commercial entertainment, and academic institution in an effort to, quote, persuade people in developing countries to change their fertility preferences. A revision to the original text, added to accommodate representatives from developing countries, urges that communications activities carried out by donors, quote, for advocacy purposes or to promote particular lifestyles, end quote, should be labeled in such a way that the public will be aware of their purpose and that the, quote, identity of sponsors should be indicated in an appropriate manner, end quote. Despite this recommendation, which imposes no mandatory restrictions on aid donors, the, quote, communication section of the document remains a very dangerous and politically explosive part of the New World Order agenda. Now, what is even more interesting from that segment of the book about this military tactic is that you can also apply it to something like the conspiracy behind the 9/11 attacks as being an inside job, in the sense that it produced a shock and awe effect on its own population and on, of course, a global scale through its televisation, which definitely shocked a lot of people at the time, to possibly initiate and produce a state of collective psychic chaos in the mind,
Yes.
incomprehension, and
psychic chaos. There you go. Yeah, like the collective psychic chaos in the mind. And I'm saying this is what I think these LA riots are about. Collective psychic chaos in the mind. Yes. And you use the media to make it bigger than what it really is. So people start to feel very, very scared. Yes. Yes.
fear in its own people, which would inevitably set up a psychological foundation for the people to be completely bewildered, to then only being able to, in the last resort, rely and trust on its own corrupt
government
for an answer.
Yes. This is what I meant to say. This is it. This is it. Where you think corrupt, you look at evil people, you think, and you're so scared, you think evil is like, evil people are now angels to you. It's like, no, they're demons. They set this in motion. They had this in store for you the whole time. I'm like, you're being set up. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is what I meant. Yes.
To such chaos, or alternatively for the government themselves, a financially lucrative scapegoat, especially when you look into the array of numerous primary interests that there were to initiate an Afghan war, or how it all radically expanded the power of the US government on its own civilians through something like the Patriot Act.
Did I not talk about this? I will never forget the Patriot Act. The Patriot Act? Nah, that thing was nasty work. Diabolical.
So this militaristic tactic of psychological warfare can definitely be reapplied in different ways, because it follows very much a similar principle to many other tactics that I've talked about, as it can be even seen as similar to the Rothschild energy principle in economics, which I've talked about before, which relies on the psychological response of shock and awe to harvest information from the public in relation to reshaping consumeristic demands and what that can tell you about the psychology of a particular population.
Wow. These people hate us for real. They really do. Oh my gosh, hold on, let me see something. Let me see. Yeah. What happened? Wow. Let me see if I can see these things for you. Wow. So now I'm wondering now, when you see these riots, what are we looking at? Let me see. What are we looking at? Let me see this one. Hold on.
That are already down there on the ground in preparation for some of the protests that we may see later on today. Let's talk about what could unfold. I want to bring into the conversation now Ken Gray, a national security analyst with the University of New Haven. Ken, good to see you and thanks for joining us.
Good to be with you.
And we are following that breaking news. A federal judge has ruled the Trump administration exceeded their authority when they federalized the California National Guard, and that the administration must return control of the Guard to Governor Newsom. The administration did just appeal the order to the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, and Judge Charles Breyer had issued a stay on his own order until noon tomorrow, leaving time for the president to do just that with the appeal. We just brought you live the governor reacting to that ruling, calling it a good day for democracy.
He also reacted to that confrontation between Secret Service and Senator Alex Padilla. NBC4's Conan Nolan's in our newsroom. He has much more on all of this. Conan.
That's right. The governor going on to say today's order makes clear that President Trump is not above the constitutional restraints. The president is a constitutional officer. He works under the Constitution. Now, keep in mind that Charles Breyer, the judge in this case, U.S. District Court out of San Francisco, saying that the three provisions that Mr. Trump, the president, had used in order to nationalize the California National Guard do not hold up to scrutiny. There's no rebellion against the government taking place. There is no invasion into the United States from a foreign country. And the president is not unable to institute or practice or enforce the laws of the country without having to nationalize the California National Guard. Here's what the governor said moments ago.
It's a federal judge with a federal order. Period, full stop. It's the rule of law. These are the foundational principles of a constitutional democracy. He must work under the constraints as a constitutional officer of the Constitution of the United States of America. That's what this court order demands of the President of the United States. He is not a monarch, he is not a king, and he should stop acting like one.
Now, the governor responding to the news from the San Francisco District Court. By the way, Charles Breyer, an appointee of President Clinton. So you can assume that the Trump administration is going to say that this is a partisan ruling as they're appealing it to the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. The governor also responding to a remarkable incident that happened earlier today in the federal building on Wilshire Boulevard in Westwood, when the senior United States senator from California was hustled out of a press conference, taken to the floor and handcuffed by federal authorities. It is now emblematic of the confrontation that is taking place between the state of California and the federal government over immigration law. It was a theme repeated during the news conference by Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, the hyperbolic demeaning of Governor Gavin Newsom and Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass. This while celebrating the largely unwelcome federal response.
We are staying here to liberate this city from the socialist and the burdensome leadership that this governor and that this mayor have placed on this country.
In the audience, U.S. Senator Alex Padilla, who later said he had heard enough.
Do this.
Hands up. Sir. Hands up. I'm Senator Alex Padilla.
Padilla told MSNBC that he was simply interrupting Noem with a question when he was hustled out of the room, with federal agents then putting him on the floor where he was temporarily handcuffed.
Kept repeatedly asking themselves, why am I being detained? No answer. Why am I being detained? No answer. They were not communicative until somebody from, I'm sure, Secretary Noem's team figured out I was who I said I was and finally said, let him go.
How do you characterize what happened?
It's not about me, Conan. It's not about me. Just think, if they can do this to a United States senator who has the audacity to ask a question, just imagine what they're doing to so many people across the country, or can do, feel like they have the license to do to anybody around the country.
After the incident, Padilla then met with the DHS secretary for 15 minutes. Did it clarify anything?
No.
Noem says she did not hear Padilla identify himself and claimed that he had lunged at her, but that their meeting went well.
I wish that he would have reached out and identified himself and let us know who he was and that he wanted to talk. His approach, was something that I don't think was appropriate at all. But the conversation was great, and we're going to continue to communicate.
The remarkable moment proving to be emblematic of the conflict now underway over unprecedented immigration raids throughout Southern California. Democrats outraged Governor Gavin Newsom moments ago.
And anyone that knows Alex Padilla knows one thing about Alex Padilla. He's one of the most mild-mannered, decent people you'll meet. And that's not, don't just take my word for it. Folks on the other side of the aisle would acknowledge that. I thought it was a disgrace.
That is also the term that was used by Democrats on Capitol Hill, demanding an investigation, certainly an apology. Alex Padilla says he would like one as well. Meanwhile, Homeland Security.
Kovacic, he was present for that. Robert.
All right, Carolyn, let's go back and talk about that news conference, if we can, when it comes to the senator. Live on the NBC4 News at 11 o'clock, there were protesters, and we understand that these were protesters who were involved here at Grant Park about 7:30 last night, who ended up marching about 5 miles all the way.
I mean, when I say, like, it's not a lot of people, I don't know. To me, it's not a lot of people. It's not
to the heart of Korea.
Like, they're trying to make this bigger than what it is. I'm like, this is not a lot of people.
Town, Western and Beverly, there was an ugly confrontation with police officers. The LAPD putting up a skirmish line. There was foam batons that were fired on the crowd. There were dispersal orders made. And then if you continued on with NBC4 News, there was even a pursuit involving someone who apparently attacked a police officer to some degree. So with that said, we are on night 3 of the curfew. Does the curfew zone, that 1 mile square radius, need to be extended? Does the curfew need to continue? These were the questions we posed to Mayor Bass this afternoon.
Let's talk about the curfew. Is it going to continue? How long is it going to continue? Does the zone need to be expanded after we saw last night in Korea?
Well, I don't think the zone needs to be expanded. Unfortunately, we will continue the curfew. And my hope is after continuing it a few more days, that people will get the message that we are serious. The arrest that took place last night was not for looting, was not for violence. It was for unlawful assembly and curfew violation. What I noticed when I was traveling the streets late last night is that the people that were out on the streets were young people waving flags, and they were not violent. That was not the group that has committed the vandalism.
So curfew night 3 is about to get underway, but Carolyn and Kathy, since the ICE raids began a week ago, this is the quietest we have seen downtown Los Angeles. This is the curfew zone that you are looking at right now, and when it gets underway, this is exactly what law enforcement is hoping to see. People off the streets.
Yeah, something, I don't know.
You're taking a look here at some of those troops that are already down there on the ground in preparation for some of the protests that we may see later.
I'm like, this sounds a bit, I don't know. This sounds a bit, I don't know. We'll see. I'm like, I don't know, you guys. It's very weird to me. I don't know if I trust this stuff. I don't know. It's very weird. What is this? I don't know. This media cannot be trusted, you guys. This media cannot be trusted. I don't trust these people, y'all. I really don't. But we'll see. We'll see what comes out of this. We'll see what comes out of this. Okay. I didn't go to sleep. I had to go work out in the morning. But we'll see what comes out of this. But I'm like, yeah, something is a bit suspicious with this. But I'm like, ultimately, I can really see our future. Like, these people are trying to introduce facial recognition technology to surveil all of us, powered by AI. And they're going to do it. They're going to do it. Okay. Love you guys. I hope you enjoyed this live. I hope you learned something. I hope you learned a few things. Hopefully, I'll see y'all tomorrow. We'll talk about something lighter tomorrow. We have to start practicing having goofy conversations because we might already be under surveillance. Okay. But I'll see you in a few hours. All right. Bye-bye. Love you much. Gotta go. Good night, everyone. Be safe.